present. Share screen. Okay, we are back. Back. How do I tell people? Good morning, Gwen. How are you? Sorry, my mic was muted. I was having technical difficulties this morning. Worked all weekend. I thought I had 2 jobs. I got some new stuff to try for anxiety or calming me down. So now I think I have 2 jobs. I think I missed working one of my jobs this weekend. But I will tell you that you have me so enthralled in this case that I have done nothing but literally go back and watch every testimony again and again and again. Then I have printed off like what I can find. I haven't read your email yet, but I have been going through the blueprints of her townhouse, printing off what pictures of evidence that I could find so far. I also have to try to figure out how to request evidence if they'll give that to me. And also I was going back over all the testimony, looking at all the video snippets and stuff that they were showing. And you were in the hospital all weekend? Ugh, that sucks. Are you okay? Oh, that sounds terrible. I'm going to fingers crossed that I don't get one of those. Oh. So are you going to be lucid for the the sentencing today? We also have Alec Baldwin coming up. I think it's going to be this week. I think they tried to get it thrown out again the other day. Oh, ooh, ow. Ooh. That sounds terrible. So when I also went back and I'm still watching the preliminary hearings for this case. Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing. I have sleep in my eye because I literally just jumped out of the bed. Because I worked till midnight, and then I stayed up and watched more of the prelim trial for this. Oh, so I was watching the preliminary trial, and the comments about his attorney were so mean. I was like, God, you guys, you don't even know about this case, and you're being so ugly and so mean. But they were making really nasty comments. And then they were just talking about how guilty he was. They were just really bashing him. And they didn't even have all the evidence. And there's, by the way, in the preliminary, in the preliminary hearing, there's different evidence that is discussed than what they are talking about in the trial. And as I'm like continuously rewatching this trial, the prosecution has cherry picked a lot of information, like the ADT. Were there not other motion sensors in the house, like down the hallway, upstairs, where the bedrooms were? Were there not there other motion sensors that they checked? Did they only check the one that was by the door? Because they were saying that it once the motion sensor sees motion, then once there's no more motion, it goes idle after 2 to 3 minutes. Well, that last motion was at 4:20 in the morning, which they're trying to say that Michael killed her between 4:20 and 4:22. Well, the motion sensor was idle at 4:22, and he said it takes the thing 2 to 3 minutes to go idle. That means there's no motion for 2 to 3 minutes. So if he was so busy, killing her for those 2 minutes, how could the sensor go idle? I'm just really confused. And I'm really confused how they cherry picked which motion sensors they were going to go for. And yeah, they never. Oh, also, they found a North Face jacket in the ex-boyfriend's house. Did they test his jacket? And the pictures of a guy walking around in a North Face jacket, I mean, my God, they're in Michigan in October. Not that it was that cold. It was like in the 40s and 50s. So it wasn't like cold for Michigan. Yeah, I've been watching the news reports there because they're the only ones that were covering it. But I can get a sense from some of the reporters that they're kind of just like, so we have someone who's confessed, but now he's been released and we have this guy. And then they just were like pushing this guy because I don't think they really had a choice. I mean, it's the devil. If you want to work, if you want to be a future Good Morning America person, like every single one of these reporters out there working are cutthroat. They're all trying to be the next, Katie Couric or something. So nobody's reporting real news anymore. Those days are over. I just think it's crazy. Like, he had a eulogy. I mean, I would really like to know what that eulogy said. Like, who writes a eulogy? He had rubber gloves, a box of rubber gloves in his apartment, which isn't unheard of if he's smoking pot or eating mushrooms. But he still had some. He also had pictures of them laid out all over his apartment. So, yes, he could be taking the death hard, or he has been sitting there. Oh, and then I looked up the medication again. So I finally got the correct spelling of the medication. I looked up the medication. So Trintellix, you can come off of Trintellix abruptly. It's not one that you have to taper off of. You can just come off of that. And I'd really like to know who his doctor is, because the new medication is supposedly fast acting. Oh, yeah, well, his apartment didn't look like he was a germaphobe, unless they made that mess. They could have made that mess. But the medication they put him on is supposedly faster acting than like Prozac or Lexapro or Zoloft or any of those, because those take 2 to 4 weeks to get into your system. But in actuality, this Albrelvi, whatever this stuff is called, also doesn't really show, as I looked in the studies, because I dug into the studies. The study showed more improvement after 6 weeks worth of usage. And in 22% of the people, it showed a difference in a week's time. So, but it did say that you should not take Trintellix and that medication together. So, there is no doctor that would say, hey, wean off of the Trintellix and take this. Like, when I have to wean off a seizure medication and take another seizure medication, that's what they'll do. They'll be like, you need to wean off of this and take them at the same time, but you just take a lower dose of the new one. But not these two drugs. These two drugs that he was taking, you would not take at the same time, because they majorly interact. And if his doctor did that, his doctor should be in some serious trouble. But what I'm saying is, you can stop taking Trintellix abruptly and start a new medication. His other medication that he took would not cause a manic break or a psychotic break. It's very rare that it causes that, unless you are a diagnosed bipolar. So I'm trying to figure out if he was taking both medications, because then that would cause a manic break. Or what other I mean, he could have been taking God knows what else. He had 15 different bottles of medication they found in his apartment. Yeah, if he's not listening to his doctor, he could be taking all of those. I don't know if he had lithium. I can't read those dang bottles. And all we're doing is taking his word for it. I mean, and there's tons of doctors that are like, oh, this isn't working. But according to him, I mean, and he alcohol when you're on those kind of medications. But from what it looks like, he's not a manic depressive. He's just suffers from depression. So that means he's basically taking your well, okay, well, my dog played guitar the other night, Gwen, or I played guitar on my dog. I don't know, but one of those things happened. But I didn't kill anyone. Okay. That's one. Okay, look. I don't I don't foresee that making you have to go out and kill anybody. I mean, first of all I want is chocolate for some reason, and I'm not a big fan of chocolate, but for some reason, chocolate is my jam. Like, where's the Pocky at? But whatever. Look, even if it wasn't him, there's a guy walking around the place with a North Face jacket. They find a North Face jacket in his house.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
He has
States of
umpteen
America,
thousand
and to the
medications.
republic
Does
for
anyone
which it
research his
stands, one nation,
medications?
under God, indivisible, with liberty and
Does
justice
anyone
for
look
all.
at that? Does
Wonderful to
anyone
see you.
check any of the drains in
Good to
his
see everybody here.
Morning, Judge.
All right, let's bring out Mr. Wilson.
house? And then, has anyone thought of this? Has anyone thought that possibly he stripped down naked, like he was naked, for there not to be any footprints or any shoe impressions? Why is he still dressed in a suit? Why is he not in a prison suit?
Let the record reflect the state's present, defense counsel, and the defendant are all present. Are we ready to proceed? Ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are not ready to proceed. I filed a motion yesterday to inform the court. Thank goodness Mr. Hollander is with us, but he is still recouping. He was incapacitated for 3 days. If he wants to explain it to the court at the bench, I'll let him do so. I don't want to broadcast it. I don't think it's anybody else's business, but he was unavailable to assist us during that time period.
Oh, he makes him dress for court. That's right. Well, he should be in a prison suit.
Our client, excuse me. And had
I don't know if they're saying stuff off the record.
Time with our mitigation specialist. I want to introduce you to Ms. Perez. I've had time to talk to both of our mitigation specialists. They're compiling. Dr. Mills has already compiled his data. I think that Dr. Eisenstein is done with his. We have to send that compiled data to the state's expert so he can review it. And subject to the court's approval, we have depositions scheduled tomorrow morning of the experts. Respectfully, I was requesting continuance until Monday, or an adjournment until Monday, so that we can all be.
Is it delayed again? I can't hear. Didn't you try to find out another thing? Get out. Really?
I had to do this by myself. Mr. Hollander was unavailable.
State, your response.
Yeah, I don't know why he's
in a predicament, given the fact that we are responding to defense counsel's late disclosures of a number of records that we received.
Oh,
yesterday.
they have some. Let me find it somewhere else.
Raw data that is being compiled by defense counsel as it relates to the experts. Unfortunately, we're
Was unavailable.
State, your response.
No, that's 3 days ago.
After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law. After the final instruction, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and my instructions on the law. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence.
I can't hear it on either channel that it's on.
During the penalty phase, the court may take recesses, and you would be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case.
What?
If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may not use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. The penalty phase must be tried by you only on the evidence presented in your presence, in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else.
What the?
You must
This
not
is
visit places
crappy.
mentioned or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the penalty phase. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Do not let even the closest family members make comments
So
to you
some
or
people
ask
can
questions
hear it.
about the penalty phase. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service.
No,
Do
I
not
got it
discuss
now.
this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed.
So are
because
they going to
jurors must
delay the
decide the
sentencing
case without
again?
distraction and
Is that what
only
you
on the
said?
evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference regarding the existence of an aggravating factor or an appropriate sentence, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your sentencing decision in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and the trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. It may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss the matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary. Counsel approach.
So what I'm getting from the other chat is I think they're taking death off the table.
And Mr. Shirley, is defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right.
That's what I thought, but he also went through like 4 or 5 attorneys before he finally got.
Good morning. A little bit over a week ago, when we first met, the defendant was unknown to you, and he was presumed by every one of you to be innocent. That's now changed because collectively, unanimously, you all have heard the horrific, graphic facts of this particular case and determined him to be guilty of each of the charges with which we've charged. The phase of this trial is penalty. The state of Florida is asking you to sentence the defendant to the ultimate penalty, and that's death. Not all murders are first-degree murders, ladies and gentlemen. Not all first-degree murders warrant the death penalty. It's only those murders that the state proves beyond an exclusion and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, whereby a first-degree murder is aggravated, that death is warranted. Now, a little bit over a week ago, the burden was on the state to prove the first-degree murders beyond a reasonable doubt. And this week, it's our burden to prove the aggravation
No, did he write you back?
of those first-degree murders beyond a reasonable doubt. In this phase, we're going to focus on what makes this first-degree murder aggravated.
This is.
Now, as the court instructed you, before there is a sentence of death, you must unanimously agree that at least one aggravator, just one, has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We are submitting to you four aggravators. 4 aggravators for one of the first-degree murders and 4 aggravators for the second first-degree murder. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 of which on each you've already decided.
Wait, the Samantha Woll trial is
It was
on.
inherent in your verdict. 3 of which have already been proven. 1 you're going to hear about shortly here today. First 2 I want to
I
talk
still
to you
can't hear this.
about.
I don't know what's going on.
One is called cold, calculated, and premeditated. Second one is referred to as heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Now, these might be aggravators that you may have heard about over the course of your life. But
Oh, is that what it's doing? It says it's live, so it must be
first one
from
is
leftover
called
from.
cold, calculated, and premeditated.
Now I got to go
Now,
back and watch it.
What this factor forces you to do is it forces you to essentially consider what his plans were and what his intent was at the time of the killing. Okay? The aggravator forces you to consider what he went through for the killing. Okay? And the evidence that we've presented to you during the course of the trial already proves this factor. It involved 3 things, ladies and gentlemen. And I would submit to you, he selected, he secluded, and then he strangled. That's what he went through to establish cold, calculated, and premeditated. He was a lion. They were his prey. He could sense it. It just took him 2 minutes. They wouldn't scream. they wouldn't yell, he wouldn't get hurt, he wouldn't get scratched. They couldn't get away. Even if they wanted to, he was too strong.
Okay.
Those were the people that he went after. On the 7th of October of 2019, he went after Christine Melton.
Oh, their trial's coming back on the
Started at the
25th? I
Buddha,
thought they said
right?
Thursday.
He calmly befriends her. He goes up to Miss Johnson, who's your friend. He introduces himself.
Oh, so tomorrow.
as JR. He doesn't.
I can't hear.
introduce himself
Can
the
you
way
hear it?
Wilson
Because I can't hear it.
He introduces him as JR. He gives a fake name. He calmly befriends them. He's selected Miss Melton. That's who he was going after. He gains her trust. They go outside.
Don't know.
He could have gone home with Miss Montanez. No. He chooses to go with Miss Melton. Where? To Mr. Shepard's. Where they become intimately involved. Where they subsequently leave and they go back to Miss Melton's apartment. And what does he do there? He waits. He waits for Miss Johnson to check with Miss Melton. Are you okay? You good? Yeah. Why? Because Miss Melton has put her trust in this person. She's been intimately involved with this person. He has selected her. Miss Johnson leaves. There's no cause for concern, no triggers, no red flags. It's charming, right? 9 times out of 10, it works. It's worked here. Now he's got Miss Melton all to himself. He's managed to seclude her like a lion with his prey.
Can I have counsel approved for just a second, please?
Okay, I finally found one that has sound. Are we? Is this closing? They already did closing arguments, right? Why are we doing this again? They have to do this for sentencing too.
Once again, the evidence during the course of our guilt phase showed you. He waited. What did he tell his father? He waited for her to fall asleep. And then what wound up happening? Well, he waited because he told detectives he doesn't get scratched, doesn't get hurt, quiet, they don't yell, they don't get away. It's too strong. What does he do then? He goes ahead and inflicts blunt force trauma upon Miss Christine Melton. And then he goes ahead and places his hands around her throat, applies pressure until she is dead. Remember the broken nails? Ladies and gentlemen, long, drawn-out nature and circumstances surrounding Miss Christine Melton's death is cold, calculated, and premeditated. He selected her, he secluded her, he strangled her. Cold, calculated, premeditated also applies to Miss Diane Ruiz. Remember what he told detectives. I've already done it. I'm going to do it again. That's what was going through his head. Cold, calculated, premeditated. Hours later, that same day, he's in Miss Melton's car.
Yeah, he was crazy.
Comes across Miss Ruiz. He tells detectives the way he approaches her is he asks her, "Where's the school?" He calmly befriends her, manages to get her in the car. What does he say? He says, "We drove to the school?" I was going to drop her off, but in my mind, I knew that I wasn't. And as soon as she was going to get out, I grabbed her by the neck and choked her. She came back to life 3 or 4 times. He didn't do that until he secluded her, ladies and gentlemen. He selected her, secluded, and then strangled. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but according to him, she came back to life 4 times.
What was he wearing when he got her in the car?
He was not going to let her go. He told detectives, "I was going to drop her off, but I knew in my mind I wasn't going to." That's cold, that's calculated, that's premeditated. Heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The law says it is one that is accompanied by additional acts that show the crime was conscienceless, pitiless, and was unnecessarily torturous to Christine Melton nor Diane Ruiz. It focuses on the means and manner in which the death is inflicted and the immediate circumstances surrounding the death.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen,
she didn't get in
the reason
that
why
car
we submitted
willingly.
those photographs of those injuries, okay, in addition to the medical examiner's testimony, is because those pictures demonstrate what words can't do justice to in terms of heinousness, atrocity, and the cruelty of these murders. Both Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz endured a high degree of pain, utter indifference. It was outrageously wicked, vile, and shockingly evil, according to the jury instructions. With regards to Christine Melton, what did you learn? She had a large number of bruises around her body and on her face. She had swollen eyes. She had contusions. She had bruising all over her torso and her arms. She had hemorrhaging on her neck. She had scalp bruising all over. When they removed it, all over. Dr. Coyne described that the blunt force trauma that was inflicted upon Miss Melton was so significant that the force that was directed towards the outside of Miss Melton went to the inside. all the forces went inward to her body. And what did you hear? You heard about contusions to her lungs. You heard about her liver. You heard about her bladder. You heard about her colon. You heard about her brain swelling, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the brain swelling? The doctor specifically said that didn't happen after the strangulation. That happened before. And that's all prior to the strangulation itself. That's before he puts his hands around the throat, applies pressure to the point where her life leaves her body. High degree of pain with utter indifference. Beat her, strangled her. He didn't care whether she lived or died. That is utter indifference. We get to Diane Ruiz, right? What do we know from her? Fracture of the nasal bone. Bruising on both sides of her body. We know about bruising to the back of her forearm, the back of her left hand, the broken finger. We know about, contusions on her upper back. We know about the hyoid bone broken. We know about the tracheal cartilage also being injured. We know about the multiple rib fractures, not only in the front, but also in the back from significant compression. And then we learn about the hemorrhage to the back of her neck, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we learned that the struggle was so intense that Dr. Coyne said, when we looked at the autopsies of both women from the internal and the external examination, he learned, and now you, that their struggle for the last moments of their life was intense. And we know that he showed utter indifference. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to be putting on evidence today with regards to cold, calculated, and premeditated. We will not be presenting you with any further evidence of any heinous, atrocious, and cruel, because quite candidly, the evidence is already before you and is in a matter of the record. Now, the court is also going to give you an instruction that says you're going to hear about the defendant was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. Ladies and gentlemen, this too is inherent in your verdict and has been proven by the evidence because of the contemporaneous convictions for first-degree murder involving both Miss Diane Ruiz and Miss Christine Melton. When you found for one, you also found for the other and vice versa. Let me explain. He was contemporaneously convicted of a capital felony. Capital felony is first-degree murder.
I don't know. He looks way too comfortable.
Murder, not once, but twice.
Like, he does not care.
That portion of it. Or it's a felony involving the use
Looks like he's being cocky
to the person. First-degree murder, ladies and gentlemen, is a felony involving the use of violence, threat of violence to a person. So as you can see, you've already found that as well. The one you're going to hear about today is that capital felony was committed while a person previously convicted of a felony or under a sentence of imprisonment or on community control or on felony probation. You're going to learn that the defendant was on probation for a felony out of Palm Beach. He was sentenced on September 18th, 2019, just 2.5 weeks prior to these murders. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear victim impact. You're going to hear that it's not evidence of aggravating factors. Okay, what it does show is it does show the uniqueness of Ms. Melton and Ms. Ruiz and the resultant loss that their death caused the community. Now, the judge is going to instruct you in this trial about the process that you'll have to undergo. Okay, and process you have to undergo to determine your sentence is that there's no mathematical equation, ladies and gentlemen, okay, that you have to understand. It's just a weighing process. It's where you get to determine the weight, the substance of the aggravation, and you get to compare it with the mitigation. During the course of this case, you may have been thinking, you know what, I'd like to know a little bit more about Mr. Wilson. And what we expect you'll hear is that you'll hear from some doctors, and we expect that the defense will put on and tell you that the defendant has some mental health issues. And we expect that they'll blame some of his history, and they'll be offering this to you. We expect as mitigation for the murders of Miss Christine Melton and Miss Diana Ruiz. Now, the law that you will hear and that you heard during jury selection, and that you're going to hear again after, you're going to be instructed that this doesn't compel you, okay, or require you to determine that the defendant be sentenced to death. It does neither of those things, okay? The question before you, ladies and gentlemen, is whether the aggravation, once fully proven, is whether it's sufficient to warrant the death penalty. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the state of Florida, I submit to you, it is. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Thank you. Good morning. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to you since jury selection, so I've looked forward to this. I'm sorry, Judge. I'll take it up with him when I get back to Charlotte County. Thank you. This is an opening statement. I want to caution you on one thing. Anything
Was that his phone?
the state says, anything that I say in either opening or closing isn't evidence. We're going to have remarks to you. We're going to have a lot more remarks to you in closing arguments, because that's what it is. It's argument. But please, we're not trying to deceive you or mislead you or anything. We're sitting here listening to the witnesses. We're taking notes, and you know, maybe we heard it different than what you heard it. There are some remarks that Mr. Gardner just made to you. with regard to evidence that came to your attention. I dispute some of those, but we're going to argue those later in this particular proceeding. You use your recollection. You've been taking notes. You get to take notes again during this part of the proceeding. You get to rely on other jurors' recollection of the facts and circumstances as they were presented to you that resulted in the conviction of Mr. Wilson, and you rely on those. Don't rely on the state or I to be 100% factually accurate in all of our representations to you. On behalf of myself, Mr. Hollander, Ms. Perez,
That's funny.
or particularly Mr. Wilson, we want to extend our appreciation. What we're going to be asking of you is probably going to be one of the most difficult decisions you'll ever have to make during your lifetime. We know that. We appreciate it. You might be a little bit, confused wouldn't be the right word, because as you sit here, you know there's only two possible penalties. One is life in prison, which means Mr. Wilson would go to prison for the rest of his life. Mr. Wilson will die in prison, or the death penalty, in which case Mr. Wilson will die in prison. The state has told you that they're going to primarily rely on evidence that's already come to your attention. Well, we're going to do that too when we're arguing against the aggravating factors. I'll tell you right from the start.
I don't see the difficult decision here. I'm sorry. Not sorry. I don't see the difficult decision.
I'm not going to argue against it. The fact that there were two homicides that were committed contemporaneously, that's one of their aggravating factors. To argue against that would be ludicrous, and I wouldn't want to try and mislead you. The other one is the fact that Mr. Wilson was on probation at the time that this offense was committed. The beauty of this particular law is that you get to determine what weight you're going to give to these aggravating factors versus the mitigating circumstances. Obviously, we dispute the cold, calculated, and premeditated. The judge has already read the instruction to you. I'm not going to read the instruction in its entirety because this isn't that part of the trial. But please keep in mind as you're contemplating these things that it requires a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection. This isn't just a spur of the moment type of thing.
He don't give a crap. Look at his eyes. He's like
into somebody's head and they act upon it. It requires a substantial premeditation. We'll get into the argument on that later.
He don't care. He looks like he probably opened that letter and was like
heinous, atrocious, and cruel. That isn't the jury instruction. The jury instruction is especially heinous, and atrocious, and cruel. And the judge has already given you instructions on what heinous, atrocious, and cruel means and given you examples in the instruction. But the judge doesn't give you and is not going to give you an instruction on especially what makes this particular offense worthy of even your consideration of the death penalty. Why is this that one case that stands out? And you're going to have to make that decision. And that's the big decision with regard to that aggravating factor. Now, you're going to hear some mitigating circumstances. And we've already talked about this. We talked about it in jury selection. The reason they're called circumstances and not factors is because they don't have to be proven beyond every reasonable doubt. They only have to be proven to you by a greater weight of the evidence. A little bit more than not, as we talked about in jury selection.
What?
Among the mitigating circumstances, Mr. Gardner even alluded to it. You can take all kinds of things in Mr. Wilson's life and treat them as mitigating circumstance. The few things that you've heard about him from the record seem horrendous. But if you go back and you recall the testimony of witnesses, and this evidence has already been shown to you, when the witnesses were questioned about what Mr. Wilson was like when he's not on drugs, he's charming, he's polite, he's cool. I didn't know they still use that phrase. He's in a good mood. He's friendly. He's outgoing. These are all mitigating circumstances that you can take into consideration when you're weighing them against aggravating factors. The other type of mitigating circumstance that you can use is mental illness. Now, we have two doctors that are going to testify before you here shortly. Dr. Hyman Eisenstein, who's seated over there, he is a neuropsychologist. He will tell you what a neuropsychologist is. He'll tell you what his education is. He'll tell you what his experience
He's also
is.
colorblind, Gwen.
He'll tell you why he is
I don't
a
know what he's
person
wearing.
that can make judgment decisions and give you his opinion as to somebody's mental status. He will tell you that he met Wade Wilson, went and sat with him on a couple of different occasions. He'll tell you the batteries of tests that he had Mr. Wilson perform. He'll tell you, well, he'll describe what the tests are and what they're designed to do. He'll tell you how Mr. Wilson did on each of these tests. And then he'll tell you what his conclusion is. I'm not going to tell you, but I expect you to sit and listen. And I apologize in advance. Some of it may not be exciting stuff like some of the things that you've heard. It may be closer to that testimony like DNA evidence, but I know that you're going to pay attention because this portion of the trial is critical. It's critical to you and it's critical to Mr. Wilson. Then we're going to have Dr. Mark Mills testify. Dr. Mills is a psychiatrist. He met with Mr. Wilson on a couple of occasions. They didn't get to perform any of the tests that Dr. Mills wanted Mr. Wilson to perform. But he, like Dr. Eisenstein, did a lot of background research, contacted relatives of the defendant, that went over the discovery, went over numerous records from other sources. And he will tell you what his opinion is with regard to Mr. Wilson's mental status and why. Now, we anticipate that the state is going to provide another doctor, Dr. Herkov, who likewise is going to get up there and tell you that he met with Mr. Wilson and he has reviewed documents prepared by my two doctors, and he'll tell you what his conclusion is. And then you're just going to have to decide which one of the doctors you're going to give the greater weight to as far as formulating your opinion. But I want you to be able to sit and write this down when you hear from these doctors, the different terms that they're going to use. We anticipate they're going to use terms like schizophrenic and bipolar, hallucination, adjustment disorders, suicidal, paranoia, delusional. They're going to tell you what those things mean. Then you're going to have to figure out whether or not Mr. Wilson's mental status rises to the level of your consideration to allow him to live. We're going to try and display to you what the thought process
that he's too
were
retarded
we're going through Mr. Wilson's head
to kill.
when these
Are you
events occurred,
serious?
why they were exacerbated by the consumption of controlled substances. This isn't an excuse for what happened. You've already decided that he killed these two women. We're not trying to excuse his conduct. We're trying to explain to you why somebody who's charming, polite, and cool would have done this.
Sure.
And it was something other than taking drugs that made it beyond Mr. Wilson's control. We believe that after you've, and there's a letter you're going to have an opportunity to read, a letter that was drafted by Mr. Wilson's sister that was provided to both of our expert witnesses, that they took that into consideration. They had a chance to talk to his sister. They had a chance to talk to his mom and dad. They got background information that I don't know that Dr. Herkov has, but nevertheless, they have it. And along with the other documents that they've reviewed, they'll tell you how they took that information into consideration. We believe that after you have entertained our mitigating circumstances, you will go back there, you'll do what you need to, have discussions amongst yourself. You'll figure out what facts are really facts and which recitation and closing argument is a variation of the facts. We believe that you will come back. You will return the only recommendation that you can once you finish that weighing process.
That's so
And that
gross.
would be the recommendation of life in prison where Mr. Wilson will die. Thank you.
Okay, well, if he's so mentally ill, he should be in a hospital, but he is not.
Stay.
I call Ms. Lisa Lansky.
You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear at law affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
All right, take the stand.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Lisa Lansky,
And Ms. Lansky, where do you work?
the Cape Coral Police Department.
And what do you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a forensics specialist. I mostly do latent print examination.
And how long have you been a forensic specialist?
24 years,
How long have you been doing latent print examinations?
about the same time, 24 years.
What training have you received as it relates to latent print examinations?
Well, I've got a number of continuing education credits in latent print examination topics, and I am certified as a latent print examiner by the International Association for Identification.
Actually, how many latent print type of comparisons have you conducted over your time with the Cape Coral Police?
Wow, I don't know if I could even estimate that. Thousands upon thousands.
But have you ever had occasion to testify regarding the identification of persons based upon fingerprint comparisons?
Yes,
Tell us approximately how many times there?
maybe 30.
Now, did you have an opportunity to review any prints in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the
I
record
mean, I
show
wouldn't think so. They're in Florida. I
I
feel like we're going back through the trial again.
You may.
Lansky, I'm handing was produced and marked as state's exhibit number PP1 and PP2. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what exactly is state's exhibit PP1?
PP1 are the in-court rolled prints of Wade Stephen Wilson taken regarding case number 19 CF 0000568 on June 12th, 2024.
And do you also recognize state's exhibit number PP2?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a copy of in-court rolled prints of Wade Stephen Wilson taken regarding case 502019 CF 0000466 AXXXMB on I don't know what the copy, the certification is June 3rd, 2021.
But that's a certified copy of the actual judgment sentence itself.
Yes.
And it also contains a order of probation that's attached to it.
Yes. Yes.
And that is a court certified record. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
And Ms. Lansky, this also reflects that this judgment sentence was done and ordered in open court on the 18th of September of 2019.
Yes.
And this would have been in Palm Beach County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state number 1 and 2 evidence at this time is self-authenticating certified records.
You
No
object.
objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Now, Ms. Lansky, directing your attention into State's Exhibit number PP1. That is the court certified copy of Mr. Wilson's prints that was taken probably a week and a half ago. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are you looking for in that particular document?
I use this to compare to the set of prints on the other exhibit. And we examine the friction ridge skin information, the impressions of the fingerprints.
Exactly are impression ridge examinations.
Well, the palms of the hand and the soles of the feet have friction ridge skin. And this skin forms patterns where the ridges end, divide into two, have activity. I'm sorry.
We'll stipulate that Mr. Wilson was lawfully placed on probation prior to and was on probation at the time of the events that resulted in his conviction in this case.
Okay. Go ahead.
State will accept that stipulation at this time, Judge.
Okay.
And just one quick question, Ms. Lansky, when you compare the certified prints with the prints on the certified judgment and sentence, you made what conclusion?
That they had the same source, that they came from the same person.
That would have been Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Is that submitted for evidence?
Yes, Judge. We move those into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, and I have no questions of this witness. Thank you, ma'am.
It'll be admitted and you can step down.
Permission to retrieve the evidence, Judge?
Yes, sir.
The state calls Samantha.
Okay, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
He did shave off the side of his head.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You could just speak up so the
Good
jurors
morning.
can hear
Good
you.
morning.
Please state your name.
My name's Samantha.
And Samantha, do you have someone standing next to you in court?
Yes, this is my husband.
How did you know Christine Melton?
She was my best friend and my cousin.
Now, did you prepare a statement about what Christine meant to you and your family?
Yes.
And before you read that statement, I want to direct your attention to the screen. Did you send some photos to the state that you would like the jury to be able to view?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Stipulated to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that correct? The defense? Hold on. Yes.
Because I thought something was different, but I couldn't tell. But he didn't shave. He shaved. Yeah. See, and then he turned his head earlier, and I could see it. I'm like pointing at the screen, like you can see what I.
No objections?
Mouse, sorry, he turned his head.
Is there
See,
an exhibit number for these or anything?
you can see it right
Yes, Your
there.
Honor, It'll be PowerPoint States Exhibit 4.
Okay. No objection to that PowerPoint then being admitted into evidence and published?
That's correct.
All right.
Judge, if we could get the veil to the top of the screen. Thank you.
Okay, and Samantha, who is this a photograph of?
That's Christine Melton
Okay.
and my daughter wearing outfits that they got for Christmas to match.
And what did the shirt say?
Do good.
Samantha, would you please read the statement that you prepared to the jurors?
Yes. Christine Melton was my best friend and my cousin until October 7th, 2019. It is my task to describe this beautiful human and to somehow capture Christine in a way that 12 strangers and 2 alternates can understand, using only my words. And I will do so sitting no more than 20 feet from the convicted, who beat Christine, murdered Christine, and threw her away like garbage. I hope you understand this is not the ideal scenario to be sharing personal stories, although you would have loved them. There are no words to describe the absolutely lovely Christine Ann Melton, but I will try. She was precious, not just to me, to everyone who knew her. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a niece, and a cousin. She was loved, and her life had value. Christine was remarkably funny, had a quick wit, and an entirely unique personality. If you were with her, you laughed. We laughed every single day. When you were with her, you felt safe and understood, never judged. She was a relief to your soul just to sit next to her. She had a way about her. Children loved her because Christine was good and they could feel it. She wasn't an aunt. She was the aunt. Christine was the godmother of my son, and it was her greatest honor and one that she deserved. Our children miss her in ways I could never articulate, and it is gut-wrenching to see them so destroyed. They were robbed of her. Christine will never experience motherhood, a role she was born to play. Christine was strong, brave, independent, and loyal. She was the friend you wished you had. She was the friend who got more fired up about your problems than you did. She was fiercely protective and always on your side, even if you were wrong. Christine loved traveling and exploring the world. She would buy plane tickets and figure out the rest later. She loved camping and concerts and Halloween and a themed party of any kind and celebrating life and accomplishments. Christine adored her mother and loved being with her. They were 2 peas in a pod. They were the same and different in all the most beautiful ways. They lived less than 1 block apart in 2019 when this occurred. Every relationship or friendship she had was special because she was part of it. She was a cheerleader to us all. She loved us unconditionally, completely, and with her entire being until October 7th, 2019. Christine's mother has not been at this trial. Once Christine was murdered, she was never the same. How could she be? Her health declined quickly. She left Florida and is now cared for her son in Maryland. Christine's mother is my godmother. She is special just like Christine. When she left Florida, she made me promise to see this trial through, and I have kept that promise. We all have. We have sat through graphic testimony and heard all of the positively gruesome details of how our girl met our end. And I sit here today and I listen because that's what Christine would have done. She would have sacrificed her sanity to see justice done. And so I have done the same. Losing Christine has been like loving Christine. It's changed the courses of our life forever. The loss of Christine is a wound that will never heal. Never. Losing Christine is like losing the sun. It encompasses you and swallows you whole. Death is difficult, loss is difficult, but losing someone to murder is foul and vicious and soul crushing. With one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy. The prosecution has won this trial, but I assure you, the family, friends, and loved ones of Christine Ann Melton have only lost.
Samantha, now I just want to go through a few of the pictures.
That's my godmother and Christine.
Hi,
At
Jen.
Christmas, they always wore matching aprons. Christine loves Halloween. This
Aw.
is her and some friends as the Golden Girls.
How
Christine
cute.
on the top right.
Here's in the yellow, yes.
Right.
Wow, she looks good right there.
That is my Christine and my son, her godchild.
She was
It
so
hangs
pretty.
in his room so that he remembers what she looks like. That is a group of us. We went to concerts every year for probably 20 years.
The top photograph, is that Stephanie in the background, Stephanie
Yes,
Johnson?
ma'am. Yes.
And then the one right behind Christine Melton, is that your sister?
Yes.
Right?
That's Christine and Monty.
Is
That
Mon-
was her cat, the one who sat next to her crumpled body.
Oh.
And is Monty the fat cat we saw in the crime scene photos?
Yes. It's Christine's family, her brother, her mom, her dad.
Yeah, she was so
That's her on the
pretty.
bottom, blonde and jumping.
Yeah, he was doing something weird with his hands. It was really creepy.
It's Christine on Easter with bunny ears on with another child who loved her and who will never see her again. That's our family. It's me and my sister, Christine, our grandmother, and our aunt. There she is. Look at her. Look at her. You can see it. I know you can.
Thank you, Samantha.
Oh.
Thank you. You can sit.
Like nothing.
Judge State would like to call him Zane Romero.
I can't believe that chick sitting close to him like that. Was she there before? I don't remember her being there during the trial. He must be loving having that blonde sitting next to him. Yeah, she was not there during the trial.
If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
It's like he has no soul.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
I'm Zane Romero.
Do you know, or did you know a young lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, that was my mom.
Oh.
And is there anything that you would like for the jury to consider here today as it relates to this matter?
I wrote a letter.
Oh, he was just a baby.
My name is Zane Romero. I'm a 19-year-old college student going for my bachelor degree in graphic design. I'm Diane Ruiz's youngest child. I was only 14 years old when she passed.
Oh.
Just starting my freshman year of high school, she was so excited to see me grow up. And so proud of what I was growing into. She supported me in all my dreams and only tried to help and uplift me when taking on new risks and challenges. My father unfortunately passed away when I was only 11 years old. My mother was all I had left. I was barely 2 months into my first year of high school when she passed away. I was in marching band, and the week prior, she was telling me how excited she was to go and watch me perform at that weekend's football game. She would have been her first time seeing me perform because that was my first year in that marching band. She never got to see me perform, and I never got the experience of seeing her in the crowd. My mother supported my dreams and only ever wanted me to succeed in life. She always reassured me that my life wasn't going to end if I got a C in math. She always made sure that all the hard work I was putting into my education wasn't going unnoticed. She would always show up with random gifts that helped me and succeeded in my life for what I needed. When I was younger, I originally wanted to be a photographer. My mother went out of her way to find me a professional beginner photographer. She knew I wanted to print my photos, and she bought me a printer with photo paper. I no longer have those dreams, but I still constantly use those items. She was raised in a tough home environment and only ever wanted to give me and my brother nothing like that. She wanted us to grow up in a loving home and for us to be happy. My mother was a single mother who only ever wanted not only for her family but everybody around her to be happy. My mother's life dream was to be able to get married and raise her family. She was so close to getting everything she wanted. I was forced to move states to better accommodate for what I needed for my education. I moved far away from Florida because I grew up everywhere with my mom just to have her be stripped away on a random weekday. I tried my best to avoid going back. She was really excited for my future because she knew I was going to achieve big things, and I refused to disappoint her, even in death, because it helps me push on every day. I would like to share some achievements I've been able to accomplish. I did 3 years of marching band. We achieved superiors in the blue ribbon all throughout high school. My senior year, I achieved my high school's most principal award. Sophomore year, I won my first scholarship based off of my art portfolio. I graduated high school. I got accepted into all the colleges that I applied and also received a full ride scholarship from one. My senior year, I received the John Philip Sousa Award for marching band. I got my driver's license. I received my first car. During COVID, I ran a whole jewelry business for 2 years at 16. I got my first job. I'm getting my first apartment July. I'm a year ahead in my college education, and I have my first internship as a graphic designer. I only listed 13 out of many, both big and small achievements. All 13 of these achievements my mom didn't get the chance to see me accomplish. My mother will never get the chance to see me get married, get to see me graduate college as a first generation graduate, get to see me get my first real job. During college, I was sent to the ER for the first time. I got into my first car accident, and the only person I wanted to call was my mom, or how she went missing. I trusted my gut so much. Everything told me that she was coming home, and I haven't been able to trust her again, or how when I was told she was missing while walking home from my bus stop, or how everybody in my town knew that she was dead before me, or how on my 15th birthday I almost killed myself because I couldn't bear the idea without turning 15 without my mom. I lived 5 years without her, and not a single day has gone by where I haven't been able to not think about her. My mother only had love in her heart, only wanted the best for me, and nothing that happened to her was ever deserved, and she just wanted to live a normal life.
Did you know where your mom was walking to that morning?
Yeah, to work.
And where did your mom work?
The Moose Lodge.
Okay. And how long had your mom been working at the Moose Lodge?
Like 3 years.
And did you know what your mom did for the Moose Lodge?
She was a bartender.
Did she also volunteer at the Moose Lodge?
Yeah.
Did you know whether or not they performed any benefits?
Not any benefits. She would just be there for fun.
And did you know that the Moose Lodge was for the concern of children and for the elderly?
Yes.
And your mom was very active in that particular community, is that right?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see a series of photographs in this particular case?
Yes.
And you're familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen here at the
Have these
right.
been admitted?
We are moving states exhibits PP3, PowerPoint 3 and evidence at this time, Judge. They've
Any
been
objection?
discussed with defense counsel.
All right, to be admitted.
Bless
Looking
him.
at this photograph.
That's me and my mom at the Moose Lodge on Mother's Day. I don't like pictures taken of myself, and that was the only picture I let her take as a Mother's Day gift. That's my grandpa, my mom when she was a kid. That's my mom when she was younger. That's my mom and my brother while they were at Disney. That is my mom working at the Moose. That is my mom. I'm gonna assume at a bar. I don't know where. That was a picture I took of my mom working an event with her at the Moose.
So you're working an event. What do you mean?
It was for something. The camera she got me, she asked me to take pictures, and I just went to go take them. That's my mom and my mom and my brother. I took that picture of my mom and her boyfriend on this trail we went on. And that's my mom at the Moose.
I have no further questions for this. No question.
All right, sir, you can step in.
God, he just is nothing.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break. Let's send you back to the jury room for.
Ugh.
All right.
Let's see, because oh no, we're caught up. Darn it! I was like, we might not be caught up, but because I kept having technical difficulties. It's so sad. So the defense is going to bring up doctors. Oh yeah, I was kind of hoping it was past by these breaks, but I wonder how long it's going to take them to come back with the sentencing. I don't think it's going to take that long. It's going to take them a lot longer to do all of this stuff. So, let me see. I think. There you go. So did y'all hear Sarah Boone wrote a 50-something page letter to the judge? I haven't read all of it. Also, we do have the Alec Baldwin. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Because the testimony's continuing. Apparently from... I'm just trying to see where it's at. Because they were showing more stuff than the... Remember yesterday it froze up on that app he was looking at?
Or the documentation that he provided that this was a different app than the app that he was trying to simulate.
Screenshot or something of the app? Yes, and just to be, I can, I guess, walk.
Hold
the
on,
court.
just a moment. Did you take a screenshot of
Yes,
that?
and I provided that to counsel. If I could just walk the court through what the sort of findings are based on.
I'm not sure what the app is. They keep trying to.
I'm showing what is marked as proposed exhibit 123. This is metadata from the Cellbrite report for the app that was labeled on the phone as Scanner Radio Deluxe. And if you look at the metadata for the app, it includes this name Police Scanner Radio and Fire. Now, going into the screenshots, which are marked as proposed exhibit 124. Again, this is from when Detective Markle opened the phone up pursuant to the search warrant. You see the same icon there, Scanner Radio, and inside the phone, and again, she does not hook this up to Wi-Fi. The phone stays on airplane mode, but this is what happens when you open up the phone. It goes right to this Detroit Police dispatch, and if you were to download that Scanner Radio Deluxe app and put it on your phone, you'd see the same exact platform. Additionally, I'm showing what's been marked as proposed exhibit 133, and this is data from the Apple App Store website for the app entitled Police Scanner Radio and Fire, and part of that shows the version history of the app, and we went through a little bit of this off the record on Thursday, but the current version is 2.2.24. The version operative at the time that the app was downloaded in November of 2023, which is consistent with the metadata from the phone, is 2.214. There's been no significant changes reflected in the version history since that time.
And just for the record, I don't know if Detective Markle's in a position to testify to whether or not this is the same app. Is she an expert in Apple metadata as far as apps go? I'm just like, that's on record. And then we did receive this late last night, about 8:30 in the evening.
And again, we went down this.
I sent Michael a care package.
False representations that were made by the defense on Thursday about the nature of this app.
They're very limited on the kind of care packages to send.
They affirmatively
Pretty crappy
said
choices.
this was an app. And they mentioned that this was some sort of a weather app at the time that it was downloaded, which is false.
Well, even the court was able to make some type of, I guess, observation that these were not the same app title. That was clear. So for him to insinuate that we made some misrepresentation to the court, I mean, that's disingenuous at least.
I'm not finding there was misrepresentation, but they were questioning whether it was the same version. And I suggested opening the phone to find out what version, what app and what version is on the phone. And to verify and to satisfy counsel over their objection and to clarify the objection. And having opened the phone, that is the information. And I think that your objection here at trial certainly shows the importance of the evidence and probable cause that evidence is on the phone is clear. So I feel like there was sufficient probable cause to sign that warrant. You've now gotten a copy of the warrant. You can review that. You want to renew any further objections later, but we're moving forward. You ready for the jury? Ready for the jury? I didn't say anything else.
Leave it with-
Okay, for the jury.
in the world?
Maybe see it. Calling case number 24-000-535, People versus Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos on the docket today for jury trial in progress. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson Delano.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy's co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Jackson.
And I know for the record, Mr. Jackson Bolanos is present, as are 14 of our jurors. Unfortunately, juror number 12 had a death in the family, and so he was no longer able to serve on that jury. So we're down to 14, so I'm very glad we seated 2 extra jurors in this case. And so we're ready to continue. I believe, was it Detective Markle that was on the stand?
Yes, sir.
Step up and swear again, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
They can't lose any more jurors. Hey, Jenny. We're just watching this while on break from the sentencing in Florida.
Sarah Markle.
And you may proceed with your direct examination. I believe the objection from last Thursday has been resolved outside of the jury, and now we're ready to direct examination.
Oh,
And Detective, when we broke, I had asked you some questions about what's been admitted as Exhibit 49. And again, just to reiterate to the jury, what application, what type of application are we looking at here that's reflected on Exhibit 49?
This is a scanner app.
And what was the date reflected that that app was downloaded?
November 3rd, 2023 at 11:57 p.m.
Now, using the Celebrate program, are you familiar with a portion of that program called an application usage log?
Yes.
And what is the application usage log?
The application usage is close to what it sounds like when you're using an app, when an app is open, when it's closed, and just the number of times that you're using that actual app.
Okay, and have you gone into the Celebrate report for the defendant's device to look at the application usage log for the Scanner Radio Deluxe app?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 50. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is Proposed Exhibit 50 the application usage log from that specific app?
It is.
And does that reflect activity from the dates of November 3rd, 2023 until a particular end date?
Yes.
And what is the end date?
End date is November 26th, 2023.
And if you were to go back into the overall Celebrate Physical Analyzer report from the defendant's phone today and pull the application usage log for the Scanner Radio Deluxe app, would you get a document that looks substantially like the one that you're holding in your hand that's marked as Proposed Exhibit 50?
Yes.
I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 50.
no, this is Michael's trial. A juror had a family member pass away, so there's only 14 jurors left on this trial. They can't lose any more.
For instance, line 1 of this particular report, Exhibit 50, what sort of information can we glean from one of these rows of data?
So the identifier shows which app is in use. The start and end time are indicated. If we move over a couple columns to the additional information in going by line 1, you see launch. That would indicate the app was open. And then the last column is the source. So what database or what source within the device was this information extracted from?
And how many rows of data are there in this report?
In this report, 583.
And are they all specific to one particular application?
There.
And which application is that?
The Scanner Radio Deluxe. It's in that first, or well, it would be the second column where it says identifier, net Gordon Edwards .Scanner Radio Deluxe.
And is it fair to say that some of these rows of data, such as rows 1 through 3, contain duplicative information about when the app was launched?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to open up?
Oh,
the defendant's
sorry.
phone, to
With the experts, it's a little bit unusual because they can all be in the courtroom while the other one's testifying. I don't know if you need to tell the jurors that's all right because none of the other witnesses, they had to go out and call the other witnesses if you're.
I wouldn't ask for any kind of instruction or.
I don't. I mean,
That's
are you?
fine.
It's up to you. I mean, if you're asking for an instruction on.
I don't really, I just thought I'd bring it up. I don't
Okay.
know if it crossed the state's mind or not, but that's fine.
Okay. So the rule of sequestration is still invoked, though, correct?
It this time doesn't matter because our experts are able to sit.
Right.
next to them.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Those are the only witnesses.
Those are the only witnesses that are left. Okay. And then you can be seated. Go ahead. I'm sorry. So what scheduling wise, two things. One, I need to have that discussion with Mr. Wilson about whether he wants to testify or not testify. I'll do that in a minute.
What?
And then second of all, how long do you think your presentation will be with your experts? Will we go past the lunch hour, in other words?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Very
What?
well. And then do you think we'll get through one witness prior to lunch and then we can break for lunch and come back and do another, or?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I anticipate.
Okay.
And then they have a doctor.
Certainly.
Dr. Hercott.
Certainly. When do you want to do a charge conference on the final instructions?
When do we want to do that?
I think after our expert testifies.
Okay. All right then. Are we ready then for the defense to begin their presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And state's ready? All right.
Oh, I'm surprised they only had those two victim impact statements. Apparently, Gwen. Jeez. Didn't realize. I mean, if they were victim impact statements, I could get it, but I'm like, what are we doing all this? I mean, I guess. Look at him. He's over there charming her. She's all smiling. You're so tall. I can't believe this. If you didn't have those ugly face tattoos, I mean, maybe if we weren't in here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they just called me in to sit by you for the sentencing part. They thought maybe it would show the jury that you weren't so bad to women. Not such a scary guy after all.
Please be seated. Mr. Shirley, you may proceed.
Thank you. We would call Dr. Eisenstein.
You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I affirm.
I don't know. He's pretty cocky. I'd be curious if he does. He's all leaned into that girl, though.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you all set up?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell us your name.
Dr. Hyman Eisenstein.
Heimer
You said Dr.
Eisenstein.
Eisenstein. What is your profession?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist, PhD.
Do you have a excuse me, a specific area of psychology that is the primary focus of your employment?
I'm a clinical psychologist with a specialty in clinical neuropsychology and forensic neuropsychology.
Would you please tell the jury what neuropsychology is?
Neuropsychology is the study of brain behavior, what the brain is capable of doing, normal, abnormal, the functional, it's the behavioral cognitive assessment of brain functioning.
How does that differ from just regular psychology?
So regular psychology studies abnormal behavior, doesn't specifically study brain functioning. So this really just zeroes in on brain functioning.
Okay. What can you give us a brief background of your education that was required of you to become a neuropsychologist?
So my PhD from the University of Health Sciences, Chicago Medical School. I graduated in 1982. I completed an internship at Fairfield Hills Hospital, which was a large state psychiatric hospital in Newtown, Connecticut. After that, I completed a one-year postdoctoral study at Yale in the West Haven VA, the seizure program that specialized in neuropsychology. I continued to working at Fairfield Hills Hospital. I was on the forensic unit for the next 4 years. That was an all-male forensic unit. We moved to Florida in 1986. I was the head psychologist of the head trauma program at Sunrise Rehabilitation Hospital. After that, I went into private practice. I worked on staff hospitals as a consultant. Several hospitals have closed, but Mount Sinai Hospital has remained open, and I've been on staff for almost 40 years.
Are you licensed by the state of Florida?
Yes, licensed in the state of Florida. And I also have my diplomate from the American Board of Professional Neuropsychology.
All right, educate me. What does that mean?
So diplomate status means that amongst one's colleagues, you're considered to be proficient at the highest level possible. And this is in the area of clinical neuropsychology. Again, the study of brain behavior, and it's an assessment and validation with the highest level in terms of clinical achievement.
Is that a state award or is that a national award?
That's a national award.
And do you have any idea how many people have achieved this level of competence?
I think about 1,500.
Occasionally, are you retained to do examinations and provide opinions in cases such as this?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
I've probably evaluated about 150 individuals on capital cases, maybe a little more.
Okay. Have you also worked in the federal system?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
I've also evaluated individuals in clinical forensic, neuropsychology in the forensic area as well, in the federal area as well.
Okay. Now, you were retained or you were appointed to assist the defense in this case, were you not?
Correct.
And you agreed to work under the rates promulgated by the JAC, a state agency, is that correct?
That's correct.
So how much are you being paid per hour for the work that you've performed on the case?
$300 an hour.
And that's what the state agrees to pay you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're willing to take that?
Correct.
Do you know about how many hours you've devoted to this particular case?
Well, I've billed so far 31 hours, but additional hours have been spent in this case.
Have you always been retained by the defense in these types of cases?
Yes.
How did you first become involved in this case?
I was first, there was a request for an order by the previous lawyer, Mr. Jaffe. This goes back over a year. and Mr. Jaffe was going to appoint me, but the order was never signed by the judge. At that point, he withdrew, and then new lawyers came on the case. So new orders had to be assigned. So that's when you and your Mr. Hollander got involved in the case.
And Ms. Perez.
And Ms. Perez, correct.
Did you have a chance to go over any materials generated by either a law enforcement agency or another investigative agency to bring you up to speed as to what the allegations were against Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And what did you review, if you recall?
Well, there was the criminal investigation reports, basically interviewing individuals in terms of the background and connection affiliation with this particular case.
Okay. Did you have a chance to ever meet with Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
How many times have you met with Mr. Wilson?
So I met with Mr. Wilson on 3 occasions, June 18th and 19th, for a total of 7 hours.
Okay. Were you able to obtain other background information pertaining to Mr. Wilson, such as jail records or other medical records?
Correct.
And do you know how many pages you had the opportunity to review?
There were hundreds and hundreds of pages from the Department of Correction, mental health, jail records that I reviewed.
Okay. And is there anything that you specifically recall at this time having read that indicated to you that Mr. Wilson may have mental health issues?
The records going back over 10 years were indicative that Mr. Wilson presented with numerous psychiatric, psychological symptomatology. He was on a variety of different psychotropic medications. They tried many medications. He currently is on medication, lithium and Celexa. Both those are psychotropic medications.
What do you mean by psychotropic?
Psychotropic are medications that deal specifically with major mental illness, either psychosis or depression or a combination of both. He's been treated for these conditions for over 10 years, reflective in the records.
Do you recall any specific diagnoses, medical diagnoses?
He's been diagnosed with several different bipolar. He's been diagnosed with depression, anxiety. He's been diagnosed with schizophrenia. He's been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder. There's a variety of different diagnoses that have been offered in the records.
Okay. Did you have a chance to talk to, in enhancing your background information, did you have the opportunity to talk to any other individuals related to Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And who was that?
So I spoke to his mother and father, Mr. Steve and Miss Candy Wilson. And I also spoke to his sister, his oldest sister, Dr. Wendy Wilson.
Okay. As a result of your conversations with these individuals, did you obtain any background information as to Wade Wilson's progression through life?
Yes.
And what information did you obtain that you felt was useful in reaching your ultimate diagnoses?
Mr. Wilson was adopted by Steve and Candy Wilson almost after birth. Both the older sisters, Wendy and Whitney, are the biological daughters of Steve and Candy Wilson. And through a church gathering, they found out that Mr. Wilson's mother, biological mother, was 14 years old. He had mental illness. He had medical issues and was unable to care for Wade Wilson. Shortly thereafter, they adopted him and became part of the family, the unit of the two older sisters and Mr. Wade Wilson, the youngest.
In Mr. Wilson's younger years, were there any, did they express any concerns about his mental health, or was he average?
So throughout his younger years up through puberty, he was functioning fine. He was active in sports. He was part of the family.
He went to church.
He went to church on a regular basis. And for the most,
How was he as a student?
he was a good student.
All right. What happened after puberty?
So they found that there was a dramatic change that occurred in puberty. His mental health changed. His behavior changed. He became reclusive, paranoid, mood swings, very aberrant behavior. He would sometimes think that there are aliens out to get him. Very concerned about
Was he hanging
family,
out with bad people,
parents,
doing drugs?
and he became very disruptive and very, very difficult to manage.
Did he start experimenting with controlled substances?
Yes.
Duh! Ding, 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 ding.
What type of help did the family try and get for Wade Wilson when they first started noticing these behaviors?
So they tried to get mental health treatment. They sought out psychologists. Mr. Wilson was not cooperative and very difficult in terms of trying to get him the help that they sought. And unfortunately, it was only through the police, when his behavior became destructive, that intervention finally occurred.
There's a terminology in our system called the Baker Act, where people are involuntarily placed in a mental health facility. Was that process utilized for Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And how old he was when that occurred?
I think he was about 15 or 16, and he was Baker acted.
Did that term of involuntary placement, did that result in any corrective action of his behaviors?
No.
No, that just pisses him off and makes him do worse.
Do you recall reviewing anything else in order to assist you with your ultimate determination and diagnosis?
I did review a letter from Dr. Wilson.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Let me show you what's been marked as our Exhibit A, just for purposes of identification at this point. You recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that document an accurate reproduction of the letter you received from her?
Correct.
Now, let's get to the testing of Mr. Wilson. You're armed with this information and you go to see Mr. Wilson, and your profession utilizes testing, does it not, in order to assist in diagnosing a mental health issue?
Yes.
All right, let's go through the tests that you asked him to perform. What was the first test you did?
So the first test I gave him was it's called the TOM test of memory malingering.
What's the term malingering?
Malingering is a state where somebody tries to fake, they try to embellish, they try to give responses that are not true responses, not accurate responses, not honest responses. The term that we use is malingering, or faking or lying. So as neuropsychologists, we want to make sure that every test that we're giving the individual's really trying their best.
No, they're just trying to make him
They're
seem
giving
so
their best
pitiful.
performance, their
He's too
optimal
pitiful to be put to death.
So
It'd be
we
so
have
much better if he would
now
just serve life in
utilized several
prison.
different what's called malingering measures
Trying to make him feel
test to
sorry
see
for
whether or
him.
not the individual is really putting forth full effort.
And can you,
Too stupid to die.
Can you excuse me? Can you describe the test itself?
So this is one test. Again, there are several malingering measures that were used. This is called the test, again, of memory malingering. The individual is shown 50 pictures, and then they have to, another set of 50 pictures are shown. One of the
Yeah, but drugs
50
don't make
pictures
you
that
know,
they just saw,
not know the
and an
difference between right and
extraneous
wrong.
picture. And they have to identify the picture that they saw.
Let me interrupt you 1 second. All of the tests that you asked him to perform, are these tests that are accepted industry-wide amongst neuropsychologists?
Correct. These are all standardized tests. There's norms meaning that each test, the number are based on the averages. They're based on if they're above, below average. It's called standard deviation. Again, how much these scores deviate from the mean, the average. So yes, every single test is based on normative data.
Okay, you didn't design any of these tests yourself?
No, I did not.
Okay. I interrupted you and I'm sorry. How did he perform on that first test?
He did perfect. The test was given 50 items. He recalled all 50 items. Again, the 50 items were shown. Again, then after that, 2 items were on the next 50 cards. He chose all 50 correct. And then half hour later, without repeating the 50 items, but with 2 items on the cards, again, his score was perfect, 50. So he got 50, 50, 50, perfect scores.
What did that tell you about how he was trying to do on the tests?
So it was my understanding that that Mr. Wilson was really trying to perform his best. He wanted to show me how well he can do on these tests. And that was certainly, I complimented him. I told him that his performance was very good. He was putting forth full effort. And that's exactly, as a neuropsychologist, one wants to assess that they're honest and they're putting their full effort. And after the battery of tests, then I can make a determination where there's strengths and weaknesses, there's high points, there's low points, and what deficiencies may exist.
Before you started the first test, did you have some concerns as to whether or not he was going to take any tests or how he was going to perform on the malingering tests?
Yes. So knowing a little about of some of his background from Ms. Perez, it was questionable whether or not Mr. Wilson was actually going to be willing to participate. Initially, we met in a room, an open area. There was a desk and chairs, and the officers stated that they have to remain in the room the entire time. 2 officers have to remain in the room the entire time. Mr. Wilson raised issues of confidentiality. One of the issues, certainly with taking any type of psychological, neuropsychological test, is that it's performed in confidence. I agreed with him. I said, "You're right. There's no reason why the officers need to be here." So then Ms. Perez came up with the idea that let's go to the attorney interview room where there was a glass separating Mr. Wilson and myself.
Okay. Now, in order to perform some of these tests, does Mr. Wilson have to actually be able to access the documents that you're referring to?
Yes, he does.
And the new room, was that able to accommodate you?
Yeah, she was a psycho.
Have him have actual contact with these documents?
So fortunately, there was a 2-inch slit at the bottom of the glass that I was able to pass through different items, different material. that he was able to respond or to take in order to participate and fully evaluate his ability to take the various different measures.
But that small gap doesn't necessarily accommodate the materials in every test that you would want him to perform. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you also familiar with Dr. Mark Mills?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Mills had gone in to see him before you?
Yes.
Okay.
To the sentencing
Tell
part.
us about the first test. Talk to me about the next test, please.
So on June 18th, I also performed the Dallas Kaplan Executive Function System, the trail making test 1 through 5. What is noteworthy on this test, and I think this is part of his mental status, how Mr. Wilson, how his mind works. He's very impulsive, he's very fast, and he has accuracy at the beginning, but it very quickly waxes and wanes. So on these tests, which are time.
But is there a term that you attribute to this, like perseveration?
Right. So perseveration.
Perseveration. Thank you.
Right. So that's a test that I'm going to be talking about, which I performed on the second day.
Okay. I'm sorry. You go ahead then.
But what's noteworthy is on these measures, he scored all within the normal limits. These are very short in terms of 1 minute, maybe a little more, but he's able to focus his attention for very short periods of time. And he did well on these tests, but on other tests, even given the same day on fluency, he starts out okay, but he rapidly declines.
What do you mean by fluency?
So the fluency test was 3 different measures that asked him to do either letter fluency or category fluency or switching.
I think the jury might want to hear exactly how the test is performed, because these terms keep coming out and they need to hear physically what you're having him do in order to complete the test.
Okay, so just going back for a second for the trail making test, the first condition was just to cross off the 3s on the sheet, and he did fine. He completed this in 15 seconds, very fast. The second condition was to follow numbers in sequence, and again, he completed this in 30 seconds. Again, his performance was fine. The third was letter sequencing. Again, just the letters in order, and again, he did this in 26 seconds, very rapidly. The third was switching between number letter, which is a complicated task. And he went back and forth through some of the same numbers, but he completed this in 49 seconds. Again, very rapidly. And the third was just going through following the dotted lines. Again, he did rapidly, 18 seconds, he completed the task. So he did quite well on these conditions of very rapid, quick abilities. The next test was letter fluency, where I asked him to tell me as many words he could generate with the letter F. And this is again in 60 seconds. And he got 12 words. With the letter A, he got 13 words.
Look at, he's like, he already knows what words he said.
This task was within the normal limits. The breakdown came on the next, which was category fluency. He did okay in the first 15 seconds, the second 15 seconds, but by the third 15-second segment, he only came up with 1 word, and then his mind went blank. No more responses. And similar with boys' names. He was able to do okay in the first, the second, and even the third, but it tapered off. And by the fourth 15-second segment, again, his mind went blank, and the total score here is in the borderline range.
What do you mean by borderline?
So borderline is a score that is equivalent to an IQ of 70. it's already the lower percentile in terms of one's functioning. So one sees over here that there's some major decline in terms of how his mind is able to process information. And then in the last test, which is category switching, again, the first 15 seconds, he was okay. It diminished the second, the third, and then by the fourth 15 second, again, no response. Again, this is the borderline 75, where again, there's a diminished capacity over time.
Do you think he was malingering on the last test, on both of these categories, and that he did so poorly?
So one may have suspected that that could have been a possibility. However, throughout his performance on the entire battery, it came to a point where he did quite well in the beginning, and then over time, he just couldn't respond, didn't respond, and was not able. So that was a pattern that was throughout the testing. So I do believe that he
was just
tried,
comatose.
and yet somehow his brain is able to go like in a car, he could go like 0 to 70 in a few seconds, but then he couldn't sustain that. He couldn't keep that level up, and then rapidly went back down to 0.
Okay. Did you have him perform any other tests?
That was what I completed on the first day of testing on June 18th.
See, I'm just waiting for him to hop up out of that chair and like attack someone for being like, "Are you calling me stupid?"
On June 19th, the next day, it's Wednesday, last Wednesday, I did another
That's why they're not ready.
Start out with. This was called the word choice.
Just did these tests.
The individual is shown 50 words on a card. Each word is repeated. I say it out loud, and they have to respond whether it is either natural or it's man-made or it's natural. That's the instructions on the test. After the 50 words are presented, then the individual is given a card with 2 words on it. One of the words was the correct and the other was an incorrect word, and they have to correctly identify the word that was stated.
All right, now I'm a little confused. What do you mean by one was a correct word and one was incorrect? Was it spelled incorrectly or was?
No. So, for example, one of the words, let's say, was bird. And then he would respond, is bird natural or is that man-made? So Mr. Wilson said, bird is natural. Let's say another word, lightning. Again, it's on a card. I say lightning, and then he has to say, is it man-made or is it natural? And he would say, it is natural. Another word, just to give an example, game. And he would say, and I would say game, and then he would say that's man-made. So 50 words like that are presented. After the 50 words are presented, then he's given a card. On the card, it has 2 words, crib and bird. And he responded the correct word by saying bird, which was one of the words that I said. And you go through, there's 50 words. His score was 48 out of 50. He made 2 errors, but still that is considered to be in the normal limits. And again, indicative that he's not malingering. He's not looking to say the wrong word. He's not looking to fake and to be disingenuous or try to say the incorrect word.
Okay. Continue with how did he do on that test?
That was fine. That was
the 48 out of 50?
Right, correct.
Okay.
The next test that I gave him was the array complex asterisk figure. He had to copy a figure. The figure is a complicated design.
I could tell the jury what it's comprised of. I mean, is it a log cabin? Is it a deer? What is it?
So this is what the picture looks like. It's a little small, but obviously without the numbers. This picture is given to the individual. They have to copy the picture.
Do they get to copy it while they're looking at it?
That's correct.
Okay.
And this is his copy. So his copy, as you can see the difference between the original and the copy. The copy is right in front of him. This is a copy that has many distortions, what's called graphic distortions. The copy is inaccurate. It reflects what's considered to be a right hemispheric parietal occipital lobe impairment. When you see this type of picture in terms of the inability to copy something to such an extent with such major distortions, it raises issues in terms of the graphic, the motor, the visual, the sensory. There are many, many skills involved, and the picture is just a distortion in many ways of the original. And this is moderately to severely impaired in terms of when it's scored on normative data. Again, there's individual scoring in terms of getting.
Yeah, and how do you score something like that? Is that subjective? Is there an objective standard?
So there's an objective scoring. For example, there's 18 different elements, and for number one, cross upper left corner outside of the rectangle. So there's very specific criteria how you score it. It's either scored 2 points, 1 point,
Sorry, I had to go
half
make
a
fresh
point,
coffee.
or no points. So again, based on his performance, he got 23 out of 36 possible points.
Where does that put him on the scale?
So that was 2.4 standard deviations below the mean.
Okay, now you.
So he's an idiot.
Well, maybe not. Maybe you just need to explain it to me. What's the mean?
So the mean on every test means the average. That means the average would be how many people would score in this particular range, in the average range.
You said he was 2.4 deviations below that?
That's correct.
Okay, so what percentage of the people testing would that put him into?
Well, that would put him very low, the lower percentiles. We can talk about psychometric equivalence. We're trying to just compare to simplify apples to apples. In other words, 100 is the average, each 15 points, and I'll talk about that soon in the IQ.
We don't need fancy stuff here.
Goes one
He's just a
standard
dumb butt.
deviation above and below. And the same thing in any other measure. We talk a standard deviation means that there's a certain percentage of the population is below. 2 standard deviations would be like a 70, which is borderline, and below that is even lower. We're talking about the very low end of the population.
And you said that it indicated to you what could be an issue with what part of his brain?
Well, usually the right brain, which is the nonverbal brain, and that would be considered the occipital parietal lobe. Again, sensory ability, graphic distortions, and this type of performance in of itself, I'll never make any conclusions based on one single test, but it's accumulation of all the tests, all the consideration, the entire profile. But certainly this is a red flag in terms of there's something really deviant about his ability.
I mean, I'm totally positive we can kindergarten style
Now,
this a
you
little
use
bit
the
and just
term
say, look,
deviant.
he was raised by a really
Deviation
awesome
as
family,
not deviant as in evil or something.
and
like
That's
he
correct.
decided to
Yes.
blow that.
And then I gave him a half-hour delay recall.
Oh, let me show you
Which
this
It was missing
amazing
elements.
Picasso drawing.
So was that drawing supposed to have been done based upon the original drawing that you showed him that you just showed the jury?
That's correct.
But
Is that an
had the
evidence?
element of memory in it because he didn't have the original drawing in front of him.
That's correct. Right.
All right. And what were his results in that test?
So it's because one
Extra stupid.
expects that one will not remember over a half hour, there's going to be a memory decline. So it's only it was only 0.75 standard deviations. So it was less than 1 standard deviation. So on a relative norm,
No, he's
This
Oh my gosh.
performance was
You know how they have the pain
better
chart, the 1 through 10 pain
compared to
chart?
the
Maybe we should have like an
original.
idiot chart.
Although it's missing elements, but at least what he did remember wasn't as distorted. So
There's no way he's not
elements
sitting in
here.
that
I mean,
chair,
there's
chair
some
going, if this
distortions,
wasn't to
but
get me
still
off
he
the
was
death
able
penalty right
to
now,
get the
I
main,
would punch that old man
mostly
into
the main
oblivion.
items. I mean, not all. Mostly he didn't.
And
He
my
got only
attorneys
10 out
too.
of the 36 in terms of scoring, and yet again, there's consideration given because
The
there's
day
a
ain't
half
over
hour
yet,
delay.
y'all.
The next was the IQ, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition.
Some of these tests are like a fourth.
Why
or fifth
does he keep?
edition.
What is he doing?
Obviously,
So weird.
as time goes on, do they make modifications to the testing procedures?
Right. So the WACE, the Wechsler, has been modified 4 times already, maybe 5 times, every 10 years or so. And I'm sure they're in the process of redoing the test. The norms are updated. There's new questions.
Yeah, we've dumbed them down.
The test becomes more sophisticated in terms of statistical analysis. So it's an upgrade each 10 years or so in terms of the performance on the test.
I think you've already told us that all the tests you asked him to perform are widely accepted in your field.
Right. So the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale is the gold standard. I can mention that in the jail records, the DOC records, they gave
He's
him
not an idiot.
the Beta, which is
He's
a
an
screen
addict.
device. His IQ came out always around 100, maybe a little low, 98.
He had a good
That
family.
was done a few times. But the
I
Wechsler
mean-
Adult Intelligence Scale is the gold standard for intellectual assessment.
Okay, now it tests several areas, does it not?
Decent family. Who
Correct.
knows how they actually
So
treated him?
the
But
test is divided into several different subtests. His performance is both on the verbal and the performance. There's attention, concentration, processing. It's broken down into, again, different elements, and ultimately there's the full scale is obtained. As I mentioned before, Mr. Wilson did okay in the beginning of every single test, but then as it became more difficult or as it became more complex, he said he couldn't do it. And even though I tried to encourage him, sometimes I was able to encourage him to do more. Sometimes I was not able, and the complexity of the test made it difficult for him to do it, even to try. And that's when he said, I can't do it. So that happened many times throughout this IQ test.
Okay, what were the final scores or results?
So the full scale IQ is 92. 92 is the 30th percentile. It's the lower end of the average range. The average range goes between a score of 90 and 109. So this score is really a composite of 4 different subtests.
Did he express or did he score lower on some sections than others?
Yes. So the highest was verbal comprehension. That was just verbal, which is his strength. And that was a score of 98. That was at the 45th percentile.
That would be the left hemisphere.
That's correct.
Okay.
More or less. On perceptual reasoning, which is the nonverbal, he scored 77, which is in the borderline range, at the 6th percentile, and a 21-point split between the verbal and the perceptual, which is significant. That's statistically significant, a 21-point split, a discrepancy. Working memory was 95, that's average, and processing speed was 108. That was his highest score. That was in the upper end of the average range at the 70th percentile. So a few things. First of all, the fact that he had done so well in processing, which again is quick, fast, repeating digits, forward, backwards. He did very well. And short, very short items, very quick. Mr. Wilson is very good. Gave me his full performance, his best performance. But the discrepancy between the processing speed and perceptual reasoning is 31 points. That's over 2 standard deviations between these 2 scores. And I refer to discrepancies in IQ as cognitive dysregulation. And
What does that mean?
what I mean by that is one expects that IQ, when it's given, both right and left hemispheric skills should be more or less equal. One expects there shouldn't be such discrepancy between different skills. One should be able to do both of them at their best ability. And when there's such discrepancies between different skill levels, one suspects that there may be something that is going on in terms of their brain functioning that could explain why is it that on some areas he's functioning quite well and other areas he's quite poor. So that's what I refer to as cognitive dysregulation. Again, statistically, this is significant in terms of the differences, and these discrepancies are to be noted in terms of the overall analysis as to why this is occurring.
Okay. Did you ask him to perform any other tests?
Yes.
Well, if he was talking to him like he's talking to us right now, it's like watching paint dry. And I could see where his cognitive discrepancies would occur.
So I asked him also to conduct the wide range achievement test, 5th edition.
Ooh,
It's an
5th
achievement
edition.
test. And his scores were basically normal in the average range. Word reading was 104, spelling 100, sentence comprehension was 110. That's all greater than the 12th grade level. So
Pretty good since he hadn't taken the
consistent
first
with
4
the fact that
editions.
He completed high school. He obtained his GED. These scores are all consistent.
Perfect.
Math computation was the lowest, 87. He has difficulty with math, and that was at a grade equivalent of 6.1. And that's consistent with, again, his transcripts.
That is very true.
And records in terms of his math abilities. Now, probably the most significant test in terms of neuropsychological functioning was the Wisconsin card sorting test.
Yeah, explain to the jury what that test is.
What is that test?
The Wisconsin card sorting test is a test of
Is that the blob
executive
test?
functioning.
Oh.
Frontal lobe.
What do you mean by executive function?
So frontal lobe ability, the front part of the brain right here. This is the frontal lobes. If you put your fingers right over here, this covers the whole frontal lobe. The frontal lobes are the executive functioning that we all have in terms of decision making, problem solving, ability to stop and to consider different options, to think. Every one of us needs our frontal lobes on a daily functioning. Very simple example, like you're sitting and you're crossing the street. There's a red light. The red light tells you to stop. The green light tells you to go. So you have to use your frontal lobes to understand and recognize that red means stop, green means go, and to figure out that that is for one's safety, and one should wait until it turns green, whether you're driving or walking. Again, that's a frontal lobe activity, simply to process information, to weigh it, to look at it, and to understand, obviously, the benefits and figuring out that how that can ultimately be beneficial for the individual. That's on a very simple level, but the frontal lobes are needed for every activity that we do in our daily lives.
Okay, and how does this test measure that?
So, so this test, the individual is given a set of cards. They have to match the cards to either the color, the form, or the number. They're not given any instructions to how to do the test, but they simply have to, the examiner, myself, will say either you're right or wrong. They have to first complete 10 cards in a row with the color scheme, followed then by 10 cards in a row with the form.
What do you mean by form?
So it could be a cross, it could be a triangle, it could be a circle. Again, one has to match the card to
Oh my
the same
gracious.
form of the 4 cards that appears. And finally, the number, how many numbers of items are in the particular card, whether it would be, again, circles, there'd be 4 circles or three triangles. Again, one has to follow that pattern. Now, individual is told that they're right if they complete the set. And of course, again, the instructions are not given other than I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. So he got the first 10 right about color. He understood that almost immediately. The next was form.
He's not colorblind.
And what happened is he starts to
That
get
outfit he's wearing
it
is just
correct,
hideous.
but then he's unable to sustain the mental processes to continue with the form. And then he goes back to a incorrect response. And this goes on and on. And that's what's called a perseverative response. Perseverative means that you perseverate on the wrong answer. There's a sequence that is required. The individual has to follow the same pattern in terms of their mind, in terms of their mental abilities to sustain the same answer in order to get it correct. And that's where he has, there's a breakdown in terms of the mental functioning, and that's perseverative errors. He doesn't get 10 correct until almost half the test is completed of the form. So all the time, he keeps on getting wrong answers. And then he gets correct, then he gets wrong. This goes back and forth.
Okay. And now you had color, you had form, and what was the last one?
It was color, form, and number.
Oh, and the number. You've already told us how he was doing on all 3 then.
Right. So the number, he did not get the number correct until almost the end of the test. He got that correct. So we got 3 total categories. But after number, it goes back to color. Mr. Wilson never got that concept. He couldn't figure out that you have to go back to color again. And at the end of the test, he committed 19 perseverative errors. So that was, at the end of the test, it was even worse than at any point of the test. The cumulative perseverative errors of 43 was 7.15 standard deviations below the mean.
And what did that signal you?
So this was profoundly impaired frontal lobe executive functioning skills. Just to give you an idea, the mean is approximately a 7. It's a little below 7. In other words, 7 perseverative errors would be the mean. So his score of 43 was 7 times that number. This is a very aberrant score. This shows how his mental processes, how they break down. They are very impaired. His thinking processes are compromised. Again, information processing, the ability to profit from feedback, the impairment in terms of his ability to see through correct solutions to a problem. This is, again, a neurobehavioral, a cognitive and processes that is so way beyond the norm.
If Mr. Wilson were under the influence of a controlled substance, would you expect the results to be even worse?
Yes.
All right. Did you have him perform any other tests?
So the last test was the Wechsler adult, the Wechsler memory scale, 4th edition. This is a complicated test of memory. Again, it has visual and verbal memory. The test is very challenging, very difficult.
Based upon his prior test results, would you have expected him to do better on the verbal?
Well, maybe, but it's so complicated that even on this part, because there's a memory component here. So the memory component, for example, requires the individual, you read a paragraph, it's about 4 or 5 sentences, and then he has to repeat it. That was fine. He did the first paragraph somewhat okay. But then the second paragraph, again, the second story, the cognitive processes were overloaded. Nothing went in. In order to get something in terms of cognitive processes, you have to first get it in to your mental processes, and then you're able to rehearse it, get feedback, and have an output. There was no input whatsoever here.
And try and, if you can, describe to the jury what Mr. Wilson looked like or how he was acting during this process.
Well, he was very interactive. Again, as I mentioned, it was through a glass, but he stood up on the ledge. He made sure that I heard him. He was very attentive. He really tried his very best.
But I'm more curious about this last test.
Okay, well,
it's like he shut down completely.
Right. So yeah, in terms of that, yes. The first paragraph he was fine. The second paragraph he was totally shut down. No response. The same thing came in terms of asking him to draw pictures. Initially, he was okay. I showed him 5 different pictures, and he was able to do more or less, 4 out of the 5. And came to a half-hour delay recall. He only got 2 out of the 5. And then, as the test progressed, the last one was a very complicated task of paired associates. You give a list of 14 words. You give 1 word, you go through a list of 14 pairs, and then they go through 1 word. Please give me the word that I just said. That's it. He was done. He was shut down, and he said, I can't do anymore. So this
draw a particular conclusion from his total inability to finish that test.
So what I was able to score all falls within the borderline range. Very, very low. This just to show, this is a bell-shaped curve, just to give some idea of what we're talking about. The average is here 100.
That's the median.
That's the median. 70 is the lower percentile, the lower 2 to 3 percentile of the population. So this is where he falls on this particular test. Again, it's indicative where the task becomes more complicated, more complex. That's where there's a breakdown. So the breakdown is in terms of things that is somewhat easier or more manageable in terms of his mental processes, and then where it's more complicated and more sophisticated and certainly requires more cognitive, frontal lobe, executive functioning ability, that's when there's a complete total breakdown.
In doing your research and interviewing Mr. Wilson and others, were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Wilson had sustained any head injuries during his lifetime?
Yes. Mr. Wilson has a whole series of head injuries. Mr. Steve Wilson, the father, reported that at age 10, while playing baseball, he was running to catch a ball and smashed into a metal fence. His front tooth cracked, and he had a lump on his head.
Was it an innie or an outie?
And he was a very good sports player. At age 11, playing football, he caught the ball from a kickoff. He was a safety return. He played many positions, but this time he was a safety return. and he was hit so hard that he was woozy and had a concussion. Then again, that was from his father. He played tackle football for 4 years, and he was hit hard, very hard, many times. He also played basketball. At age 18, he had a motor vehicle accident. He was sitting in the back seat without a seatbelt, and the driver ran into a big tree. Mr. Wilson said, "I remember waking up and it looked like everyone in the car was dead. He suffered a loss of consciousness and his head hurt, but he did not go to the hospital." At age 21, he had another motor vehicle accident. He was sitting in the passenger seat without a seatbelt, and the driver hit a big oak tree. He blanked out for a few minutes and was taken by ambulance to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. He signed out of the hospital AMA against medical advice.
Yeah, because he was on drugs.
This was confirmed by both his father and his sister. His sister called the hospital and found out that they performed a CT scan of the brain and there was no bleeding. The mom reported that at age 20, Mr. Wilson overdosed on drugs and he had a grand mal seizure. An ambulance came and took him to the hospital. Again, the CT was performed and the sister again reported there was no bleeding. The DOC records on 6/3/18 reported that he was jumped by 3 inmates and suffered a loss of consciousness for 1 to 2 minutes. The DOC jail records have what is called a head trauma protocol. They performed this protocol suspecting that he had loss of consciousness, and that is in the jail medical records.
Now, I'm sorry.
I'm just fine. Just one final. The DOC records in December of 2021, Wade complained of chronic migraine headaches, and they performed another CT scan. So this is more recent.
Okay. Obviously, you're a neuropsychologist and not a neurologist, but after you had him perform all the tests, you interviewed all of these individuals, you compiled the information. What was your ultimate conclusion?
So my ultimate conclusion is that Mr. Wilson has neurocognitive brain impairment. Most likely right hemispheric and also frontal lobe involvement. There's enough data to support that his brain is not functioning like a normal, healthy individual. It's supported by the fact that he has multiple head injuries, and this is a synergistic effect. Each one is adds on in more than just a cumulative, but it's in exponentially, it's worse. And throughout his life, he's had multiple head injuries. And brain scans have been performed, although these are just CT scans, nothing more than that. This is also complicated, certainly by his drug usage over his life, as well as psychiatric conditions, which are numerous. And currently he's on medication. He's been on medication for many, many years to quiet his brain, to have his brain functioning, to try to have him at least at a state of ease in terms of his brain functioning, which he recognizes, and certainly the family recognizes, is abnormal.
But the efforts of Mr. Wilson and more particularly his family to correct this have been minimal.
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
afternoon, Dr. Eisenstein. I guess good morning for one more minute. Sir, I want to go through your background for a few minutes before we get into your opinions. You worked in a forensic unit for 4 years directly after completing your internships. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during that time, you were mainly doing forensic.
No,
work,
he literally
physical
just diagnosed
evaluations,
3/4 of
finding of people
the
at
world.
Well, I didn't, this was a treatment unit. So it wasn't questions of competency, but it was more treatment.
Now, after that, you moved down to Sunrise, Florida,
Correct.
and that's where you were employed by a rehabilitation center.
That's correct.
During that time, you actually you were only employed by them for 1 year.
That's correct.
Then after that, you started doing contract work.
Correct.
You mentioned Mount Sinai Hospital, being with them for 40 years, but they don't employ you, correct?
That's correct.
So actually, all your work after you left that 1 year of employment was contract work.
That's correct.
So you would go to maybe a rehabilitation hospital, do an evaluation for them or some work for them, and you bill them by the hour.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you actually conducted an evaluation, and the defense attorney noticed your evaluation and asked you to testify in a capital case.
Correct.
And that was in the late 80s.
Correct.
Now, after you took that first capital case, you then started to take on more of those cases.
Correct.
And that became the bulk of your work.
Correct.
And so now it takes up 99% of your work, capital cases.
Well, no, not 99%. I would say maybe more like 80%.
Okay. What's the other 20% then?
Well, as I mentioned, I do independent medical examinations. I work for insurance companies. I have a small psychotherapy practice. So it's a variety.
In your small psychotherapy practice you have probably 4 patients or 5 patients right now.
That's correct.
Now, you have testified over 150 times in capital cases,
Correct.
and always for the defense.
Correct.
Never once have you been hired by the state of Florida.
I was hired once, but that was after the defense. That's correct. But it's mostly for the defense. Correct.
And in almost every single one of these cases you testify in, you diagnose them with some sort of prefrontal cortex damage or some sort of brain damage, correct?
Correct.
And that's your main diagnosis in this case.
Correct.
Now, you began reviewing this case on June 4th of this year.
Correct.
You billed at the rate of $300 an hour.
Correct.
Now, prior to meeting with the defendant, you actually had gone through $10,000 worth of money. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, didn't you have to actually request an additional $10,000 because you had already billed for $10,000?
Well, that's up until this point.
Okay. So you had billed up until this point for $10,000.
That's correct.
And you needed additional hours.
That's correct.
Now, if I did my math correctly, $10,000 divided by the $300 JAC rate means that you spent 33 hours and needed more hours, correct?
Well, it was 31 hours, and there was also travel time.
Okay. So you did 31 hours. Is that prior to testing?
No, that's including testing.
So 7 hours of testing
Correct.
and 24 hours of review.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So you spent 24 hours reviewing in addition to the testing.
Well, yeah, it's broken down to both the testing, the scoring, the analysis, the review of records.
Okay, well, prior to testing him and doing your work after the testing, you had already billed 31 hours, correct? Or you had 31 hours that you had performed?
Correct.
Okay, so 31 hours leading up to this point where you have to now test and analyze him.
Correct.
Now, you would agree that the review of the materials is important.
Correct.
Background information is important to the work you do.
Correct.
Now, you're not a medical doctor.
Correct.
And you're not a neurologist.
Correct.
So you don't deal with really doing CT scans or analyzing those types of brain scans that a neurologist may do.
That's correct.
Now, would you agree that part of the reason that it's important to review these materials and be familiar with them is to see how they mesh with your testing, to see if there's consistencies between everyday life and the testing you perform?
Correct.
So for instance, if you perform
Hey,
IQ
enjoy.
testing on someone
Hope
and
it's
they
good.
score 65, but you know from their school records that they're an AP honor student getting all A's, that would raise some red flags.
Correct.
Someone who's doing that well in school shouldn't have a 65 IQ.
That's correct.
Now, I want to go through the records you reviewed for this case. You mentioned you reviewed the medical records, which contain the mental health records of the defendant.
Correct.
Now, there are 10 years worth of records that you've reviewed,
Correct.
and no records are from any private psychiatrist or psychologist that outside of the jail setting.
Correct.
And in fact, you talked to the parents and you were unable to obtain any psychological records from them.
Correct.
In fact, it was just a 4-page, very brief synopsis.
Yeah, apparently that's his
of
job, is to make
mental health issues that
defendants
their son had.
seem like they're stupid.
Now, in those jail medical records, you talked about how he's got all these diagnoses. I think you said, I'm not going to get all of the ones you said, but I want to just go through some of them. You said he was diagnosed with depression,
Correct.
anxiety,
Correct.
schizophrenia,
Correct.
adjustment disorder,
Correct.
bipolar,
Correct.
schizoid affective.
Correct.
All right, did I get them all?
I believe so.
All right, so let's talk about depression. Would it be likely that someone who's incarcerated, especially for first-degree murders, may feel a little depressed?
Correct.
Is it common that someone who's incarcerated in that type of setting may feel anxious?
Correct.
And as far as schizophrenia, where in the records did you see that he had a diagnosis for schizophrenia?
You're correct. I'm sorry. It was schizoaffective.
Okay, so no diagnosis for schizophrenia.
Correct.
And you would agree that almost everything in the records is self-reporting by the defendant.
Well, it's the self-report and the analysis by the professional staff in the jail.
Okay, what analysis did you see by jail staff listing out symptoms and a basis for a diagnosis?
Again, I'm not sure that there was a listing of symptoms, but certainly there was a diagnosis, and there's been medication that has been throughout the 10 years, a variety of different medications. And medications are not given to every single individual in the jail system. So I think that one can look at the fact that there is medication is indicative of the fact that they acknowledge that there's certain conditions that warrant giving of the medication.
So you reviewed as part of these medical records, when a patient comes into the jail, they go through an intake process.
Correct.
And at that intake process, they're asked if they have any mental health conditions.
Correct.
And at that point, they can say, I have a diagnosis for depression.
They report it, and then the staff, whether it's the staff, if it's the psychiatrist on staff or the other qualified staff in mental health, they make that assessment.
I want to ask you about the DSM-5. Are you familiar with the DSM-5? I think there's a newer version out, maybe the DSM-5 TR.
That's correct.
You're familiar with this?
Yes.
And what is the DSM-5, doctor?
That's the diagnostic manual in terms of different psychiatric conditions and the basis to make a diagnosis.
And it's recognized and used by psychologists all over the world.
And psychiatrists, yes.
Now, in this DSM-5, there are very specific criteria that must be followed and must be present in order to make a diagnosis.
Correct.
And anywhere in the records, did you see a diagnosis in conjunction with the factors needed to make that diagnosis that are stated in the DSM-5?
No.
Now, you also mentioned that you reviewed investigative reports.
Correct.
Now, those were created by an investigator hired for the defense.
Correct.
And actually, in that investigative report, the defendant told the investigator that he was a heavy drug user
Correct.
and that he had a diagnosis of attention deficit disorder.
Correct.
And you would agree attention deficit disorder is affects the prefrontal lobe.
Correct.
You also mentioned that you reviewed his school records.
Correct.
One-page document.
Correct.
It's transcript of his high school years.
Correct.
And so this transcript of his high school years would be after he's having these problems with drugs and allegedly with mental health.
Right. During that time.
Because he started at 13, according
Correct.
to his parents. All right, so let's talk about his school records. You would agree that he got mainly A's, B's, and C's, but consistently struggled with math.
Correct.
And you would agree that in 12th grade, he got a B in math.
Correct.
And he got a couple C's, but the rest A's and B's.
Correct.
Now, doctor, you wouldn't say those are awful scores, correct?
No.
And in fact, did you see what his class rank was?
Yes, it was like that. He was half.
He was 133 out of 260, right?
So he's a little below half.
So close in the middle.
That's correct.
Now, you also indicated that you reviewed a letter from his sister, Dr. Wendy Wilson.
Correct.
She's a radiologist.
She is a pediatric radiologist. Correct.
Okay. And so I assume was a radiologist and then got her subspecialty in pediatrics.
Correct.
Now, she's trained as part of being a radiologist to review x-rays, CT scans, and other types of imaging.
Correct.
And you spoke to her.
Correct.
And you spoke to his adoptive parents,
Correct.
loving people,
Correct.
loving home,
Yes.
close-knit family,
Correct.
did everything they could for him.
Absolutely.
But they're unable to actually give you any details regarding his diagnoses from specific doctors or much detail surrounding his mental health.
Correct.
And they talked about this dramatic change when he was 13, where he became withdrawn, uncooperative, moody.
Correct.
Those also things that you might see with someone who begins using drugs.
Correct.
You also mentioned that he was Baker acted.
Correct.
And in all of the records you reviewed, and in all of your conversations with his family, he was only Baker acted one time.
Correct.
And that one Baker Act was related to his father finding drugs.
Correct.
And when his father found drugs, he called the police. Police came. Defendant ran from police. Subsequently gets Baker acted.
Correct.
And he actually is Baker acted not for multiple days. He's released the next day, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you review the statement made by Joshua Lukic, who called 911 regarding the defendant telling him he had just killed 2 women?
No.
Did you review the 911 call?
No.
So you weren't able to gauge whether the defendant had difficulty remembering the events of October 7th of 2019 when he talked to Joshua Lukic.
I did not review those.
And you weren't able to gauge whether he exhibited any signs of prefrontal lobe damage during that time when he was with Joshua Lukic.
Correct.
Did you review the statement of Stephanie Johnson, who was with the defendant throughout the evening and morning of the murder?
No.
And so you wouldn't know whether he was acting appropriately.
Correct.
And you don't know whether he was acting as someone who might with prefrontal cortex damage.
Correct.
Now, did you review the statement of Melissa Montanez and her interactions with the defendant on October 6th and 7th?
No.
Do you know who she is?
No.
She was the victim of the battery that survived. So you don't know whether he was acting as someone might with prefrontal cortex damage in his interactions with her.
Correct.
And you don't know whether he was exhibiting any signs of memory impairment in his interaction with Melissa Montanez.
Correct.
Now, did you review the witnesses' statements who viewed the battery that he committed on Melissa Montanez, either Shayna Williamson, Don Griffin, Amy Sablazian?
No.
So did you review the statement he made to Timothy McCormick after the defendant murdered Diane and Christine?
No.
Did you watch the video of his interaction with the officer?
No.
Don't you think his interaction with the officer might be important to gauge whether he was having memory issues or exhibiting any type of prefrontal lobe damage at the time?
Correct.
But you didn't watch that.
No, I did not.
Now, you also mentioned in your testimony about your prefrontal lobe helping you determine whether if the light's green, then you know you need to go. If the light's red, you know you need to stop.
Correct.
Correct? So if somebody was getting stopped by a police officer who had just committed 2 murders, they might think, it's time for me to go. Would that be a logical step potentially in someone who has just been caught for murder?
Perhaps.
Would you also agree that someone who is able to back into a parking space, that they would need their prefrontal lobe to be able to make that decision and then be able to do that?
Correct.
Now, did you listen to the defendant's statement where he confessed to the murder?
No.
And you agree that a detailed statement recounting the murders from 3 days prior would be difficult for someone to do who scored in the 2 to 3% range from memory?
Perhaps.
You think it might be important to listen to a statement the defendant made 3 days after the murder to gauge the defendant's cognitive function?
Correct.
But you did not do that.
No.
Now, there were also hundreds of emails that he sent to dozens of women. Did you review any of those?
No.
Would you expect someone who scores in the 2 to 3 percentile from memory to have a difficult time dialoguing with over a dozen women about various things and remembering the day-to-day of what he's talking to them about?
Perhaps.
Let's move on to head trauma. You went through a series of events that you believe are head trauma. You said that when he was 10, he was running to catch a ball and broke his tooth on a metal fence and got a lump on his head.
Correct.
Okay. Is that also could be called a goose egg?
Maybe.
It falls down, hits their head, a little swelling, puts some ice on it, kid runs off to play.
Well, it also could be a hematoma.
Okay, which is swelling
Yes.
with a little blood in.
Yes.
Okay. And they didn't take him to the hospital.
Correct.
Nothing seemed wrong. He was able to walk and able to talk and function.
Correct.
Now, at 11, he caught a football and was hit so hard he got woozy. Okay. Did they take him to the hospital for that?
No.
And again, he's able to walk and talk and eat, and there's no medical concern from getting hit with a football that would cause his parents to take him to get medical care.
Correct.
And you'd expect loving parents to take him for medical care if they had concerns.
Right. Well, I think also the concern for, especially now in terms of football injuries in 2024 is quite different than it was 20 years ago.
So let's talk about that. He wasn't in an NFL,
No.
and he wasn't some big time football player.
Well, he played 4 years tackle football.
But that's not, I mean, he's not 4 years, right?
I'm sorry?
4 years is all that you know of. that he
It's a
played.
long time.
Okay. But again, during those 4 years of football, there's no indication that he's having any kind of head problems or memory problems or cognitive problems that he needs treatment for.
Well, he's hit hard many times. He plays hard. So again, it was a different era, a different time.
Okay, well, I mean, he's 30 years old. This isn't 40 years ago that we're talking about, right?
No, but we're talking 20 years ago.
Okay, so but to my question was, doctor, was he ever taken for any kind of treatment as a result of any injuries he got in those 4 years of playing football?
No.
And you'd agree from the time a kid starts walking, they constantly are falling. Bumps on the playground, sports injuries, that's not uncommon.
Correct.
Now, you also mentioned with his head, regarding his head trauma, he got into 2 accidents. And that's according to the defendant, correct?
Well, both the defendant and subsequent also the father and mother reported.
So let's talk about that first accident.
Mhm.
Doesn't go to the hospital. Not taken to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Second time he goes, he gets a CT scan.
Correct,
So they check out his head to make sure there's no injury, no bleeding.
correct.
And actually, his sister, who's a radiologist and trained to read CT scans, reviewed that CT scan and confirmed there was no damage.
Well, I'm not sure she reviewed it, but she called and they said there was no bleeding.
Okay, so again, normal, no follow-up care.
Correct.
And when he was jumped in jail, there was actually a CT scan performed, and that was normal as well.
Correct.
And in fact, the only thing they gave him was Flonase.
Correct.
You're familiar with Flonase?
I'm not sure.
It's a spray to treat stuffy noses, allergies.
Okay.
Correct? You don't know.
Well, they did a head protocol on him,
All right. And
head trauma protocol.
and again, CT scan was normal.
That's correct.
And the only thing he gave him was Flonase.
Okay.
But you don't know, you're not sure what Flonase is. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what they did at the time, but that's correct.
Okay. Now, at age 20, he actually overdosed and had a normal CT scan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, as far as you're concerned, all the CT scans he's had are normal with no hemorrhaging, meaning no bleeding.
Correct.
So tell me, doctor, in your review of the records of the CT scans and of talking to his family, what history did you find of actual brain damage in the records?
So the fact that a CT scan was performed so many times on him with multiple head injuries, we know that the CT scan is a measure which basically tells you whether or not there's any bones which are fractured and whether or not there's bleeding, but it doesn't go beyond that. And beyond that, there was no test performed. But again, to the extent that there were so many head injuries and there are so many CT scans that were performed over time, as I mentioned, there's certainly a history of synergistic effect of head injuries that Mr. Wilson suffered.
Okay, let's talk about that. I want to break that down a little bit because it's a lot of big talk, but I want to break that down. So you would agree that if somebody goes into the emergency room or emergency department, as it's now called, if they were to go in and say that they bumped their head, you would expect a CT scan would be performed, would you not?
Perhaps.
There are certain protocols that medical doctors would follow when there's a reported injury.
Correct.
And you would agree that when someone gets in a car accident, there would be specific or certain protocol that professionals would follow to determine whether there was any type of injury.
That's correct.
So the fact that he's had multiple CT scans does not mean that he's had multiple brain injuries.
Well, the only reason they would do the CT scan is to follow the protocol of head injuries.
Right.
So he's had multiple head injuries.
Well, let me ask it this way. If somebody goes in and gets an x-ray for a foot that's injured and it's not broken, you wouldn't say that if they had 6 x-rays for their foot that it must mean they have a broken foot, right?
No, but what it would mean is the fact that there's indication that there may be some abnormality, something wrong, and there certainly could be some indication of residual problems.
But you haven't seen any evidence of issues with any of his CT scans.
That's correct.
So you're making an assumption that because he's had numerous CT scans, he must therefore have some type of brain injury because of these various falls or injuries.
Well, I'm just saying that the CT scans were performed because of suspected brain injury. The fact is that there's a history of multiple brain injuries due to a variety of different circumstances, and that is something that one certainly would make a consideration in terms of what their brain functioning may be.
Okay, so you're using the term brain injuries, but the CT scans don't support any brain injuries from what you've seen.
Again, there's no fracture and there's no bleeding, but that doesn't mean there's no brain injury.
Okay, but my question is, again, none of these records actually show a brain injury. There could be, but they don't show it.
Well, the test is as sophisticated as what it can do.
Okay, but according to the test that you are able to review, there's no.
Objection.
It's not answer the question.
Okay. You can ask your question.
The question again, doctor, is these CT scans, there's no evidence that you've seen of the brain, of any brain injury.
They were normal. That's correct.
So some falls in sports, 2 car accidents led you to the conclusion he suffers from synergistic head trauma.
That's correct.
And you believe that this head trauma plays a significant part in his brain impairment.
That's correct.
And again, you found no records of any evidence of brain impairment.
Objection repetitive.
Sustained.
All right, now I want to go through his demeanor when you're testing him. Do you see any signs of paranoia?
No.
Any signs of delusions?
No.
Any signs of hallucinations?
No.
Was it psychotic?
I'm sorry?
He wasn't psychotic.
That's correct.
No psychotic symptoms that affected your testing.
That's correct.
In fact, you had a discussion about his mental health.
Correct.
And he told you that he had struggled with mental health his whole life.
Correct.
Did he tell you he had struggled with behavioral issues?
Correct.
Did he tell you he'd been kicked out of school for selling drugs?
Correct.
He told you he was diagnosed with bipolar.
Correct.
He told you he had depression and mania,
Correct.
but he was unable to give you any specific examples of mania.
Correct.
And again, with the DSM, there are very specific requirements to be diagnosed as being in a manic state.
Correct.
And he didn't give you any specific examples of a depressive or disorder.
Correct.
And in fact, you didn't ask him any details.
That's correct.
You just took again what he was telling you.
And the records, correct.
And your job is to test his brain and his cognitive functioning.
Correct.
He also told you his mind wasn't working well.
Correct.
You didn't ask him to clarify what that meant.
Well, I mean, he said that he has difficulty thinking, difficult with clear thinking, thought processes.
And that could potentially be from the medication he's on.
Well, it's possible, correct.
You took pretty much everything he told you at face value because your job was to be there for testing.
Right, and it's corroborated by the records.
Now let's talk about the testing you conducted.
Why do we have
you
doctors
would
if we can just
agree that there were
self-diagnose
some
ourselves?
tests where he got tired and gave up.
Correct.
So while you may not say he's malingering, that affected his scores on those tests because he got tired and gave up. He wasn't able to complete the test.
Well, I wouldn't use the word tired, but I would use that he was unable to complete those tests.
So him being unable to finish the test or shutting down or deciding to finish the test, that counts against him.
Correct.
You tested for memory issues and you indicated he's in the second percentile.
Correct.
So out of 100 people, he's the second worst.
Correct.
How would you expect someone to function in their lives with this kind of memory impairment?
It's difficult.
You would expect that people might observe these things and it might be noticed by others.
Maybe.
Where in the jail records did you find issues of him not remembering things?
Not noted.
In fact, there's places in the jail records that indicate his memory's intact.
Correct.
His parents never reported memory issues.
Again, my testing was very specific. There's various different components of memory. Some of them are actually average, above average, and others that are quite impaired. So again, there's a breakdown of different tasks, different activities.
Sure, but his parents never reported memory issues.
Correct.
You also tested for working memory.
Correct.
And that involves, again, the prefrontal lobe
Correct.
cortex. And you found that on this frontal lobe executive functioning, no tests were normal.
Well, again, on complex behavior, that's where there was the greatest breakdown.
Okay, but you, if I recall, you stated in your deposition that every single one of these frontal lobe executive functioning tests were abnormal.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Just a couple of questions.
All right.
Did you ask Mr. Wilson's parents for any records or anything that they may have?
Yes, I did.
And did they tell you that, as a matter of fact, their home had burnt to the ground by fire and took everything with it?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
Did they tell you that?
Yes, they did.
So they don't have any records, not through any fault of their own, but they may have had some records at some point in time.
That's correct.
Now, his sister is a doctor. She's a pediatric radiologist.
Correct.
Do you know if she ever tried to help Wade by ordering any PET scans or MRIs or any more complex testing to determine whether or not he had any brain injury?
She did not.
In interviewing his sister and his parents, did you make a determination that at some point in time they had a very close and loving family?
Yes.
But that started to break down at some point, somewhere around 16?
Correct.
Now, the prosecutor asked you questions about whether or not his conduct was appropriate, Mr. Wilson's conduct was appropriate in making a judgment to back into a parking spot or to leave when a law enforcement officer showed up. Would you agree with me that his conduct certainly wasn't appropriate when he killed two women and beat another one?
Correct.
At some point in time, I think in your testimony, you mentioned that you were informed that the biological mother had mental health issues.
Correct.
Did anybody get into the nature and extent of those issues?
The Candy Wilson mentioned that she was doing drugs while pregnant. And
With
that,
Wade?
yes. Yes.
But you didn't have a chance to talk to the biological mother, did you?
Yeah, they don't know that
So
for
you
a
don't know
fact.
how
She was
severe
13.
her, mental health issues were.
That's correct.
Is it possible that her mental health issues could have been passed on to her child?
Absolutely.
Now, the prosecutor also asked you if you had had a chance to see, read or hear any of Mr. Wilson's statement to law enforcement, and you told her you had not.
That's correct.
So you don't know whether or not he was telling the truth or lying, and it had played no part in your determination that he may have brain trauma.
That's correct.
It wouldn't be relevant in your consideration, would it?
No, my evaluation was independent.
So you wouldn't need input from all these other sources to make that evaluation.
That's correct.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Okay, we're
So,
gonna
ladies and gentlemen,
break for lunch.
it is
We can catch up on.
12:30. It's a good time to break for lunch. Wait for him to step down and then
Break for lunch. And what time will you be back?
All right. So we're going to break for lunch. It's about 12:35, according to that clock. So what I would do is have you come back here at 1:45, give you a little extra time to get in and get something to eat and get back. just remember my earlier instructions. Don't discuss anything, even among yourselves or with anyone else about this case. Don't do any research, look up anything, watch any local news, reading local newspapers. With that instruction in mind, you are excused, follow the bailiff, and you're excused for lunch to 1:45.
All right.
All right, please be seated. So how many more witnesses do you have? 17.
17?
Okay.
I just couldn't wait to see the look on your face.
That's okay. I can adapt.
Hey, Butterfly.
And then I have to have a discussion with Mr. Wilson as well on whether or not he wishes to testify or not. Just think about that over the lunch period, and we'll have that discussion when we come back. Make sure you talk to your attorneys about that. But again, they can't tell you you can or can't. They can give you advice, but ultimately it's your decision.
Okay.
Right, with that will be.
One thing, we did decide that we're not going to object to the photos being introduced, so I don't know if that'll change his decision about testifying or not.
So which photos you're talking about or exhibits?
I believe they're of his childhood.
Okay. Just make sure they're marked and identified as with numbers.
We're about to catch up on the Samantha Woll trial while they're on this lunch break.
Marked by the clerk. And those can be admitted by stipulation. Anything else? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. She is like super comfy around him. What the heck?
They don't delineate between the two separate counts of first-degree murder. I don't know if that's by design or I know the verdict form does, but I didn't know in the instructions if it was required to address the individual counts. Okay.
Okay, great.
I don't know if you had any thoughts.
I was wondering that too, and the quandary of what if there's different recommendations for each count.
Okay. And I know there is an instruction under a guilt phase regarding single defendant, multiple counts that has some language in there, but it's not in the standard that I saw, and it's not.
I think they're trying to decide if they're going to give him death penalty on both counts or okay, this is the leftovers. They came back to court today for Samantha Woll. So this is the leftover that we missed on Thursday where they we're looking at that app, looking at the police scanner app. Because if they do life, then they can do back-to-back, consecutive life sentences. That's how they do it. So it's weird. I know, but he has 2 counts of murder. So they can decide which crime was more worthy of death than the other, if that makes any sense. So there's the scanner. Sorry. There's the Scanner Radio app, which, by the way, he didn't download until November 3rd. Write that down. You can't hear this case, Gwen? Yeah, I can hear it. You can't hear it? Hold on, I'll restart it. Okay. Can you hear it now? You still can't hear it? Darn it. Had the worst issue today with sound. Okay, I'm trying a different channel.
Sixth, 2023.
And if you were to go back into the overall Celebrate Physical Analyzer report from the defendant's phone today and pull the application usage log for the Scanner Radio Deluxe.
How about now I change it to a different channel or different?
Like the one that you're holding in your hand that's marked as proposed at 50.
Yes.
I moved to admit proposed at 50.
It was 50 is admitted.
And,
Okay.
Detective, just looking at, for instance, line 1 of this particular report, exhibit 50.
Sorry, Butterfly, I know you've probably already heard this because you were on the other channel. But thanks for
So
joining
the
our channel, The Alternate
identifier
Point of View.
shows which app is in use. The start and end time are indicated. If
Sorry.
we move over a couple columns to the additional information in going by line 1, you see launch. That would indicate the app was open. And then the last column is the source. So what database or what source within the device was this information extracted from?
And how many rows of data are there in this report?
So Butterfly, our
In this
goal is
report,
to
583.
really help Michael. We feel like he's being possibly railroaded, an innocent man on trial.
The Scanner Radio
So I'm
Deluxe,
I'm taking notes.
first-
I'm printing out
or it'd be the
blueprints.
second
I'm
column
getting
where it says
gathering
identifier,
evidence.
Net Gordon Edwards .Scanner Radio Deluxe.
And is it fair to say that some of
And
these
hopefully
rows of
I'm going to
data
get to talk to Brian Brown on this channel. I'll let y'all know.
information about when the app was launched?
I'm waiting to
Yes,
hear
they
from
do.
him.
Um,
I talked to him last week, so fingers crossed he's getting permission from Michael.
did you have an opportunity
So let everybody know in Detroit,
open
that we're working here in Texas and all over the world. Everybody on this channel is really rooting for Michael.
Yes.
Now I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 124. May I approach?
This isn't getting enough
Are these
attention.
Screenshots of the actual device pertaining to this scanner app.
They're photographs of the actual device.
Photographs. Who took those photographs?
I did.
And do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you actually opened up the device?
Yes.
And when you opened up the device, when did you do that?
Friday?
And did you have?
Friday.
You mentioned before you need some kind of authority to go into a device. At this point in time, which sort of authority did you have to go into the device?
I had a search warrant that was given to me on Friday, and I took these photographs on Friday.
Okay, and do those photographs, again, do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you actually looked inside the device?
Yes.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 124.
Subject to counsel's prior objection.
Now, the first page of exhibit 124, what does that show us?
This shows the home screen of the device and the evidence tag next to it. So I photographed both of them together.
And how about the second page of exhibit 124? What does that show us?
This is just the overall apps that are within the recently added category or subsection within the phone.
And what does the lower right-hand corner app reflect?
That is the scanner app.
Okay. And how about the third page? What does that show us?
So this shows us when I click on the actual app on this phone. First, because it's in airplane mode, you're seeing that no network connection. So I have to keep it in airplane mode to preserve the phone and the data. So I cannot take that off. That's why you see the no network connection. At the bottom of the page, you see Detroit Police Dispatch. That would indicate the last radio channel that was being listened to or scanned on that device.
And how were you able to make that determination?
So a few different times during this investigation, I downloaded this same app onto my phone to play different channels or different scanners, close the app, reopen the app to be more familiar with how the actual app works on my device so that I would, when I'm taking pictures, I can explain the steps that were taken and how I came to that.
And when you went into the app on the defendant's phone, did you do anything to cause that Detroit Police Dispatch language to be reflected there, or was that already there when you opened up the app?
That's already there, and I can't change that unless I were to take it out of airplane mode. Airplane mode is blocking the network signal from being able to reach that phone. So in essence, there's no internet or no Wi-Fi connected to that phone to make any changes.
Now, just going back to Exhibit 49 briefly, is there a way to go into the Celebrate report to get more specific metadata associated with the Scanner Radio Deluxe app?
There is.
And did you do that in connection with this case?
I did.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 123. May I approach? And is proposed Exhibit 123 a screenshot of the metadata associated or some of the metadata associated with that Scanner Radio Deluxe app?
It is.
And again, if you were to go into the overall Celebrate report today and look at that same data, could you generate a substantially similar screenshot?
Yes.
I move to admit proposed Exhibit 123.
Again, subject to defense's prior objection, it will be made.
And looking at the metadata on Exhibit 123, do you see where my cursor is, where it says item name?
Yes.
And what is the item name reflected for that?
The item name is Police Scanner Radio and Fire.
Now, did you look into whether this specific app is still available for download?
It is.
And did you familiarize yourself with the sort of Apple Store's specific website for this app?
Yes.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 133. May I approach? Do these images in proposed Exhibit 133 include screenshots from the Apple Store's website specific to this app?
It does, yes.
And what's the name of that specific app that's reflected in those screenshots from the website?
A Police Scanner Radio and Fire.
And have you downloaded that app? Is that the app that you downloaded yourself?
Yes, this is the app I downloaded.
And do you have any reason to believe that is a different app from what you observed on the defendant's phone?
No.
If you were to go back to the App Store website today and take screenshots, would you get something substantially similar to what you're holding as proposed Exhibit 134?
Yes.
I move to admit proposed Exhibit 134.
Subject to defense's prior objection, will be made.
This doesn't tell what he's listening to, or
I'm sorry, 133, Your Honor. 133.
if he's listening to it.
What does that sort of show us?
So this is what's the preview of the app. If you download any app from any store, any app store on your phone, you can, prior to downloading, if you want to read about it or look at a preview of what individual apps offer, what their functions are. This is just the kind of the overall description of the app that can be reviewed and downloaded if chosen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you downloaded this app yourself and utilized the app.
As part of the investigation, yes, I don't regularly listen to any scanner apps.
Okay. And what is, I guess, what is the overall purpose of a scanner app like this one? What kind of information can you get from it?
Any information from police departments, fire departments, public safety. They have a list of different genres that could be potentially downloaded, but I'm sorry, listened to. They're all scanner radio type choices.
And what is, based on your experience, what is like a police scanner?
Police scanner is the police dispatch.
Is it free?
Now, in terms of your examination of the defendant's phone, were you able to get any GPS location data off of that phone from relevant times for purposes of the investigation?
No.
And are you always able to get GPS data off of someone's device?
No, not always.
And what sort of circumstances might impact your ability to obtain GPS data?
Now I have to
So there can be a couple
see for myself.
circumstances. One, the user could have the locations turned off, where you are telling your phone, do not collect GPS locations or location tracking of any kind. There are other circumstances where your locations can be turned on, but you're not allowing full access to your location being tracked. So just for an example, there are options on your phone where if you're using any particular app, you may see a pop-up on your phone that says, this app is requesting to use your location. You can hit allow or don't allow. There's also options where you can check always, while using, or never for that specific app. So the location collection is very much specific to the individual user and their individual settings, what permissions each device is allowed to have.
And but in this particular device, fair to say you didn't have GPS location data from October 21st, 2023.
Correct.
And again, after you completed the forensic extraction of the defendant's phone, you mentioned there's a raw data file that's created.
There is.
Was anything done with that raw data file in this case, specific to the defendant's phone?
Yes, so that raw data file, one is always put on evidence. A copy is put on evidence along with the process report. And in this particular case, the raw files were also turned over to the FBI for their processing and analysis as well.
And what would be the purpose of turning over the same raw data file to the FBI?
They're able to process it. I know that in this case, the FBI has a different program called Axiom that I do not have. So cross-reference, cross-check, have another set of eyes look at it. Different software could potentially yield different or varying results with how each software works. I personally don't have the Axiom program, and I'm not trained in it, so the FBI was there to assist.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I'm sorry, what is this?
This is 133.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
This is so irrelevant.
You had at your disposal a Gray Key and Celebrate in order to do the phone inspections, correct?
Those are two of the programs that I currently use, yes.
Okay. And you also stated that pretty much everything we do is more or less on the phone, correct? Or a lot of things we do.
Well, it would depend on each individual, but if we are using our phones, then yes.
Okay. And you would, in your opinion, state that Celebrate is a pretty accurate software when it comes to phone extraction, correct?
I would.
Now, a question was asked of you on Thursday, whether or not you did a phone analysis on Aaron Pergament, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the question was asked of you of whether or not you found anything out of the ordinary.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess you were somewhat following this case a little bit because you were privy to certain information and knowledgeable about certain information, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't say it was inclusive or complete, but yes, I know the details as much as I can throughout a case, but I'm not part of that team either.
Okay. And in your process of analyzing Mr. Pergament's phone, you were aware that there were text messages between him and Samantha Woll indicating that he, in fact, had a key to her apartment, correct?
No.
You didn't read those text messages on his phone?
Oh, yes, I did. He indicated there was a key, but I don't believe he was specific in what that key was used for.
Okay. You didn't read the text messages when he's indicating that he's going to come over to Samantha's house, and in fact, he had a key to her house. You didn't read that?
He,
Yes or no? Did you read that?
no.
Okay. So how thorough was your analysis of Mr. Pergament's phone?
very thorough because he didn't say I have a key to your house. He said I have a key.
Okay. And you're also aware that there was a search warrant per Mr. Perkins' phone or house, correct?
Search warrants for residents, I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were aware that in that search warrant, there was conversation or language in there where the affiant of that search warrant indicated that they felt that Mr. Perkins was lying and that about having a key to Samantha's house when questioned previously by investigators. You were aware of that, weren't you?
No, I don't know who authored the search warrant or what it said.
Okay. But you indicated that you followed this case enough to know when the first suspect was arrested and released, correct?
I do know when that happened, yes.
Okay. And how do you know when they were released? Did you have a paper in front of you?
Well, the arrest was actually made on my birthday, so that date stood out.
Okay, but I'm asking about the release, when the person was released from custody. How were you made aware of that?
3 days later is when a person is released. So
okay, but how were you made aware? I mean, not what is custom in the practice of detention. How did you personally know that this individual was released the day that they were released?
Either through briefings in the morning with the task force or conversations with members, but a specific conversation, I'm not positive.
Okay, briefly. Remember on Thursday when the prosecutor asked you whether or not you read in the paper that this individual was released and gave you a copy of the Detroit News and you said yes.
Yes.
Remember that? So now you're testifying that you were made aware of this information in a briefing. That's inconsistent with what you said on Thursday.
No, this is a mischaracterization. The questions I asked were specific about when it was publicly reported. It wasn't about cheating.
So when did you become aware of it in the news then?
When did I become aware or
Yes,
when the news became aware?
No, when did you become aware of the person being released from the news?
From the news on the 11th. The news, if I'm understanding correctly, the news report was published on the 11th. I was aware of that story. I was also aware that he had been released the afternoon or evening prior on the 10th.
So you read the Detroit News? You read that very article that was presented to you on Thursday?
I read a lot of articles, so I can't be sure that that was the one, but I believe that was the one to show the date of when it was issued to the media. But all media outlets were covering this.
So is there, so you kept yourself pretty well informed of this case? Would that be a fair statement?
I did the best I could.
Okay. Was there a point in time when you stopped taking interest in following this case?
I don't think it would be fair to say that I stopped taking interest or following that. Would you like me to continue?
You said there wasn't a point in time where you lost interest, so to speak, right?
I wouldn't say that I lost interest, no.
Okay. And you also stated that you did an analysis of Mr. Herbsman's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were unable to find any location data from October 20th, 2023 at 8:15 p.m. until October 21st, 2023 at 7:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were no device location hits, correct?
There were no locations, correct.
Okay. Did that strike you as kind of odd that during the time of this murder that their phone, it just basically goes off the map as far as being able to detect their location?
No.
Okay. And also from October the 20th, 2023 to 10 p.m. until October 21st, 2023, 7 a.m. in the morning, there was no activity sensor data, correct?
Correct. We're still referring to Mr. Herbsman?
Yeah, Herbsman's phone, yes.
Yes, correct.
And that didn't strike you as odd?
No.
Okay. Now, a question was asked of you by the prosecutor about, I guess, what type of scenarios a person's GPS information may not be obtainable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the locations could be turned off, correct?
They could be turned off, yes.
You also indicated that a specific app may be requesting location information that the user is defining, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true on Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone, if we can pull up Exhibit 44, and if we can scroll right under device information where it says location services enabled, true. You see that?
Yes.
Now, isn't it fair to say that that would indicate that Mr. Jackson Bolanos' location, in fact, was turned on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also it says find my iPhone enabled, true. Would also indicate that would indicate that his location services were turned on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, in order for somebody to find their iPhone, the location services has to be enabled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, there was no information on his phone that you testified to that would indicate that he ever declined any particular app from gathering his location, correct?
That wouldn't be determined through the extraction. I would have no way of telling whether it was allowed or not allowed.
So you're saying through your thorough analysis of Cellbrite, there's no way to determine whether or not a user has given permission to a particular app to access their location?
Correct. If
Okay.
If you'd like me to go on or no.
If you said there's no way in your analysis you can find that out, then okay. Now, when the prosecutor asked you about these scenarios, you never indicated, however, that's not the situation in Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone. You never said Mr. Jackson Bolanos' location was enabled. You never said that, did you?
I wasn't asked that.
Okay. Okay.
Have you noticed that all these witnesses are so
we go to the
condescending to him, to the defense attorney? They just act like they're so much better than he is. It's really annoying. I hate the way they just like look down on him. Like it really is frustrating. I don't like that they're not smarter than he is. I mean, I really hate the way they just everything. It just is irritating. He's asking
So I'm trying to find
good
the
questions,
device information for Ms. Wall's phone. I'm not sure which.
and they look irritated.
40. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, if we scroll down to device location, you would agree that it indicates that Ms. Wall's location service was enabled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also you would agree that her Find iPhone was also enabled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to Exhibit 42, this is a timeline. You would agree that this is a timeline of Ms. Wall's phone, correct?
A portion of it, yes.
Portion of it, okay. If you start at line 12 where it says locations, under locations, there is a longitude, latitude coordinates.
Correct.
You would agree? And the reason you're able to extract this location, and particularly this longitude, latitude, is in fact because Ms. Wall had her location enabled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a case where her location was disabled. You would not be able to extract this location information, correct?
Disabled or permissions off.
Okay.
Hey, Kirsten, welcome. So was Jeff's phone off?
Now, if we go from location 12, and we scroll down to
For his phone to have
22,
zero
you
activity
would agree, based upon your analysis, that the longitude
for
latitude
basically 12
information
hours?
is identical.
I need you to put both of them on. These are long numbers, so you got to put them next to each other on the same screen for me to say that.
Okay. For the record, if we can indicate, we can scroll up to 12. You would agree that this says 42.3.
Not too busy for us, though.
For the first one. Okay. If we can scroll down to 22, just to verify that. You would agree that that says 42.337556.
Correct.
You'd agree that those are the same numbers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go back up to 12. The second variable is 83.034753.
Negative 83, but yes, the digits were correct.
Okay. And if we go down to 22, negative 83.034753.
Correct.
You'd agree that those are the same variables for
Correct.
both numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go back up to 12, you would agree that
It looks like it's going to be all day, Kirsten, because the Wade Wilson
103
is still going on as well.
Correct? Okay. And if you go down to 22,
They're on lunch, so we're catching up
you
on
agree that
this.
That is 119:21 and 21 seconds in AM, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So roughly a time difference of 16 minutes, give or take, correct?
Correct.
I sent Michael a care package in jail.
Now, if we go to
I don't know when he'll get it.
line
Hopefully
28,
this week.
you would agree that this 42.337548 is a different variable than the previous variables, correct?
Yes, the last couple digits are different.
Okay. So, okay. So you would agree that, let me ask you a different question. That to you, would this indicate that possible movement of the phone?
It could mean different things.
Could it mean possible movement of the phone?
It could possibly mean that.
Okay. In your analysis, did you ever compute these numbers into some type of, I guess, calculator to see what difference would be from the first variables to this variable?
No.
You didn't do that?
No.
You would agree that if somebody has a phone with GPS enacted, it uses longitude, latitude for a sort of a pinpoint location of where the person is, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that GPS is pretty, I guess, close to the target. It gets within maybe 5 feet or a couple feet, maybe a couple inches at certain times of where the particular device is, correct?
I would agree, yes.
Okay.
GPS is accurate.
And if the device is moved, the device has, in order for GPS to work, there has to be a two-way communication between the device and, I guess, the satellite, for lack of a better term, correct? Whatever's actually tracking the phone. If it's a tower, if it's a satellite, if it's a plane, it's something that's tracking this phone, there has to be a two-way communication between the device and whatever is actually pinpointing its location. You agree to that, right?
Yes, but the question was rather confusing because there's a difference between towers, GPS, and I don't know if a plane is tracking us.
Okay. But for whatever.
Everything's tracking us, chick.
Somebody has a device, correct?
Correct.
GPS on there. In order for that GPS coordinates to be tracked, that phone has to be sending its location to somewhere. Maybe a satellite.
The
It
cloud.
has to be sending it to somewhere, correct?
Yes, the signal from the phone has to be identified by one of the satellites, or typically a combination of, I believe, 3 or 4 satellites to give us that.
Okay.
So the actual satellites could vary. It could change from these couple satellites.
Here's some other ones. You would agree it could change from some particular satellites to other ones. You would agree that the device has to be communicating with at least one satellite, if not more.
Yes, and I want to make sure. So typically, if I'm not mistaken, it's usually more than one that will allow that GPS location. Does that? I'm not sure if that makes sense.
So at least one, if not more.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. And if that particular device is moving, then it has to send new information to at least one satellite, if not more. Correct.
So it's not.
If the device,
No.
if you turn Google Maps on and you want walking directions from here to Ford Field, as you're walking, as you're making your steps, the phone is constantly communicating with the satellite, sending device information, location information, in order for the app to determine how far away you are from your location. Correct.
Correct. If you're getting directions, yes. I thought you were saying that it's only receiving GPS if the phone is moving.
No, my question is, if the phone is in constant contact for location purposes, if that phone moves from its location, this is the phone, if it's standing right here, and I move the phone to over here, it's now in a new location. You would agree to that, right?
Yes.
And in order for the location to be accurate, the device would then have to send new information to the satellite, telling the satellite that the phone has now moved from this location to this location. You would agree to that, right?
No, the phone isn't sending anything to a satellite. This is a location-enabled phone and satellites. These connections, if turned on and allowed, are a constant back and forth. The phone isn't saying, "Hey, I'm getting ready to move now."
Okay, constant back and forth. So
Right.
if it's a communication, constant back and forth, when the phone moves, when it sends it to the device, to the satellite, it's now telling the satellite that the phone moves because they're talking back and forth, correct? You agree to that, right?
That could be one instance. That is not the only possibility.
Okay, but this is the possibility we're talking about as far as the phone moving and then the location being enabled and the location is being accurately recorded of where the phone is at, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's just like, just say yes or
So
no.
you wouldn't know, I guess, if the phone is moved 5 or 10 feet, how many different numbers on this latitude would actually change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked this question about the preliminary exam, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after you were asked this question at the preliminary examination, you never thought it would be pertinent for you to input these numbers to see whether or not this phone moved or how much the phone moved?
No.
Okay. Now, were you ever requested to input these numbers into some type of system to determine the accuracy of where this phone actually was, or whether it moved 5 to 10 feet?
No, not the GPS latitude, longitude.
Okay.
No, I did not do a comparison.
Okay. You were aware that when the police came to search this apartment, her phone was underneath the couch, correct?
I believe so. I don't remember off the top of my head. I know it was on or around the couch area.
Okay. Could that possibly you mean that there was a struggle and somebody lost their phone under the couch and that the phone moved during some type of struggle?
That could have been. I wouldn't know.
Okay. Have you ever seen pictures of the phone where it seemed that there could be possible blood streaks on the phone?
I don't believe I did ever see the scene pictures with the phone.
Okay.
She's the data
Now,
analyst
as
for
far
the
as-
phones.
If we can go to exhibit number 41.
So my boyfriend and I are going to do crime scene reenactments to see
I believe this is the device events from
how many
Samantha Woll's
different
phone. Is that
ways
correct, Detective?
she could have been attacked.
Now, where it states device lock status unlocked, you see that? Okay. You would agree that there's nowhere on this device events that would indicate that the phone actually went into lock mode. You would agree to that, right?
The end time
Okay.
would indicate that.
The phone went into lock mode.
Right.
Now, do you know what type of settings that Samantha had on her phone as far as when the phone would go into lock? Would it be 1 minute? Would it be 30 seconds? Would it be 30 minutes?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. So as part of your analysis, you never went to see how long it would take for her phone to actually go into lock mode?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not her phone was equipped with a fingerprint unlocker?
I don't believe it was.
Unlocker.
Okay, you don't believe.
I don't believe that there was.
And you remember this very question was asked of you at the preliminary examination, correct?
I think so.
You think so, or you?
I think so.
Okay. And after the preliminary examination, after this question was asked of you, you never thought it would be pertinent for you to maybe analyze the phone to see if you could answer that question?
No, once the
Okay.
extraction's done, my evidence in the report is.
Is this done? But once you have additional questions, you could have did another analysis on the phone, couldn't you?
Get another what?
You could have done another analysis on the phone, correct?
I could have. The analysis is the extraction. So I'm reviewing an extraction report from the data extraction from Celebrate or from Grey Key.
Okay, so you have the information. You have the information at your fingertips, correct? As far as after you do the extraction, the phone is there. You have basically a clone of the phone, so to speak, correct? Or a copy of the phone. I'll say that. You agree with
That would, you could say that,
Okay.
but you
Would
look
you
at
say
it.
that?
Right, the extraction is making a copy of all the information in the phone. Now,
Thank you. So you had all the information from the phone, correct?
from all the information that was obtained from the extraction, yes.
Okay, and you could have reanalyzed that information to determine what type of time increments that her phone was set for in order for the phone to go into lock mode, or whether or not it had a fingerprint unlocker on there, correct?
I'm not sure if that is a setting that I would be able to find in the extraction with what the auto lock time is set at. I'm really not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
So that means that you didn't even try. Because if you tried, you would be able to determine whether or not you could find that information, correct?
So no, that's not true. I do try on everything. I do a thorough job to the
Okay,
best of my
that's my
ability.
question.
That is not true.
Okay, but you said you're not sure though. But if you would have tried to answer that
Oh my
question,
goodness
you would have came
gracious
to some
day.
conclusion on whether or not you could even find that
Say
information.
you don't
correct?
go back,
Potentially, but I can't be sure.
but
Okay.
you
But
don't
if you
do
tried
it.
to do it, you would be sure whether or not you could come to that. You can answer that question, right?
Again, potentially,
Okay.
but I can't give a absolute yes or no.
Okay. And you know for a fact that after this question was asked of you at the preliminary examination, you never even attempted to find the answer to that question. You would agree to that though, right?
I don't remember each and every question asked at an exam, but I don't typically go back and review. If an unanswered question is there, I may or may not. But no, I did not in this case. If that was asked.
You said if it was asked?
Yeah, I believe it was asked. And
No,
so
I
yes,
didn't
as
go
long as it
back.
Was asked. I did not go back. No.
This case was closed, so I did not go back.
45, line 21. Okay, and absent the passcode, would there be any other way to unlock that particular type of phone? Answer, this particular phone, I don't know if any biometrics were set up, but this phone would also allow for a fingerprint unlock. But I'm not sure if that was something that had been established on the phone. You would agree that was the conversation?
Correct. That sounds accurate.
Now, as far as the display on or off at various times, such as 4, do you know why the display came on at that time?
Not from this page, no.
Okay. What about, if we scroll down to 24 or 21? Do you know why this display came on at this time?
Not from the information I'm looking at, no.
Okay. Did you ever cross-reference that?
Possibly, but with the voluminous size of these, I can't recite off of memory each cross-reference that is made.
Okay.
Based on what I'm looking at, I'm not able to determine.
Okay. Did you make any notes as far as to why the display came on at all these various times, such as 29? You scroll down to 29. At 1:24 in the AM, the display came on. Did you know why that happened?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you know whether or not any notifications came in around that time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You remember being asked that question at the preliminary examination as to why the display came on at various times or whether or not there were notifications associated with those times? You remember being asked that?
Yes.
Okay. And after the preliminary examination, did you ever do an analysis to figure out or answer that question as to why these displays came on at these times?
No, not specifically.
Don't worry about
Now,
it,
you can scroll down to
Kirsten.
30, which says camera state on. You see that?
Yes.
And it also, it's not an end time to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, it's a back camera. Do you know whether or not from her lock screen, the camera could be accessed or opened directly from her lock screen?
Yes, that's a common feature with iPhones. You can access your camera without unlocking it.
Okay. So do you know whether or not she was trying to maybe unlock the phone to take a picture of somebody and the camera came on? Do you know that?
No, from this line I don't.
Okay. Do you know whether or not if there was a struggle going on at 124 and somebody in a frantic state tried to open their phone and accidentally hit open the camera? Okay. Now, were you able to go through any recently deleted photographs from her phone?
So I did go through photographs.
Were you able to access or determine whether or not there were any recently deleted photographs from her phone?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Did you ever notice that this camera state came on?
Outside of the device events?
Did you notice that in this device event that the camera state was on at 124?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also know that her ADT went into idle mode at 124?
Aww.
Did you know that?
I know that ADT went into some type of idle mode. Beyond details beyond that, I don't memorize times, so I could not quote the exact time.
Not whether or not you memorized it, but did you ever have some documentation in front of you that her ADT system went into idle mode at 124?
I don't understand this idle
I did,
mode
but
thing.
I will not say the exact time because I do not remember exact
So
times.
So I know people have ADT systems or
And were you
alarm
able to access
systems,
to see
and
whether or not
if
you
you're
had any
in the
recently
house, it's
deleted
like
videos for
like
that
you
night
have it
from
set on home or whatever. So if
Again,
you
I
move
did
around, it
review.
doesn't do
Do
anything.
not memorize times. So based on what I'm looking at, that is not a determination that I can make.
So it makes it seem like your alarm
when you
system isn't
saw
going to signal
that this
anything
particular
crazy
camera came
because
on
it knows your
at
home,
124,
right?
and her ADT system went into idle mode at the same time. You never thought that, hey, let me specifically look on this phone to see whether or not there's some recently deleted videos or cameras. I mean, videos or pictures, I'm sorry.
So again, this was all reviewed, but I will not testify to committing these exact times down to a minute to memory. I do not commit this to memory.
So maybe I'm a little confused because I thought you stated that you're unsure whether or not you checked her
Yeah, the
recently
next
deleted
package I'm going to send them is
You
a they
misunderstood
have
that. That's not
they're
what I
very
said.
limited
I
on their
said that
care
the analysis
packages,
was
but I'm
done
going to
as
send them
far
a
as the
legal care
specific
package
time
next.
frame. Being able to recite from memory, it is not realistic of anybody. to be
They
able to do
they don't let you
given the
send
nature
them
and
very
related
close
size of
together.
the phones.
Okay. Now, if we scroll back up to line 12, where it says Wi-Fi
Okay, Kirsten.
State Connect.
We'll see you in a little
do you
bit.
know from this information which Wi-Fi her phone connected to?
No, not from this.
That's what I figured. So I mean,
And do you know whether or not
we don't
her
know.
phone
I
was-
think that
I guess you don't know the Wi-Fi, so you wouldn't
this
know whether or
happened
not her
closer
phone
to
automatically connected
between
to the
1 and
Wi-Fi
1:30
or
and
if there was
4.
manual directions given to the phone to connect to the Wi-Fi.
From this line, I'm not able to tell you from this device event.
And if we scroll to line 40, where it says Wi-Fi State Connect at 138, do you know whether or not this is the same Wi-Fi network? as
Yeah, he's
previous?
in the county
No, I
jail
wouldn't. I
in the old
testified that I
one.
wouldn't be able to determine the Wi-Fi connection, so I wouldn't be able to determine if it's the same if I couldn't
Okay.
determine the initial.
Okay. Now, Samantha Woll had an iPhone, of course, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we go to Exhibit 45, now, did you ever do any type of device events from Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone?
I reviewed them.
Okay, but you were never presented one as far as an exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how is it that we have exact longitude, latitude positions of Ms. Wall's phone, and we both agree that her location was enabled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we also agree that Mr. Jackson Bolanos' location was enabled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you're stating that you were unable to find any longitude, latitude location from his phone from the night of October 20th leading into October 21st?
Correct.
And there's no information that you can, or evidence that you can tell us that would lead you to believe that his location was turned off on that night, correct?
Other than the examples of why a phone may or may not collect GPS, no.
Well, she opened her back
And if you go through
door.
the metadata of the phone, you would be able to determine whether or not somebody turned their location off on certain times, correct?
Are you telling me that? I guess, could you be more specific?
If you go back through the metadata of somebody's phone or whatever information is contained in their phone, you would be able to come to a determination of whether or not somebody turned their location on or off on a particular day, correct?
If that change was made, it's possible, but I can't tell you. I guess I'm confused about how, what you're talking about with the metadata and indicating certain things.
Any information, based upon your expertise, based upon your analysis of the phone, you will be able to go back and look at your data and determine whether or not somebody deactivated their location on a given date. Yes?
That's possible.
Okay. And you don't have any information that would suggest that Mr. Jackson Bolanos, in fact, turned his location off on October the 20th, going into October the 21st. That's correct?
Correct, yes.
She opened her back door at 12:35 and closed it at 12:38. She could have been
And did
vaping,
you also do a
or she
phone
could have let
extraction
someone
on
in.
Tierra White's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon your extraction, did you ever come down to the knowledge or realization that, in fact, Tierra White had her location enabled?
I don't remember offhand.
Okay. Did you ever come to the realization that, in fact, Mr. Jackson Bolanos and Tierra White shared their locations amongst each other?
It's possible.
You don't know?
I don't remember from off the top of my head who shared what with who.
Okay. So if somebody's sharing their location with each other, that's enabling each other to know where the other person is at any given time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you are privy to that information that the individuals are sharing their location, you should be able to go back through the data to see where an individual's phone was at a given location, correct?
It depends on permissions again. So no, that may or may not be fact.
Okay, but if he's sharing his location with her, there's data that's being exchanged, correct? Between the two phones, correct?
So there is live data that is, are we talking about Find My iPhone?
I'm talking about sharing location. I'm talking about a husband and a wife, a friend and a friend, a mother and a daughter. If two people are sharing their location with each other, one person will be able to determine where the other person is and vice versa, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is based upon data that is gathered and communicated through the two phones, correct?
It is through live data that is actively being collected but not stored. If we're going through the iPhone locations.
So you're saying that that location information is not stored somewhere on somebody's previous locations?
Correct. Yes. If we're talking about through the Find My Phone app.
No, I'm not talking about Find My Phone. I'm talking about share your location. Two different things. Find your iPhone, we could agree, is if your iPhone is lost and then you type in a code, the database will tell you where your phone last was. We can agree to that, right? The location of the phone where it was last tracked.
So that's one feature.
Okay. That's
If it was lost or stolen.
Yes, if it was lost or stolen.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
I need to see the crime scene
Is a
photos.
totally different feature than Find My iPhone. We can agree to that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
different feature. Yes.
So let's not confuse what I'm saying with Find My iPhone. I'm talking about share your location. If you're sharing your location, two people are sharing their location. That means one person can determine where the other person is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And and the other person can determine where the other person is. A can determine what B is, and B can determine what A is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon a sharing of location and data, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that A can go back and look at B's location history to see where B has been for the last week or whatever interval that's being captured, correct?
Incorrect. That data is not stored.
The data is not stored?
Correct.
Okay. But so that's only with Apple, or was that with our GPS, like such as if you go on your Google location, Google will give you pinpoints of where you've been for the last month. You agree to that?
That is, again, everything is based on settings.
What kind of
apps are
app
being
you
used,
have?
what is
Life
being
360.
retained.
Google has the capability in order for a person to go back in the last month and look at their location history to see where they were at, correct?
Yes, if they enable that and store it.
Listen to my question.
I am.
Google has the capability to track that information, not whether or not a user can access it. Google has the capability to store that information, and if a user wants to, if the capabilities and all the settings are up to par and set in a fashion where they can access it, that user would have the ability to go back in their location history to see where they were at, correct?
Objection to relevance. Google objection to the compound.
I'm not sure why
Okay. Did you have a Google account associated with Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
There was a Gmail account, yes.
Okay. And in that Gmail account, did you know whether or not the location was accessible or turned on, I'll say?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Did you write any notes?
I know he
No, I
he
don't
needs
do
to be more
notes,
specific.
like,
he
are
is
we referring to, like,
definitely
a police report?
playing ring around the
Anything that can just
rosy.
Keep your memory
sharp to when you testify in court, you'll know the answer to very important questions.
No, I don't know what the questions are going to be, and this
Okay.
is,
But you do agree that this whole case was based upon where Mr. Jackson Bolanos may have been or where he may not have been in relationship to when Samantha Woll died. You know that though, right?
Judge, objection, that's argumentative.
I'm asking if she knows. I'm not arguing.
The whole case was, we all know the whole case was built on this blood.
Can that be stricken from the record what he just stated? So you do understand that in this investigation, there was an investigation of whether or not Mr. Bolanos could have been in the area of Samantha Woll's apartment, correct?
I do understand that, yes.
Oh, okay. So do you think it would have been pertinent for you to know whether or not Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone had his location enabled through Google? Yes or no?
No,
You don't think that'd be important?
not for my role.
Not for
For
your role?
my role, it's limited to the extraction.
Okay. And you also stated that you also participate in analysis of the phone.
Correct.
And based upon your second job description of many, of sure, of analyzing these phones, you never thought to say, like, let me determine whether or not his Google location was enabled?
No, I analyze the phone with what's there.
Okay.
So
So do you know if it's there or not? Do you know if that information is there on whether or not his phone had his Google location enabled?
So my answer would be there were no GPS locations collected from the extraction during that time frame. I can't go in further with
Oh.
on, off, disabled, not disabled.
Okay, but if you were to, I guess, peel back a layer or two and do a more further analysis, you would be able to determine whether or not that location was turned on or off, correct?
No, not necessarily.
So not necessarily.
Correct.
So that means that it's a possibility if you would have done it, correct? If you would have done that analysis, you would have known definitively whether or not you would be able to determine whether or not his location was on or off, correct?
Not necessarily.
Did you do the analysis? How about that?
I did review the phone, and I do not.
I'm sorry, I mean cut you off, but the question is not whether or not you review the phone. The question is whether or not you try to specifically get to the answer of the question of whether or not his Google location was turned on or off.
So was it on or off? Is that what you're getting at? Like, I just need you to get
You
there.
do agree that
You're so
Google
close,
does store
Brian.
location data, correct? You would agree to that, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where a user or an individual who wants to determine where that user has been can look back into a period of time, if all the settings are enabled, to determine where this particular user was at on any given day that falls within the time frame that Google collects it and stores it, correct?
Are we talking about through the extraction?
Get
Talking about through
there.
Google. Talk about through the analysis of Google's own website. A person can determine where a phone or a user was at a particular time. Google has that capability, correct?
Maybe. I do the extractions. I don't go into a Google account online.
As part of your analysis of a phone extraction, you've never went to a person's Google account to determine where the phone or the location would have been?
From, I want to make sure I'm understanding, from the Google information found in the extraction, did I take that and then try to log into?
No, because if I'm not confused, it's sounding like you don't know whether or not you can go to Google to find somebody's location history. Is that what you're saying? That you don't know whether or not Google has that capability?
I know I can do it on mine, but I would have to have the credentials to do that.
Okay,
So I'm not sure what you're actually asking.
so if you have the credentials, if you have the right documentation, such as a search warrant, to
Okay.
search somebody's Google account, you're saying that you couldn't go into that Google account pursuing a search warrant and find out all the information as far as location or where this user has been. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. I would not get a Google search warrant and then manipulate that data myself. We would get records from Google. I wouldn't do that. Of course not.
Okay, detective, that's not what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm
the
not
answer is
saying,
no.
I'm not saying whether or not you were manipulated. I'm saying whether or not you will be able to access that information, look at it, and analyze on where a phone or a user has been in the past.
No.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, you're saying that if you had a search warrant from somebody's Google account and you access their Google account, you wouldn't be able to look in that Google account at their location history. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that would never be done pursuant to a search warrant because that is improper gathering of evidence through that means.
So you're saying that if somebody had a search warrant and they wanted to request all information such as the location of a user, you're saying you would be able to access that because that would be improper?
Correct. That search
Oh.
warrant would be served to Google for those authentic records to be returned.
Right. And once those records are returned, you could analyze those records.
The records.
Yes.
Correct. But you were talking about me or somebody logging on to an account myself, if I understood you correctly,
Accessing the records. You'll be able to access those records.
through a
Search warrant.
Google search warrant returned directly from Google.
Okay. And do you know whether or not that was done in this case where there was a search warrant given to Google for specifically location records of Mr. Jackson Bolanos that you had an opportunity to look at and analyze?
I don't know what other search warrants were obtained.
Okay. You just know that
Oh,
you didn't
Brian, you got to
have,
get there,
time in the
buddy.
past where you analyzed any location records from Google, correct?
I have done that in the past from Google search warrant returns.
For this case, in pertaining to Mr. Jackson Bolanos.
I don't think I analyzed records from Google, if I remember correctly.
Now, you had an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the App Store, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular app, correct?
Particular app meaning?
Meaning this, which purports to be a police scanner app, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if there are other features on this particular app, such as maybe weather?
Yes.
Whether from the
I downloaded the
FLA
app, you
is
guys.
a possible
You have to
option
pay for
under
the
genre.
app if you want to go
And there are also
get any cool
amateur
stuff
radio,
on
such as
there.
maybe ham radio. That was
Yes.
an option.
Yes.
Now, when asked of other genres, you failed to mention those other genres, though. You just stated that police and fire, correct?
I don't believe I was asked to provide a list of genres through a question.
There's
But you
news
did provide them, though.
alerts.
When you stated genres, you did give certain examples of genres, though, correct?
Yes, the
You
police
can
and fire,
pick any
So it's
city.
fair to say that you did not mention the weather or the amateur radio, correct?
or the marine, or the aviation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's all kinds of
These rail
stuff.
may have been in
But
there
you have
too.
to pay if you want to just get, if you want good stuff.
Now, you stated that when you opened this app, it was on Detroit Dispatch. You stated that that was the last used, I guess, station
Detroit
to
Police
market the
and
app?
Fire.
Okay. Were you ever able to, from the metadata, be able to determine on any given day which particular station was accessed?
No, I'm not able to determine that.
Nope, it just plays what it plays.
You would agree that a great deal, if not all, of the usage of these apps lasted no longer than 30 seconds, 40 seconds at most?
Yeah, there were short increments.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not this was a person checking the weather briefly, and once they found out the weather, they closed the app down.
Well, it's a scanner app, not a weather,
But you
not
also
to
stated
check the
that,
weather.
you just also stated that this has capabilities in order to get weather reports, correct? You said that, didn't you?
Define weather report, I guess, so that we're clear on that.
No,
A report of the weather, of what the weather may be
I'm
in
so
any
frustrated.
geographical location at any given time.
No.
No what?
No, that's not true with the scanner app.
Okay, so you were able to go to every single weather station on this particular app to determine what the weather station does?
So
Yes or no?
every single one?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so then, so you not in a position to definitively say what every weather station, what type of information it would give, correct? Correct?
If we're referring to every single one,
Yes.
then no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, is it typical that Cellbrite at times, with your analysis, may be missing certain, say, search history or web history?
I would say it's possible, yes. Different software programs work in different ways, so yes.
Okay. Do you ever do multiple extractions to see and cross-reference, maybe with the first extraction, with the second extraction, to see whether or not there's additional information that's gathered, from the second extraction?
With a follow-up search warrant, if there are different updates to the software, that is something that can be done, yes.
If there's certain updates to which software?
To any of the programs that I use.
Oh, still right, okay. Now, at what point in time is the phone placed into airplane mode?
As soon as possible.
Do you know when Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone was placed into airplane mode?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Would that be important information to know when a particular device is placed into airplane mode so that it won't update or maybe factory reset or whatever the case? Wouldn't that be important information for you to know when that device went into airplane mode and lost contact with the network?
When would not be important to me, no.
It would?
The fact that it would be is what would be important, but
Okay.
the when, no.
Okay. Now, hypothetically, wonder if there are claims that this device was factory reset at January 1st, 2024, and you know that you had possession of this phone on December 30th, and you place it into airplane mode. Wouldn't that be important to know when you placed it into airplane mode so that somebody couldn't, I guess, advance certain theories such as the phone was factory reset over the air?
If it's in airplane mode, it can't happen. It's blocking that network. So
Right, I agree. But if you don't know exactly when you place it in there into airplane mode, then how can you substantiate whether or not those accusations could be true or not?
you just asked if I got a phone on the 31st. put it in airplane mode and it was factory reset on the first.
No, I didn't say that. I said you received the phone on October the 30th.
She
You didn't
is
necessarily placing it to airplane mode,
witchy.
but you received it. And
Okay.
then there are claims on January 1st that the phone could have been manipulated through online. Wouldn't it be important to know when you place the phone into airplane mode in order for you to dispel the accusations? So wouldn't it be important though, in my scenario, wouldn't it be important to know when the phone was placed into airplane mode?
No. If I receive a phone October 30th in your scenario, if that phone is not already in airplane mode by the detective collecting it, then that's the first thing I do.
Okay.
So if on January this phone has been manipulated, then it wouldn't be able to be manipulated like that because I put it in airplane mode. So that's why I can't tell the when exactly.
Right, but so what you're saying, is it important to maintain, is it or is it not important to maintain the integrity of the phone after you receive it?
Yes.
Okay, and part of maintaining the integrity of the phone is when you place it in airplane mode, such as, so maybe an app won't update, maybe an older app they had on the phone is not updating in the background, and then you look at the phone to extract the phone a week later, 2 weeks later, but now there's a whole nother app or configuration on the phone that previously wasn't there. You don't think it's important to safeguard against those type of situations?
Absolutely, it's important to safeguard. That's why the first thing I do when I receive that evidence is to put those safeguards in place.
Okay.
So it wouldn't happen a week after I received it.
But in this particular case, you don't know when you actually put the phone in airplane mode, right?
No, that's not what I said. I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode, meaning I don't know from the time of recovery if the detectives who recovered it put it in airplane mode or if it was not in airplane mode when I received it and then I did it.
So you don't know whether or not when you received the phone, if it was already in airplane mode. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then you also don't remember if in fact you did place it in airplane mode, correct?
Correct. I don't remember when or by who.
And then in the case you did, I guess in the situation, if you did, you don't know when you did, if you did, correct?
Other than immediately upon receiving the evidence, no.
Are you saying that just as a matter of your habit that you do these things?
Yes,
Okay.
that is
Okay.
preserving evidence. So that's one of the first steps you would want to take.
But you can't definitively say that you did it in this particular situation, right?
I can't say if I did or if the recovering detective did, but it was done.
Okay. Is that something that's normally noted, the steps of who placed the phone into airplane mode?
No.
Is that a normal course of the investigation to note when a phone is placed into airplane mode?
No.
So in other words, we just have to just take your word as far as it was done in a timely fashion, correct?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Okay. Is that how you were trained when you were extracting phones, to just not document when the phone was placed into airplane mode?
We're not trained to document the airplane mode. The airplane mode is in training an evidence preservation method to protect that evidence.
Okay, so you're trained to preserve the evidence by placing it in airplane mode, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
if possible, yes.
And as part of your training, isn't it important to document the steps you took in order to preserve the evidence?
That detailed? No, I would say that's not a pertinent piece of that. I receive a phone, that is standard procedure to protect the evidence. I wouldn't say.
Okay, but as far as documenting, my question is it standard practice to document the steps you took to preserve the evidence to maintain its integrity, especially a question about whether or not you maintain its integrity? You can look back at your notes, correct, and say that on this particular day, I did A, B, and C.
No.
Okay.
That's standard practice, but I wouldn't document a date, time, no.
Okay.
I think it's just one of those things where you just it's like a given, like a doctor is gonna do surgery, like he has to cut you open, so they don't think they should document the fact that they have to cut you open. So what podcast did Jeff listen to, and what did he listen to it on if his phone has no activity after 8 p.m.?
Can you say whether or not the display was turned on? Or can you not say that the display? Can you say the display was turned on if somebody was trying to access the phone? Can you determine whether or not that happened here, 28 and 29?
No.
Now, in your search of Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone, you didn't find anything as far as his search history or web history that was out of the ordinary, did you?
That's subjective. So what's out of the ordinary to you may not be to me,
Okay,
and
but
vice versa.
You were able to subjectively answer that question when the prosecutor asked you whether or not you found anything out of the ordinary for Mr. Aaron Pertman, correct? You answered that question on Thursday, did you not?
Correct.
You also answered subjectively, from your opinion, whether or not you found anything out of the ordinary on Jeff Hirschman's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You gave your subjective opinion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your subjective opinion, you did not find anything out of the ordinary when you extracted and you went through Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone, correct?
I guess the only thing that I would feel was odd is the same day passport, which I don't believe is possible.
Were you able to look through Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone and see that he had searched for airlines that are hiring? Did you see that?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Oh. Did you ever see that he clicked on Southwest Airlines for careers? Did you see that?
In the Google or in the search history?
In the search history, yes.
If you could show me a reference page, I could look at it, but I'm not sure off. Through memory, I'm not going to answer yes or no because I don't want to misspeak.
Okay. But you did do an analysis of his phone, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you also able to see that Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone had multiple inquiries about flying to different places in the United States, such as Colorado, to look at houses? Were you aware of that?
I don't remember that.
Were you also aware that in his search history there was an inquiry from the Secretary of State of how to get an enhanced license?
No.
You were unaware of that?
Correct. I don't remember these specific Google searches or internet searches, I would say.
But the only search you remember is same day passport. That's all you remember, huh?
Correct.
Okay.
I review the, in preparation for court, when either side gives me information or asks questions about specific items of interest, then I will go back and tailor my review in preparation for court, tailor my review based on what is being asked of me.
Okay,
So if I don't know, I wouldn't specifically look.
So when did you review the same day passport inquiry? When did you review that?
I reviewed that up several times, up to and including on Friday.
So you just narrowly tailored your search to just that particular term without any other searches that may have been around that time?
In preparation for court, correct. Yes, I'm going to tailor my review to what is being presented through the exhibits. I'm not trying to memorize entire phone extractions in preparation for court. I'm tailoring it.
You didn't see any inquiries, I guess, around that same day passport as to searches on how to leave the country. You didn't see that, did you?
I don't remember seeing that, no.
You never saw any type of search that said non-extraditable countries to visit. You didn't see that, did you?
Non-extraditable countries to
Yes,
visit?
yes.
No, I did not see that.
Okay. You didn't see any searches about going to Mexico, did you?
I don't think so.
Now, when did you first look at this phone to see if this app, this police scanner app was on there?
The physical phone?
Yeah, the physical phone, yeah.
Oh gosh, that was, I don't know the exact time. I know that I have put it onto my phone to be able to familiarize myself with it months ago, probably December-ish of last year. But when I first looked at the extraction, like if you're asking for a date, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many downloads this app has from the App Store?
You mean total people who download this?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. So you would know if this was a very commonly downloaded app?
Well, not necessarily. It's a common, frequent app, sure.
It's a frequent app, okay, that's downloaded by a multitude of individuals, if you have to guess, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Now, is there a reason why you screenshotted this app only on Friday, opposed to when you originally did this extraction months and months ago?
Yes, I wouldn't normally screenshot specific things on a device itself. I would use the extraction and review from there. And then if I want to look at something from that extraction, I'm not going to go back to the device because that device is still being secured in police custody. Okay. I'm going to go do a search on a computer or familiarize myself that way.
And did you do that at that particular time, back when you originally did the extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to, I guess, download a screenshot of the app from the internet back when you originally did the extraction?
Did I download a screen?
Yes. Did you download any app information from the website when you did the extraction?
I downloaded the app itself.
You downloaded the app? When did you download the app?
Well, that's what I just said. I downloaded it to familiarize myself around December-ish, but an exact date I couldn't tell you at this point. Okay. I don't remember, but I did download it a couple of times on my phone.
Why a couple of times?
Because I don't want to listen to a police scanner when I'm off duty, so I took it off of my phone And then as questions may come up or further review is needed, I can put it back on, but I have no interest in listening to that.
Okay. And you would agree, just for the record, that from your review of this metadata, the app was used no more than maybe 30 to 40 seconds at a time when it was used, correct?
Well, there are several lines that there was a few, I guess, less than a minute. I would agree, but I will not agree that each and every one, there's
You would agree that
583 entries here. So.
and you would agree that a lot of them are duplicative.
Yes.
They're not just 580 individual app uses, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There are duplicates of them.
Okay. And you would agree that the majority of these different uses, the individual uses, are very, very brief in time, correct? From your observation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's using the free version, and the free version just catches snippets of dispatch noise. It doesn't even tell you like everything that's going on. It's like, hey, do you want me to pick up the call of the burglary on such and such? And then that's it. It just stops.
There's some questions about significance of putting a device on airplane mode.
Yes.
When a device is put on airplane mode, is that registered as a device event in the Celebrate report?
It should be. There are times where I've seen that it has not registered, but so I guess I would say hit or miss.
Okay. Does I guess the timing of one of these devices going to airplane mode, does that have any significance to the analysis?
No.
Regarding Jeff Hursman's phones, there was a question about location data on his phone.
Sure.
Just to be clear for the jury, are you familiar with some types of phone location data that can be obtained from a cellular phone provider directly?
Correct. Yes.
And do you work with that sort of data?
I do not.
And is that different or the same as the type of data that you can get directly from a cell phone?
That is different. This is from an extraction, and you can get tower information from a provider. So the Apple iPhone versus a T-Mobile provider, two different sources of information, two different sources of data.
And when it comes to the location data on Jeffrey Hursman's phone, are you familiar with whether there was any relevant location data from the surrounding days, or was it just this one period of time for which there wasn't location data?
So similar to a few of the other phones, the locations indicated that they were enabled, but based on whether it be permissions or different sources, there were none collected within that phone. So there was no useful location information collected from several of these phones.
And when it comes to the location data that is on the victim's phone, showing you what has been admitted as Exhibit 42. So this type of information, where looking at row 12, for instance, where we get a point in time and then a set of GPS coordinates, would you have wanted to know that sort of information if it was available from the defendant's phone?
Yes, I want to know all of the information from all of the phones.
And
if available.
From the extraction that you did you try to pull all the available data from his phone?
Yes, I do that with any phone I handle at all. I try to pull everything that I can.
And was there any sort of granularized GPS information like we see in row 12 here on Exhibit 42 when it came to the defendant's device from the relevant period of time?
No.
And looking at Exhibit 44, the device information report for the defendant's phone, you see where it says location services enabled.
Yes.
Are you able to tell just from this when location services were enabled?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions about the victim's timeline from her phone, which is, again, back here is Exhibit 42. If hypothetically she had taken photos during this period of time or taken videos, would information about those videos or photos show up in this timeline?
Yes, as long as the timeline includes all of those different sources. So we can narrow it down to a specific time frame, and then any activity within the phone would be included. If on some of them it may appear to be limited activity, but as long as there's a line entry, I can go into a different category to look for more detailed information if it's something that's needed. But some type of entry should be in the timeline.
And are you able, using Celebrate, to recover photos or videos that have been recently deleted?
It depends. The media, recovering deleted media can be more challenging, but a breadcrumb or a source would still show. It's whether or not the challenging part comes, whether or not that image or that video is able to be put back together and played or viewed. That can be hit or miss, but the notation that it was there at one point, there'd be some kind of sign of that breadcrumb that would still be there.
And when a recently deleted video or photo is able to be recovered, is that the sort of thing that would populate in the timeline like we see on Exhibit 42?
Yes.
And just to be clear, are you aware of any videos or photos during this time frame when it comes to the victim's device?
I'm not from the timeline section. No.
And there were some questions about this police scanner app. And did you familiarize yourself at all with the sort of weather functionality of the app?
I did.
And can you explain to the jury what the sort of weather feature of the app is like?
Yeah, so the NOAA is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That is the source of the radio or scanner for the weather sources, and that is an automatic and continuous automatic loop that says the weather in particular geographical locations. I did also go to the app itself on my phone because I cannot look in this phone, but on my phone, and I found limited sources of weather sources for Michigan. So I did not listen to every weather station that was available. I did check for the Michigan locations.
And so is the weather functionality like the typical weather app on an iPhone where you look and it just lists out a location and the temperature and the weather conditions, for instance?
No, this is a scanner app. So this is scanning for broadcast. There isn't any visual radar picture or anything to look at on a scanner app. It's just playing a continuous loop that's an automated voice that just tells the weather over and over and over again in certain geographical locations.
Okay, and when you opened up the phone as depicted here on page 3 of Exhibit 124, did you see anything about the weather pop up?
No.
And what was it that was visible when you opened the phone?
So I can tell that the last scanner radio station that was playing was the Detroit Police Dispatch.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Now, you stated that you were able to find limited sources for Michigan weather, correct?
Correct.
Which means that you found some sources for Michigan weather, correct?
Correct.
And those sources for Michigan weather spoke about Michigan weather. That's the first statement, correct?
Not in the generic sense, no. In the locations, geographical locations they were programmed for.
Right, exactly. And you also stated that it depends if you're able to find video that's recently deleted, correct? It depends on whether or not, it might be a little bit harder to find it, but you stated that it'll have some, maybe a breadcrumb or two.
It would be harder to recover that, yes.
Okay.
Yes, media sources, yes.
Now, what type of breadcrumb would appear with the device events line? What would it say that would, I guess, signal you to look further for a possible deleted video?
So nothing in the device events line.
Okay, wouldn't, okay. So if somebody uses their camera, would anything appear in a device events line?
Not in the events, it's just recording the events.
Okay, so that wouldn't be an event if somebody used their camera and took a picture, that wouldn't be an event?
Not in the sense that you're referring to in the device events category.
Okay, so where would it appear if somebody took a picture or a video with their phone?
You can look in the video section or the images section.
Okay, maybe I'm confused. I thought a question was proposed of you of whether or not in the timeline events line, at the timeline events section of the phone or device events, there would depict that the phone or the camera was used. Was that the question? Because
No.
if we go to Exhibit 41.
Okay, I'm not sure which one is 41.
And we can agree that this is device events, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we scroll to line 30, it indicates the camera state was on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe I was confused, but I thought that you indicated that in this device event, if the camera was actually used to take a picture, it would be depicted in these events. That's not true?
You were confused, sir.
Okay.
We're talking about this is device events.
Okay, yes, I know.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So just to be clear, if the camera was used at this particular time, there would be nothing in this readout or this exhibit that would indicate that the camera was actually used, correct?
Not in device events.
Okay. You have to go to another portion of the phone to see where the videos are stored at and then check through there, correct?
That would be one location.
Okay. And if the video is deleted from that particular section, would it have like a cookie or would it have a partial file? What would it have in, I guess, any location, or maybe specifically that location? We'll start there first. What would it have in that specific location that would indicate that there's a possible deleted video or picture?
Oh, well, it wouldn't have a cookie. It could have so that's a file system.
Look, lady, we
changed
don't
in some
know.
way. So if a picture or video is deleted,
We're
there's
regular
still going to
people.
be indications in a file system that it was taken. So it could just be date, time, image. It could, in deleted cases, it may recover that image. So we may be able to see it again. But there would be indications of, and this is all based on being able to recover it from the extraction process. So it would be deleted and then recovered through that extraction, through the extraction process. So part or all of it could be recovered, but there would be an indication, a line of something from the images section. It could be a partial date. It could be a little partial picture. It could say empty file, but we know a file was there. There are many different potential possibilities here.
And do you recollect on whether or not you were able to determine whether or not there was a recently deleted file or not?
So from the timeline section, it did not show recently deleted files from that time frame or time period.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Wilson whether he wants to testify or not in this case?
I have.
All right. And Mr. Wilson, you've had an opportunity to talk to your attorneys about whether you want to testify or not testify. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you made a decision as whether you want to testify or not?
Yeah.
And what is that decision?
I don't know.
Okay, very well. Is anybody forcing you not to testify? Okay. You're making that decision of your own free will? Okay, very well.
The only other thing I'd want to mention to the court is we had some photographs that we had intended to have Mr. Wilson identify. The state was kind enough to stipulate those into evidence. However, in discussing that with Mr. Wilson, because they depict other family members that he doesn't want brought into this, I have left them with the clerk as our Exhibit B, and we're not going to be seeking introduction.
Okay.
I want the clerk to go ahead and maintain those anyways. I don't want them back because it still might be part of proceeding in the future.
Okay. All right.
It's just going to be an exhibit that's not admitted.
So it's Defense Exhibit
B.
B. Okay. They'll be marked as such and submitted to the clerk
Yes,
for as marked exhibits, but not admitted at this
Yes,
point.
sir.
And that's of your own decision because Mr. Wilson doesn't want them admitted with the other family members depicted in them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well.
I would just ask that Mr. Wilson
Yeah.
on the record agrees.
That's fine. Mr. Wilson, you're in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
The one other thing, I don't think we actually addressed was addressing confessions and various things throughout the course of this trial. During the defense's opening, they did concede to two of the state's aggravators. I just want to make sure that Mr. Wilson was in agreement with that.
That's fine.
strategy as well.
That's fine. Mr. Wilson, you heard the opening statement by defense counsel. You were in agreement with that, sir? Okay.
Well, just so we can be specific, you understand the aggravators they're talking about, you were on probation at the time the event occurred? Yes. And the fact that there were two simultaneous deaths? Yes. Or contemporaneous?
Okay.
That's fine.
Very well. Anything else?
No.
All right. And I saw you did get a revised version of the
Oh, my
final
gracious day.
instructions emailed out. Just have you had a chance to look at those yet?
I did.
Okay. Any objection to those
No,
at this
sir.
point? Okay, we'll go through a formal charge conference after we're done, but then, all right.
Can we just
Let's
sentence
bring
him
in the jury
already?
then.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, sir.
is it the court's intention to try and resolve this case in its entirety today?
I'm going by what you all have left to present, and so it kind of depends on where we are. I don't know how much longer you all have in terms of your presentations or closing arguments. So I guess we'll see.
It's just, my only concern is that one of your brethren kept us in the courtroom until 11:30 one night because he didn't want to sequester the jury, which I certainly understand. I'm just not sure at what point in time we would have to sequester the jury.
Okay.
Obviously,
I do thank you for bringing that up.
if we had done closings and instructions, you're going to have to sequester them, or you're going to have to let them go however long they're going to go.
Now, at the beginning of the trial, I did inquire whether you wanted to have the jurors sequestered or if you wanted to waive sequestration. we can have that conversation again, but by implication, are you indicating you would want them sequestered, or would you waive sequestration?
Well, let's wait till the time comes so I have an opportunity to talk to Mr. Woll.
Ay, I know. This is going to go on.
State, any input on that? Okay. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if it's come to that, okay? All right. Ready to bring the jurors in then? All right.
I go. I mean, regardless, he's going to be in prison. This is ridiculous. This is a complete and utter waste of time.
Jurors entry.
All right, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you all were able to get some lunch. By a show of hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your service as a juror on this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed.
We call on Dr. Mark Mills.
Okay. All right, Dr. Mills, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. You may take the stand. Watch your step.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shirley.
Would you please tell the jury your name?
Yes, it's Mark Mills, M-I-L-L-S.
And what is your profession, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist and forensic psychiatrist.
Okay. What is a psychiatrist?
It's the kind of physician that studies disorders of the mind, disorders of behavior, disorders of affect or emotional state, and disorders of thinking.
What's a forensic psychiatrist?
The person who uses that knowledge in courtroom proceedings such as this, criminal trials where issues of intent or illness may be relevant, and in civil trials where issues of injury or mental state may be relevant.
Do you have a doctorate?
I have a MD, yes, sir.
Okay. And so obviously you have schooling. Would you give us a brief synopsis of your schooling?
Sure, briefly. Attended and graduated University of California.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to see what's going on in this trial. Ugh. Can you hear this one? Can you hear it now? Man.
Fall within a general area, but to be more specific, more precise, the two furthest plot points that I had placed and mapped and measured vary by about 19 meters, which is somewhere between 5 and 6 feet. Or I'm sorry, the other way around, 5 meters, 19 feet. So a 19-foot variance between these furthest points that I mapped.
Okay, and were all those points considered?
If you just wouldn't independently say, I'm going to go over to a location and do my own analysis without first.
Go ahead, set the breakout room. So,
And then item ID you'll see is that DPD personnel to use.
Okay, and when you process the data using Axiom, were you able to generate a sort of overall report of the data?
Yes, sort of an encapsulation of all the different kinds of artifacts that Axiom have
Finally.
from the given data set.
Doesn't like me switching from one to the other.
Yes.
Okay, and did I ask you to come prepared to authenticate a subset of sort of extraction reports from the overall data set?
You did ask me that, yes.
Okay, and did you go into your overall sort of body of data from the Axiom program and confirm the authenticity of those reports?
I did.
Okay. I'm holding first what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 126. May I approach your honor? Is Proposed Exhibit 126 a report that includes some information about certain app installation data?
So he's the app expert.
Yes, this is a series of records pertaining to app installation. Yes.
And in terms of the apps that are referenced, is it specific to scanner related apps?
I wonder if the jury's going to be able to download this app to see how it works. Because seriously, if you can see how it works, it's really not that. Like they're making it a bigger deal than it is.
Yes, they all, based on package name, they all have a scanner or police scanner, that sort of language in the name of the app package, yes.
And again, if you were to go back into your sort of overall report from Axiom and pull that same document, could you do that today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to amend proposed to 126.
Yeah, I think it's previous objection, that's the same objection.
It'll be admitted, subject to the prior objection.
And I just have a couple of questions about this exhibit. Just on the cover sheet, where it says case number, what sort of information does that reflect?
So the whole series of numbers following that case number entry, the first portion, DE, stands for Detroit. That's the identifier that the FBI uses to indicate what field office this particular case is being worked out of, so Detroit. Following 7 numbers are a unique number assigned to a given case. So using that DE and then those 7 numbers.
We're back to the Samantha Woll trial because the sentencing for Wilson is taking
the next 6 numbers, that
forever and ever.
That is a request number. So that number is generated when a request is made specifically to me or
This is another data analyst.
in a case. So using that first portion, that DE 383, et cetera, and then that request number, examiners that work in the FBI that have access to request records would be able to see this is a request for assistance on this given case, and you'd be able to see the details for that given request.
The defense has rested in Karen Reed.
529 is the phone number associated with the device that is being extracted and examined within this.
I want to ask you about record number 7 in the reports on page 5.
Okay.
And what sort of information can we glean from this specific record?
So there are a series of rows depicted in this record: action, package name, date and time, local time, source, location, evidence number, recovery method, and item ID. The first one, action, install, successful. This is the generic summary provided by Axiom of what a given event is. So successful installation, as Axiom is reporting. For package name, this is insight into what app is actually being installed. That com.radio.police.scanner.scanner is going to be the information of relevance or of importance on what sort of application is being installed. Date time, local time, that is the date and time that the application was installed. And local time is significant because a lot of times when we're talking about computers or mobile devices, the time isn't necessarily based on your time zone. It's based on something called UTC, which doesn't account for time zones. It's this universal cutoff time somewhere in Europe is where this takes place. And then from there, you would have to adjust for your time zone minus 4 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours as you go into different time zones. And then obviously savings where that's observed. But this local time specific portion gets around that and tells you what the local time to the device was at the time of this record. Source, this is where this record is actually pulled from on the extracted data. So if you were to connect to this phone, say to your computer and navigate through it like a thumb drive, like you were looking for family photos or something, this would be the series of folders you would have to navigate to and the file you have to open to see this record. So you can walk right through it. Every time there's a backward slash, that's a new folder you have to open. And then finally, this mobile_installation.log.0, that's the name of the log.
Yeah, they already did the victim impact
Underneath that
statements
is
this
location.
morning.
This is the quasi-physical place.
There was only 2.
Where this data exists, not in terms of within these digital folders, but actually on the device. It's different with mobile devices because with computers, the language we used to use was for spinning hard drives that actually have physical platters that had information stored on them. With these flash storage devices that we refer to as flash, there isn't a spinning mechanism or moving parts that constitutes this storage mechanism. It's all chemistry, it's all chemical reactions, it's all electronics on chips. But anyway, that offset, that location is where in the stored medium this record would be. Below that is evidence number. That is just the name of the source that this data ultimately came from. So you'll see it's HF23-.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Is the case number for the Detroit Police Department. Then Apple iPhone XR is what it says. 248-906-5529 dumpfile.zip. That .zip is an archive. It's an encapsulation of the data extracted from the phone in one container.
I can't cry. I have to be strong for y'all.
That just means through its normal iteration process, the software found this record and displaying it. It didn't have to do any kind of advanced analytics or a second passes through or anything like that. It's just
it was really sad.
And then finally, item ID. This would be a unique identification number within this Axiom processing session pertaining to that record. So as you go through all of the records for all of the artifacts that were recovered from this device, all within the same session, each record would have an individual ID number. And that is all the information listed here.
And if we go to record 8, what's the next action that's reflected there?
The next action that's reflected there is uninstalling identifier.
And can you say anything about what that means?
An identifier, I mean, depends on the context, but in a lot of times when phones and computers are doing normal day-to-day user-related things, tasks, there's a lot more that happens in the background than folks may understand. For instance, if you're simply typing in a Word document, the things that are going on in the background of that computer aren't just placing letters within that document. There might be a whole bunch of background system things that are happening at the same time to best manage the user experience, to best keep the thing operating in an optimal fashion. And so this uninstalling identifier record following
They're all over this police scanner download.
Within 2 minutes and pertaining to the same package, that COM radio police scanner, just a sort of system maintenance, maintaining this application.
If we go down to
That has nothing to do with nothing.
can you just, I guess, briefly summarize the action, the package name, and the date and time associated with this record?
So for record 9, the action made container live.
Sorry, record 19.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, down
Sorry
on
about
the
that.
page 7.
So record 19, the action install successful. So same action that we had from the previous covered record. The package name for this one is.
They're just trying to prove he
COM
downloaded a
CPU
police
software
scanner app.
police scanner. So that would be the name of
But
the application that was being installed. Date
I
and
literally
local
just
time,
downloaded the
23,
exact
11,
same app. It is.
22,
It
30,
doesn't
34.
do anything. It's very busy.
Source, that's the
If you
location
keep it on, it's
covered
just
from,
constant,
location, physical
like,
location on the media item. Evidence
20-second snippets of
container that contained all that
stuff.
data from
You
the
don't
phone.
even
And
know
then
what's
item ID
happening
is
unless
a
you listen to
different,
it constantly.
identifying number than the previous one discussed.
Okay, and then if we go down to
And it's not even a whole bit of information. It's a snippet of a radio.
if we go down to record 24, are we dealing with the same package name or a different package
And
name?
it doesn't make any sense because it's not
So the
related
package
to
name
this
listed for record
case.
24, right?
Correct.
That's Net Gordon Edwards Scanner Radio Deluxe. That's not a package name that's been discussed previously by me. Yes.
Okay, so how many package names relating to scanners have we discussed so far?
So this would be the third one by my count.
Okay, what's the date and time associated with this particular action in
Record
record 24?
24, the local date and time for this made container live entry is 2023, November 3rd, 23:57:56. So that would be 11:57 p.m.
All right, and did I also ask you to authenticate a document pertaining to some internet search history?
You did.
I'm
Council,
pulling,
I think we're at a good point to break for lunch and come back. I'm sorry, but it's always happened.
this will take 15 minutes and I'll be done.
Okay.
I'm pulling what's been marked.
I mean, they're just trying to prove that he looked up had a police scanner app on his phone.
A report that reflects an artifact of a particular web search that you located in the data from the defendant's phone.
Yes, this document details web searches that were recovered from this given phone data set. Yes.
And again, if you were to go back into the overall extraction from Axiom, could you generate that same document today?
Yes.
I do to admit proposed to the 52. And if we scroll down to page 4, record 1, could you indicate what the search term was associated with this particular record?
So the search term, which would be the phrase, the term or phrase or words that were entered by a device user, is blacklight sees what with a question mark at the end.
And is there a particular date and time associated with that search term?
There is.
And what is the date and time?
The search session start date and time is 10/30/2023, so October 30th, 2023, at 2:19:18 a.m. UTC. So this goes back to what we were talking about before.
Yeah, I have too,
Information
Kirsten.
being stored either with a local time or a UTC, where you would have to manually account for that time difference based on time zones.
Okay, and are the other records contained as duplicative with this record?
The search terms for the remaining records are the same, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, the UTC time adjustment will be what for the records?
So depending on the time of year, depending if daylight savings is in place, it would be -4 or -5. I think it's -4 for this time of year, but I'm not exactly certain when the daylight savings comes into or out of effect. I'd have to double check. So you'd have to subtract 4 hours.
10 or 9, 18.
Right, of the previous day, yes.
I just want to clarify because no one ever said what. Is your cross moving lengthy? Do you want to go talk lunch? Sorry, we're
Understood.
We're gonna break for lunch. It's almost 12:15 right now. We'll come back. Walk. Is that in custody, according to Judge?
It is not in custody, but it's a couple years old. So I'm gonna try, but I will have an.
You leave on the 3rd or after? I've got that home.
She's doing court while they're on
United
lunch.
States citizen? Yes, ma'am. Do you read and write the English language?
She's still got the microphone on.
Well, going on during lunch in here. That are broadcast to the world now.
Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, cameras might be kicked out.
Ooh! She's mad.
Is our edited out?
Oh, sure.
Please?
We went to all the stations downtown.
Well, everyone then. One more slip up like that, the cameras are gone. Yeah, I'll tell them about our conversation. Yeah, it's blank. I think it was
Yeah, I thought I heard all of her little. She worked through lunch. She is mad. Dang, I hope they don't take the cameras out because
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Sorry, I'm not an agent.
Oh, you're not, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So then, good afternoon.
Now, you indicated on direct that you had some experience with the way GPS works, correct?
With the way that GPS data is interpreted when it's observed on evidence devices, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that sometimes, from your understanding, there could be at least a 5-meter variance into the actual location into what the information depicts?
You're talking about a variance between where a device actually is versus the location data that's recorded?
That is correct.
There can be a variance. I don't know the extent of that variance. That would be subject to testing.
Okay. Now, you indicated in this particular case that you were able to input the longitude and latitude to find out the coordinates, correct?
A sampling of them, yes.
Okay. And when did you perform that analysis?
When I was preparing for trial with the prosecuting attorney asking me to review some of these materials that he had planned to ask me about.
Okay.
He provided a list of exhibits for me to review. Then took those sets of coordinates, plotted them, calculated where they would be and how far apart those coordinates would be.
Okay. And can you just give us a time frame estimate on when you had this conversation and you performed this analysis? Ballpark?
Ballpark, it would have been within the last few weeks.
Last few weeks? Okay. So would it be fair to say when you originally did this analysis of the particular phone that you did not input these coordinates into any type of database to determine what the coordinates were?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you did notice a difference in the coordinates on different line items, correct?
Different records of the location?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, some of those records were different. Yes.
Okay. And you're not able to definitively say whether or not that device did not move from one time period to another one, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And it's very possible that if the device would have moved, say, 5 feet, then it could have been a change of the coordinates as far as the longitude and the latitude, correct?
Yes.
And you also, I believe, indicated there's a margin of error as far as in the GPS coordinates.
Yes, with most scientific measurements, there is a margin of error that comes with those measurements. Yes.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain whether or not in these coordinates there in fact was a margin of error?
No.
So it would be fair to say that you never went to the actual location area of this apartment complex or condominium to perform your own independent analysis, inputting the exact coordinates that were depicted in the exhibit which the prosecutor asked you to review.
Myself to the physical scene?
Yes.
No, I never went.
So would it be fair to say that when you inputted the coordinates, all you were able to ascertain is that it was in the general area of a particular address?
I was able to ascertain that the specific latitude and longitudinal records recovered from the phone corresponded to specific locations geographically, but not confirming whether or not the device was stationary or in motion.
Okay. And you weren't able to, I guess, determine where exactly, as far as inside of the apartment complex, those latitudes would have corresponded to, correct?
That's correct. I did not know that.
If you were able to go to the scene and do an independent analysis as far as inputting these particular latitude, and being inside of the apartment, would that have gave you a better, I guess, opinion of whether or not these coordinates could have been accurate? And whether or not these coordinates could have been accurate?
It depends on the conditions of the test, but it certainly could have improved that confidence of the finding one way or the other.
Okay. Sure. And also, if you had done this analysis, would you have been able to have more of an opinion on precisely where this device would have been in relation to the coordinates, as far as would have been closer to the door, the back door, would have been closer to the front door, etc.?
Yeah, again, it depends on the parameter of the testing, the experiment. Ideally, for an experiment like this, as you're describing, you would want a device of the same make and model. You would want as many of the same factors as possible as it comes to software versions, tools used, even time of day and time of year could be a factor, depending on climate, depending on rotation, Earth positioning of satellites. But if you were able to control for as many variables as possible, then yes, you could find potentially more accurate information.
Oh, okay. Were you ever asked to perform any type of independent analysis at the particular scene with a similar device or a device of any sort?
No, I was not.
And if that analysis were done, it would be by the request of law enforcement and or the prosecutor, correct?
It would be at the request of whoever's making that request. Okay. If the request for examination is valid from whatever party it comes from, and if there's a valid legal authority backing up that request, then I can do request of examination on behalf of virtually anyone.
It'd be fair to say that you just wouldn't independently say, I'm going to go over to a location and do my own analysis.
Oh, sorry, I have it on 1.5 speed because I'm trying to catch up. Is it too fast, Kirsten? When I have it on normal, it's like.
Now, you also indicated that you did an extraction from Mr. Jackson Bolanos' cell phone using the Axion software.
So I didn't perform the extraction of the data, the collection of the data from the device. I was provided with that data set, and then I processed that data using Axiom, AXIOM, as in Montana software.
And that's indicated that's a little bit.
I was trying to catch us up.
I guess in some respects than Celebrate, since they're both their own independent companies and they have different type of, I guess, coding features in order to analyze.
I should have played it at faster speed when that teenage girl was up there talking the other day. She was so slow.
When you analyze the previously extracted data.
I believe I used Celebrate, specifically the timeline function for this particular device. Okay. I'm not sure what versions of Celebrate were used by other personnel, but I did have Celebrate available to me, and I did process with Celebrate as well.
So is it common in your experience for an individual who uses Celebrate and the person who uses Axion to have different results as far as the analysis, such as maybe web search history?
It depends. It depends entirely on the device, depends on the applications that were being used, depends on the artifacts recovered from that application. Because again, as an examiner, I can use the
and it doesn't have closed captioning
to see how these tools work and how they run. So the way that they interpret data can be different from each other. Sometimes they're exactly the same, they correspond exactly. Other times there are slight differences, but being able to use more than one tool, being tool agnostic, as I discussed before, and making those comparisons, verifying those results is a pretty essential part of my job.
Now, when you do analysis of, say, for instance, Google searches, do you then compare if a Google search with a possible web history to see if that same item that is depicted in the Google search also is illustrated in the column under web history or yes, web history.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following what you're asking.
You would agree that for phones, they have a history of websites that were actually visited, correct?
They can, yes, depending on the device configuration, depending on how your software is set up, how your web browser is set up. You might be using a web browser that doesn't save its history, doesn't save that activity. Maybe you're using a private browsing mode or incognito mode. In that event, your device won't necessarily retain all the information. So it depends.
Okay. And when you did the analysis of Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone, you
You're
were
welcome.
able to look through the actual web history, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were able to identify or I guess see this search, Black Light Sees What, that was under the Google searches?
It was in the, if I recall correctly, it was a search using the Google search platform using the Safari web browser on the iPhone, if I recall.
And would it be fair to say that when you went back to the Safari's web history, that particular search was not depicted under the heading or title of a column of Safari's web history?
It may not have been. I did not look for it there.
Okay. Would that be odd, in your opinion, for an individual to use Safari and allegedly use Safari, Google on Safari to search a particular term, and then if you go to the Safari history to not find that same search under the history?
Would that be an odd scenario, is
Yeah.
that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, depending on how, I'm sorry?
Depending on the settings, or how they set their web.
Well, not just the settings, but actually how the data resides on the device. There are some situations where data, if it's deleted from a given device, it may not appear where you had stored it in a given file. Or in a given
No, the
folder.
last
It might be
person was
somewhere
like
else, a place where
a-
we refer to it in forensics as unallocated.
very snooty,
set up
like
for
she knew
active
everything.
storage.
And how
The way
dare
I
you
like to
ask her?
describe it is, imagine an apartment complex that's fully filled up with residents, and say one of the residents leaves all of their belongings there. That apartment complex is no longer allocated by an occupant. There isn't somebody living there anymore, but there are remnants of that person's stay there, and some of that material might offer suggestions or information about what was originally stored in that place. It's sort of like that.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you didn't find any evidence that would suggest that this particular search was deleted from the phone or from the web browser?
I would have to look again and confirm that information.
Okay. But surely one of your tasks was to prepare or analyze this report with this particular search on it, correct?
So my given tasks were to take this data, this extracted data from this device, and let Axiom process it and set it up for categorization, searching, recovering possible artifacts, and then to furnish that data to investigators, interested parties, for them to conduct their own analyses, and then to provide greater context if people had questions about the artifacts they were looking at. That was my task.
Okay. And one of your tasks in this particular case was a question was asked about a very particular Google search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you analyzed the data associated with that Google search so you could be prepared to testify to that very same search in court today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that more or less you did your homework in relation to this particular search so you'll be prepared to testify today, correct?
I think I would need to review the exhibits or the particular screenshots of these records to be able to say specifically whether or not records were recovered from deleted portions or if they were actively stored.
Okay. That's not a question that the prosecutor asked you, if whether or not this particular search was deleted or not?
Are you talking about on direct?
Before you testified today, was that one of your tasks to see whether or not this search was ever deleted from the phone or attempted to be deleted?
It was a discussion that we had about how devices can manage data, about how data can be deleted and what that might look like. and how softwares may recover deleted data. But I don't think we necessarily got in depth about deleted and recovered information specifically to specific terms or records.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that had you came across any information or evidence that would have suggested that this particular search was indeed attempted to be deleted, you would have noted that and notified the prosecutor or any other law enforcement?
It's certainly possible. Just because data is deleted doesn't necessarily, from my perspective, doesn't necessarily make it any more or less noteworthy than other data sets, unless we have reason to believe that something was intentionally deleted, or if an investigator or a requester said, hey, look for this specific artifact or entry, we think it was deleted. That would obviously raise my attention to the fact that something might be deleted. But devices retain and delete information all the time, constantly, just a matter of how they operate. If you think about the way that CCTVs and DVRs work that are recording video, that oldest video that can no longer be retained because it can't fit is constantly being overwritten every second, every minute, every hour. It's just how the devices work. So something simply being deleted doesn't necessarily make it important or not.
Okay, fair enough. And you said just the fact that it's deleted, it wouldn't, I guess, raise a suspicion unless you had reason to believe that it was purposefully deleted, correct?
Not even necessarily if it was purposefully deleted.
Okay.
If it was data of interest that was deleted, that might be of interest to me.
Okay.
If I was made aware of that. But even if something was deleted intentionally, that doesn't necessarily mean it's that valuable to me. My job as a dispassionate scientist in this whole process isn't to lead investigations one direction or another. I don't get paid for convictions or acquittals. I don't have any sides in this aside from bringing data out from the evidence and making it available for others to do their review.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear because I thought you might have said if it's a particular subject area of importance that you're investigating or you're analyzing, it wouldn't raise your suspicion unless you had reason to believe that that particular area was purposefully deleted. Like, you did not say that?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Okay. If there's a particular area that you are analyzing or a particular search term that you're analyzing, you indicated that your suspicions would not be raised unless you had reason to believe that that particular search term was purposefully deleted. Is that correct?
I mean, if data was deleted and that data was data of interest, then yes, I would make note of it.
Okay. So in this particular case, you had a very specific term that you were analyzing, correct?
I had a term that was brought to my attention after the analysis was complete, yes.
Okay. And after the analysis was completed, when that particular term was brought to you, you didn't come across any evidence that would lead you to believe that there was a purposefully deletion or attempted deletion of this particular area or term, correct?
It's hard when looking through a device data set to determine whether something was deleted because purposeful isn't even the most accurate term. Devices will delete information on purpose in quotes all the time because that's how, again, devices work. If we're talking about users directing a deletion command, it sometimes can be difficult to differentiate between a user telling a device to delete something or a device deleting something as part of just
I need Brian to ask the right question. He's not asking the right question.
Very easily check to see if there were any flags or notices saying this was deleted and recovered.
Okay, and in this particular case, you didn't see any flags that would indicate that this particular search term was deleted and recovered, correct?
I would have to refresh my recollection with the results that were provided.
Okay, do you have the notes in front of you that would?
I need him to ask, you don't know who looked that up. Not only was it deleted because obviously it wasn't a big deal, and you don't know who looked up the search on the phone.
Yes, please. Thank you.
You don't know if it was Michael or his girlfriend or whomever. Maybe he let someone use his phone.
Can you answer that question?
Can you say it again, please?
Do you have any knowledge that this particular term was user deleted or attempted deleted?
Unclear if user deleted or not, but there is a phrase that's listed in these records. And I'm looking at, for instance, record 1 from Google searches. This is from Exhibit 52. The search term is black light sees what? Again, question mark. Google search conducted in Safari. And for the artifact category, the material that's listed in this artifact category is WebKit browser web history carved. The word carved is in parentheses. Carved is a technical term that basically means a piece of data or a piece of information was deleted, either by a user or by the system, and that the tool that I'm using has recovered that information and presented it to me as a possible artifact. Carving, if you think about it the way that the word carving is used with artists that carve things out of wood or stone or something. The concept is to pull something that's already within that material out. It already exists there, but to make it visible. That's the reason why the term carve is used in forensics, because the information is there, the tool is just making it visible to you as the tool user.
And do you know what the Safari settings would be in order to determine whether or not this was a system-generated attempted carving or not?
Whether it was a system deletion or a user deletion?
Yes.
No, I don't know those settings.
Okay. Were you able to analyze the settings to determine?
Those settings would be best reviewed by powering on the phone, opening that app, and browsing through the settings for that app.
Okay, so there's no way, once the phone is extracted, to go through the previous saved settings on that device and then analyze those settings to determine what those settings were at that particular time?
There are potential ways to do that by perusing through the databases available from the extracted data, but there's no guarantee that this particular databases and records will be extracted out that would properly replicate those settings for an examiner to review. The best way, as I would describe for a fair amount of mobile device forensics, is to go straight to the source and observe it on the phone and document it that way.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to do that in this particular situation?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that it'd be a much thorough analysis if you actually had the phone, correct?
It's another aspect to this examination that could be done, yes.
Okay. And if you were to analyze the phone itself, that wouldn't be by your own discretion. That'd be by a request of law enforcement or prosecutor, somebody along those lines who would then request you to analyze the phone itself, correct?
Someone would ask me to do that, yes. I wouldn't do that on my own.
Nor would it be a fair statement to say that after you analyze the phone, after you analyze the records, you don't normally request to say, hey, I want to complete my analysis and make sure my analysis is thorough. I want the phone so I can compare it with the analysis from the extracted data.
So it's a pretty common misconception for folks that maybe don't do forensics, because we're all kind of desensitized to it the way it's depicted in the media, TV and movies. There is no complete examination. There is no complete analysis. There's always an extra layer, an extra level that a person could potentially do. If I were to use tools, the argument could be, well, why didn't you just manually review this information? And if I were to manually review the files stored on the phone, it would be, well, why don't you just manually review the actual bits and bytes, the actual ones and zeros stored on this phone? The closest thing a person could get to a complete analysis or a complete examination of a device would probably take the rest of their lifetime for one given device. So I'm sorry?
So would it be fair to say that if an individual wanted to do an extra layer of analysis, one could compare the extracted device information with the actual phone extraction, the physical phone, and compare those two? It may not be total, but it'll be an extra level that one previously didn't have, correct?
I see what you're asking. That is something that could be done, although it should be noted that all the tools that the FBI uses, that we use, with the exception of deviations from our processes, all the tools that we use go through testing and validation procedures where test data sets are actually run through the tools in order to obtain predictable results. If the results that are obtained are predictable, then we know that the tools are operating the way that they should. They're recovering the data the way that they should. They're describing it to us the way that they should. Therefore, the tools can then be trusted, for lack of a better term. And we do that for every version iteration of a new tool, as well as every new tool that we use in our work.
As part of your analysis of the extracted information on Mr. Jackson Bolanos' farm, were you able to view other search histories that were done on his farm?
I believe there were other search terms that were recorded on the device and recovered by the tool, yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there were multiple searches of that particular device for haunted houses?
I would have to go through to remember it.
Okay. And you use the Axiom program, correct?
Axiom, yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with this program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've used it.
If I had hypothetically a Axiom program with the dump of the phone, would you be able to look at that particular, screen to identify whether or not this is the same data that you use and the same software that you use in order to perform your analysis on the phone?
Are you talking about the evidence data or the tool data? The software that analyzes the data, or the same phone data?
It's the software. The software, if the phone was uploaded into Axiom program, would you be able to identify first the Axiom program and also whether or not this is the same data that you use in order to perform your analysis?
Okay, so if somebody else was using Axiom, would I be able to say this is the same software and the same version as the one that I use?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to boot this up again. It got unplugged. So I can boot this Axiom up again.
So they basically had this guy just look up one search.
I guess in the meantime, while this loads up, load it up now. So if I could direct your attention to the screen.
Your Honor, just to be clear, this is not that video. This is the entirety of the defense photo. Is the defense trying to move the entirety of the photo? Because if not, it shouldn't be displayed up here.
Well, not the entirety of that. I was going to ask a few questions and then we can print out. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, if the witness could, I guess, come over here and look at my screen. Can't plug in. This is a hard drive that needs to be plugged in into the outlet. So if I unplug it, it's not going to. For him to look at it, it should take no longer than 45 seconds.
Go back there. Yeah, for the examinations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
sir, you would agree that this is the same software and the same data that you use to perform your analysis?
So what you have on your computer is called a portable case. This is the results report of a given data set. So instead of the fully licensed Axiom software that I would use as an examiner to actually do the analysis, what is on that computer is a portable case. It's a generated version of this software that allows people who don't have the admittedly very expensive licenses for Axiom to be able to review these results in a similar environment. I did verify the version numbers are the same. The name of the software is Axiom. And the case number, that is the that DE letter, those 7 digits, then my request number, then the phone number, those are all the same as well. But it is a portable case version of the fully licensed version.
Okay. And would you agree that the data that's contained in this portable case manager would be similar, not the same, as the data that you're working with to perform your analysis?
It generally, depending on how the examiner produces the portable case, because you can produce a portable case that contains subsets of that data. Say you were to process a phone and the requester of that examination really only wanted to look at communication records. So chat applications, native texting applications, things like that. You could produce a portable case containing only that information if you so wanted to. More often than not, at least in my experience, investigators, requesters are asking for the entirety of the recovered data from the device. So the portable case could contain substantially the same information as is in the extraction. Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't contain any additional information from the software you use. You agree to that, right?
A portable case wouldn't contain additional information?
Yes.
That's correct. It'd be very difficult to do that if at all possible.
And would it be fair to say that using this software, you can search certain terms within the software to see whether or not these terms exist in the extracted data that's contained on the phone?
So yes, this the software is set up a lot of ways, like how your indexing system.
Yeah, somebody came over from the Detroit
So instead of
station.
walking to the library and knowing you needed to do a 5th grade book report on box turtles, you didn't have to walk through every single book and look for information.
Her name was
Turtles.
Butterfly.
You could go to the nearest computer, search for turtles, see which titles it is that you wanted to look at that would meet what you need.
Because I jumped in there, little comments, and mentioned the channel.
This software and many
Probably wasn't supposed to do that, but
that same capacity, facilitating.
I'm hoping.
For ease of review.
I've called everyone in Detroit. I've called the news stations. I've called the NAACP. I've called. I've tried to get in touch with other YouTube crime people, YouTube lawyers.
Sometimes date and time information is not maintained among the recovered artifacts, among the recovered information from an evidence item. It just entirely depends on the evidence item.
Yeah, I've got that written down in my notes too. Someone has done
sometimes
in the preliminary hearing. Someone did collect fingernails.
Unaware of whether or not there was various searches for haunted houses on this phone.
But that person hasn't been brought on the stand in this trial yet.
To be able to confirm whether or not that was included in the recovered data set. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that this particular portable case manager, in your opinion, wouldn't contain any additional information than the software you use, correct?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say if this particular case manager were to highlight or index certain search terms, you have no reason to believe that in your data, those same search terms would not exist, correct?
If data was identifiable through a search on the portable case, I would expect it to be identifiable with the fully licensed version using that same phone data set. Yes.
Okay. If we could, I guess this is defense proposed exhibit number 3 search terms that were extracted from the Axiom portable case. I'm going to show him just this page, the screenshot, and then I would print that out. Yes.
I'll stipulate to the submission.
Absolutely. Now, you would agree that there are different columns under Safari history. The first one depicting searching haunted houses, correct?
Yes, they all have a highlighted portion over haunted, but each of those records seems to contain some reference to haunted houses. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And you would also agree that under the date and time, you can scroll down just to verify. You would agree that there is no date and time for any of these searches that depict haunted houses, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in cases like that, are you able to ascertain when and where or when these searches may have been done?
There can be other artifacts that reference these. It really just depends on how the device and how the software is set up. Sometimes given sort of other supporting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at haunted houses have black light, so you don't want to wear anything that's going to pick you up in a haunted house. I mean, you can look at it in totally different ways.
After that one visit at a certain time, they then therefore took place after that given date and time. But it entirely depends.
Or maybe
on
he was
other
looking,
artifacts and what kind of
if he carried a black light into a haunted house, he could see something before it saw him or something like that, you know?
Fair to say that you specifically were not requested to, I guess, determine when.
Now I see where Brian's going. Good gracious day alive. Get there, Brian.
These haunted house ones?
Yes.
I was not asked about haunted houses, no.
Okay, now connect the dots, Brian. Connect the dots for the jury because this is taking too long. Yeah, see how long this is taking for us to figure out? Because Brian's got to get to the freaking point.
Now, if we go to the bottom, there are 3 different web-related WebKit browser history that states carved. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, does that indicate that there may have been some type of deletion either manually or automatically of these particular haunted houses searches?
That's what carved generally means, is that a record was recovered from something else. It's either an unallocated space or from some other kind of a file or record that it was pulled out of that and presented, yes.
Okay. Is it typical in your experience for, after a certain time frame, for previously visited websites or previously visited web history to then get automatically deleted by the system?
Yeah, what you're referring to is called retention time. Users can set this up on any of their devices, on your phones or on your computer, saying some kind of setting like retain search history or downloads, maybe your list of downloads for 30 days or 15 days or 3 days, or never retain it. And that setting is what would determine when things are automatically overwritten. Yes.
Okay. And you stated that the only way to know for certain what those settings are as far as the retention of data in relationship to history, you would actually need the physical device in order to determine what those settings are?
I think that would certainly be the easiest way to check would be to power on the device and see if you can access those settings page without an internet connection. Again, the idea of connecting digital evidence to the internet after the fact of an incident is kind of a no-no in my field. We want to try and isolate that from networks if at all possible. So that's certainly the easiest way is to manually review it that way. But you could potentially try to go through recovered databases to see if those settings were retained in some kind of log or document, but there's no guarantee that that is retained or recovered.
Okay. And in this particular analysis, you were unable or you never had an opportunity to go through the extracted data to figure out what the settings were as far as the retention of the data?
That wasn't part of the request for me. I wasn't asked to do that.
And whether or not you choose to do that, it's simply either by request or not. You don't. It's not your own discretion whether or not you would do that particular analysis, correct?
I would, for something like that, I would want someone to have a reason to want to look for something like that. It's not when individuals are requesting assistance from us examiners. Generally, they're not asking what to me would seem like arbitrary questions about how certain things are set up in certain ways. It would need to pertain to some kind of information of interest, just to be reasonable with timing of how long things take and being practical with our resources. So yeah, I would generally need to be led down this line of, well, this is of interest to us. We need to find out how long data was retained in a certain capacity for this given reason. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
And you also stated that extracting data from an actual hard phone, the actual physical phone that's being connected to the internet is a no-no, correct?
Generally, once we're talking about evidence handling procedures now. So when handling digital forensic evidence, one of the first things that you want to do is try to isolate it from outside manipulation or editing or adjustment. If some folks may be aware, phones that and devices that connect to the internet, the data is constantly changing because there's a connection that's being maintained. Sometimes that might be innocuous, innocent data changes. It's certainly possible for smartphones these days to send and receive remote erase commands. So a phone connected to some kind of network could receive a command to erase itself, and that's certainly happened before in the history of humanity. But so from a forensic standpoint, when devices are observed, photographed, seized, the ideal method of handling that evidence is to isolate it from a network, the same way that police would cordon off a crime scene, would tape it off. They don't necessarily want people walking through and damaging or destroying trace evidence. We wouldn't want people to even inadvertently damage or destroy digital evidence if we can help it.
Fair enough. And sort of like indicated, police quarantining off a crime scene, as a forensic examiner, do you take notes of when a phone was quarantined off from the network? The moment you put it into airplane mode, would you document that?
If I was the one doing it, yes, I do that.
Okay. And would you agree that that is part of the standard practices in the industry for an examiner to note when this particular device was quarantined from the internet?
There is some nuance to that question, to the answer to that question, because in some situations you can't enable airplane mode, which is to disable the cell phone capability.
Yeah, he's just taking too long to get there, but
although
he missed an
you just
opportunity.
verify that because, as people may or may not know, you can have airplane mode turned on your phone, and you can still connect to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth devices.
Yes, you can.
So sometimes you can't turn those antennas off without inputting some kind of a passcode into a device, without unlocking it first. In that situation, you would do your best to remove the SIM card. This is the authenticator that allows you to have access to a given cellular network like AT&T, Verizon, etc. But even then, SIM cards nowadays aren't necessarily all physical cards that you slide into the phone. Nowadays, there are SIM cards that are digital, that are actually inside the phone and can't be ejected out. So really, in those circumstances, there isn't a way to ensure that a device is off the network without putting it into some kind of
I don't know. The prosecution is cherry picking. Like they cherry picked that
container, so a bag or a box
web
that
search
prevents
about
signal from getting out.
black light picks up what or whatever.
Situation
But if you
where
look at all of the
can be
searches as a
able
whole, it was
to
around
find the airplane
Halloween.
mode, would it be
Duh.
the practices in your industry
It makes
to
sense.
document when that step has been done?
But
For my
he
standards and
needed
those of
to
my
reel it
colleagues,
in
yes, I wouldn't
together
speak for
and
other
make it make
organizations and the way
sense.
they do things, but for me and my peers, yes. Yes.
But
you
he
would.
asked
would
these
talk-
questions
your
very
understanding
confusingly.
of Your particular field is, it is standard practices in order for an examiner to document when they disconnected this phone through whatever means from being able to connect to the internet or Wi-Fi of any sort, correct?
For my peers and I, yes.
Okay. Yes. As part of your analysis on this phone, did you also come across certain search terms such as airlines that hire felons?
I wasn't looking for that specifically. No.
You weren't looking for that specifically?
No.
If we can.
I mean, he just lost his job, right? So he needs a job.
Exhibit 4. I'm sorry if I could direct your attention.
Oh, it's behind me. Sorry, I didn't know something.
You would agree that there are multiple search history, Safari history, that indicate airlines that hire felons, correct?
Yes, it looks like the search was conducted for the term airline. That portion is highlighted in yellow from the results that meet that search. But yes, in the key detail column, you can see several of those rows read airlines that hire felons - Google search. Yes.
Which could explain why he's looking for a passport. Because maybe he thought he had to have one. I don't know. This case is a joke.
If you use the scroll bar at the bottom,
Oh,
you can
okay.
slide.
Now, some of these search terms have a date of October the 5th, 2023, and the ones at the bottom, Safari history, airlines that, which I can assume, what it says airlines, I guess I can't assume exactly what the search term is, but
You could expand the column. You could make it wider so that we could read the rest of it. Or if you were to highlight that row, you could expand the window on the furthest right. That's really small. And then you'd be able to see the full URL. That is the web page that represents this activity.
I know the data part is like really, really. I just want him to get to the point. And lawyers are not
like this.
Yes.
Technologically savvy at all.
So we can agree that this is the same search, airlines that hire felons, correct?
Yes, so that URL at the
Yeah.
top, that is the the web page that a person or a user would go to result at the airline.
But sometimes it's this, sorry, this boring evidence that is the evidence that makes the biggest
Okay, and
difference.
this doesn't have any date or time that's associated with it, to your understanding?
But if we're bored, imagine how the jury feels. That's why I just want him to get to the point.
Scroll that down to see if it's listed there. Sometimes if the value's not there, it won't even show a date or time option. Yeah, and that appears to be what's happening here. But we can have confirmation if you slide that sort of middle list, that table, that says matching results, and there's the table underneath it. If you slide that to the right, the other way. No, the scroll bar at the very bottom, the horizontal scroll bar.
This one?
Yes, yeah. So if you were to slide that over for us to see the rest of that row.
Bless
it. Those rows. Yes. So some of those records have dates and times associated with them, and some of them do not. Yes.
Okay. And where it says item ID, how does that ID associated, or is it random ID, or is it in relationship to what number of the search it is, or can you give us some type of clarity of that?
So item ID, I mentioned it briefly in direct. It is a unique identifier that the software assigns to a given record, a given artifact record. So each individual record, not just in this artifact category, but in all the artifact categories, should have a unique ID identifier. That number corresponds to files.
Yeah, because this is way before she was
basically anything that was
killed.
recovered from the given device, and it is the software's way
I just hope they're not losing
individualizing
themselves,
everything
you
that
know,
they have.
in the absolute boredom.
Are these numbers given sequentially as far as maybe from the date that this particular information was generated on the phone, being the less of the number, say 1, being the most, I guess, the longest existing data on the machine versus whatever the highest number would be, which would be the most recent data that was extracted. Is that a way of looking at it, or?
I don't think so. I certainly don't think that's how the software necessarily works, that it looks for oldest retained things. But to have a clear, concrete answer, you would need somebody who wrote and developed this software to provide that explanation. You can see some of these records have consecutive numbers or numbers that are very close, and some of them do not. It just entirely depends on when the software got to that given record, and without being the engineer.
We'll find out if the jury's paying attention, Gwen, at the end, if they have any questions.
So if we look at this highlighted line where it says last visited on October the 5th, 2023 at 8:01 and 47 seconds, it's given an ID of 14156. And then it seems like a similar search was done right before, maybe a second before, and it's also given an ID number, which is 2 numbers off.
I think I see what you're asking now, how those numbers could be out of order with the time and date that the records are displaying, correct? Is that what you're asking about?
Or just the fact that they're very close in numerical value, given the proximity and time on which this data appears to be accessed.
It's certainly possible. We also still have to remember that these artifacts might be
I think she went to
coming
eat
from the
supper.
same logical place stored on this phone. So the tool might already be, for lack of a better way of putting it, in that neighborhood when it finds that additional record and then itemizes that one. Again, this isn't necessarily universal across all the artifacts throughout the phone. As we know, just being device users, we're doing multiple things all the time on our phones, on our computers, and a lot of things that we're doing aren't necessarily related to each other. You might be on a video conference call with somebody and sending email at the same time and also checking the scores of the Tigers game or something all at the same time. Those things chronologically all occur near each other, but they might be stored in very different places in very different ways on the devices that we use. So the software is not necessarily going to go through by date and time. Again, we would need a software engineer from Axiom to be able to say how it iterates through. But the best that I can say is those ID numbers are all unique for each record for each artifact.
Okay. And for the last three items at the bottom, you can't definitively say whether or not that particular search was done on a whole nother date for that same term, correct?
That's my bedtime, Kirsten.
I think it reads additional column where the artifact currently listed at the bottom has a visit order 37. So that could give us a clue as to when, in relation to other sites visited, that visitation may have taken place. But in terms of placing those site visitations on a specific date, a specific time, I cannot say based on what's being presented to me.
Okay. And when you say visit order, is that visit order that day, or is it visit order as far as the entirety of sites that this particular device ever visited?
We would have to test that to be sure whether or not this is across the day or across the entirety of the recorded internet history for that device, for that browser, because that visit order might be different if different browsers are being used. If you have Internet Explorer and Chrome installed on your computer, might be different sites visited, different orders.
Okay. And when you did the analysis of this phone, you didn't find any evidence that suggested that there were other web browsers that were used other than Safari, correct?
My analysis suggested that the primary browser being used was Safari, yes.
The primary or the only?
I would have to review it to make sure that there wasn't anything from any other browsers, because there are actually a lot of softwares that use other browsers to work. For anyone that is familiar with Microsoft, Mozilla Firefox, the Firefox internet browser, that is actually used as the backbone for a number of different other softwares that folks might use. But I would have to go through to make sure that that is not.
And based upon your memory and your review of the notes prior to testifying today, you would have, as of right now, no reason to believe that Firefox or any other browser was being utilized by this device, correct?
Not to my recollection.
Okay.
And based upon your review and analysis of this phone, did you also see search terms from Southwest Airlines of potential job searching?
I was not requested to search for that.
No, he was only requested to look at the black light.
Stand out to me to recall.
That was it. Because they cherry picked.
And this will be proposed exhibit number 5. So you would agree that there is Safari history Southwest careers, correct?
Yes. So of the displayed records, a majority of them list under key details titles. So this would be the actual title of the web page that a website would provide. And it's listing FAQ and then the pipe symbol, Southwest careers. So a frequently asked questions page for Southwest careers without obviously navigating to the URL to confirm. That's what I would presume that these pages would represent.
Okay. And there are, I guess there's a date depicted on some of the search terms, which appear to be October the 5th. And I guess a similar question in regards to the other, I guess, searches that don't have a date or time. You couldn't definitively say when those searches were done, correct?
Again, it depends on if any other ancillary detail might give us ideas about maybe date and time ranges. But if the date and time is not recovered with a given record, then it's very difficult, not impossible, to pinpoint a day and time for that record. Yes.
Okay. Now, in regards to Exhibit 52. Do you have Exhibit 52 in front of you?
I returned the exhibits that were provided to me, which I remember that was.
Yeah, they're saying they're going to look back into it. I don't know. I mean, I think it was just a really tragic accident.
Yes, sir.
Now, these are Google searches.
So these search terms from this exhibit are searches that were conducted through the Google search engine. That's why the URL, the web page for it begins www.google.com/search, and then question Q equals, that's, here comes the query, the search to be provided.
Okay.
And then it's black light sees what, all separated by pluses. URLs don't like spaces in between characters. That's why you'll see a lot of letters and numbers put in there. And then the URL continues on with more characters until the very end. Client mobile GWS Wiz WIZ SERP. But yes, this was a search that was conducted via the Google search engine using the Safari browser.
And did you have an opportunity to ascertain whether or not any site associated with this search was ever visited?
Any sites associated with this search? What do you mean?
Like, if you Google a term and it gives you multiple results from Google, was there a website that was then clicked after that search was generated?
I understand. No, I was not made aware of any sites that were pertaining to this given search. For sure.
So the Wade Wilson is,
What you're saying is,
I think it's on a break.
as far as your analysis, back up. Once you go to Google and you search in weather or whatever, dog, it's going to give you multiple different results of what Google feels that are websites that pertain to dog, correct?
Search results. So it could be websites. I think I've noticed recently now that Google.
Could it be websites, yes or no?
Well, websites, yes, among the results, but in addition to other information potentially.
Okay. And you can click on one of, if you click on one of those websites, it would direct you to that website, correct?
Ideally, yes, how the internet works,
And,
yes.
and once you're generated or once you're directed to that particular website, it would then leave some type of data which you would be able to extract to determine whether in fact an individual actually clicked on one of those search results, correct?
It's certainly possible. I wouldn't say it definitely happens, but it's certainly possible for sure.
Okay. So to be clear, you don't have anything as far as your analysis that would indicate that the user of this particular device ever clicked on any of those search results that were depicted or given for this particular search, correct?
I wasn't made aware of any navigation to any of these sites that were from these search results, no.
And you were asked to look to see whether or not there was navigation from any of those search results, correct?
That's not what I was asked, no.
You were not asked that?
No, sir. I was asked to authenticate these records from this given exhibit and whether or not they do in fact come from the data set I provided. And I did authenticate that, yes.
Did you do any cross-referencing to see whether or not any of these search results were actually, I guess, depicted or attempted to be used?
I was not asked that either. No, sir.
No, I'm sorry. come out. Did you ever do any independent analysis to determine whether or not any of these search results were actually inquired?
As stated before, independent analysis generally is kind of frowned upon from where I'm sitting. Usually we seek some kind of direction or some kind of guidance as to whether or not to go forward with navigating to websites that were recovered from evidence. Obviously, there's some sites that might be more explicit or sensitive or contraband-esque in nature than others. So it's generally our position to not do that on our own. And in this case, I did not do that on my own. No.
When given the task to, I guess, determine whether or not this device did this particular search, did you ever recommend to the requester and say, hey, to give a more thorough analysis of the information you are requesting, I could then go to see whether or not these search results were actually queried?
That's not a common function of my job, so that's not something that I offered. No.
And to be fair, your job is more or less, if it's requested, you'll do it. If they don't specifically request you to do this particular task, then
For most things, yes. Obviously, there are some objectives that, if there are artifacts that seem to answer questions that investigators or requesters or triers of fact seem to be asking, even if they're asking it maybe perhaps in the wrong way or using terminology that doesn't make sense or focus specifically on one artifact type when another may satisfy what they're asking, then yes, I could take it upon myself to answer what they're asking using information they might not be aware of. But to go forward independently with different aspects of an examination that I haven't been asked to do, that's akin to the common parlance going rogue. Contrary to what you might see on TV or in movies, we don't go rogue in the FBI. That's not how it works.
and in this particular analysis, you had no reason to believe that the requester was not using the correct terms in order to give you a task of the information that you felt that they wanted to request, right?
I didn't have any reason to believe I was being misled in any way, intentionally or otherwise. No.
As far as you knew, they knew exactly what they wanted to get, the information they wanted to get from you, and you gave it to them, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
OMG, Brian, it took you entirely too long to get here.
Judge, would it be okay if he steps down for a minute?
Thank you.
I hope the jury has some questions to kind of try to clarify or seize the point that Brian was trying to make.
Sir, have you had an opportunity to look at what's been indicated as proposed exhibit 134?
I have. Sorry, I have.
And are those screenshots from the Axiom report from the defendant's phone as it relates to those Google searches for relating to haunted houses?
Yes.
And the two screenshots marked as proposed exhibit 134-1 and 134-2, do those fairly inaccurately reflect what's actually reflected in the accident report?
They are fair and accurate representations, yes.
Your Honor, I need to admit proposed exhibits 134-1 and 134-2.
I'm not very much for time.
And so if we look at 134-1, is this another way of looking at those Google searches for haunted house?
It is, yes.
And is there a date reflected there for those searches?
The dates listed belong to, there's no good way to do this. The dates listed belong to a column that reads search session and then has the letter S. From my recollection, I believe that column should read search session start time. I'd have to verify that to be sure. But the date and times from most of those rows are in fact populated with data, yes.
Okay, what is the date that's reflected in those rows to the extent there is a date reflected?
The date that is visible for the rows that have a date is 10/7/2023. That's October 7th, 2023.
Okay, now you still have a copy of exhibit 52 with you, is that correct?
I do, yes.
And that has the search for blacklight sees what?
Yes, it does.
And what is the date reflected for that search again?
The date for record 1 for blacklight sees what? Question mark. The search session start date and time in UTC is October 30, 2023. But since it's UTC and the time is 2:19 a.m., if we were to subtract 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings, the date would actually be 10/29, so October 29, 2023.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Process on that?
Yes. If I could have gentlemen maybe approach the computer to verify that.
The prosecution's putting it together. It just took Brian a really long time to get there. But now the prosecution is trying to say because the dates are so far apart, they can't possibly be associated with each other. So now I need Brian to reel it back in.
No questions for that. Okay. I appreciate it.
Any further questions?
Yes. Now, sir, is that, I know you did a quick analysis on the prosecutor's screen, and you indicated for the different haunted houses searches that have dates, you indicated that it was October the 7th, correct?
I think so, yes. I'd have to look at it again just to be exactly right, but yes, early October. Yes.
Okay. Were there any haunted house search dates or haunted house searches that did not have dates?
Of those that were provided on screen, it looked like there might have been 1 or 2 records that didn't have dates associated with them. I couldn't tell from the view on screen.
Yeah. They're just like they can't prove that that's him walking with the North Face jacket. Like, I have the picture of the guy walking with the North Face jacket. Who is that? how can you tell that's Michael and not Jeff? Jeff had a North Face jacket found in his apartment, his house. That doesn't make sense. They didn't, they just kind of skimmed over that. It could be anyone in a North Face jacket.
So you were shown certain searches that I guess had a date of October the 7th, correct? For haunted house, correct?
Yes, on screen right now is searches for haunted plus house, I think is what the URL says, but you can see the key detail, the webpage titles, haunted house attractions, haunted house near Toledo. Those artifacts are listed, and then the dates pertaining to those records seems to be October 7th, 2023, with that time later in the evening, 11:30ish.
And if we scroll up to these other searches, we go to the date and time of haunted houses. Some say Toledo haunted houses, some say haunted houses. You agree that these have no date and time, correct?
Right, that's a function of where these searches are being recovered from. Sometimes searches are retained in places that don't necessarily have a corresponding date and time. Sometimes they are. The tool is just representing what it finds to me.
And you're not in a position to say whether or not these are totally separate searches for haunted houses, correct?
From where I'm sitting right now, no. I can't say one way or the other whether these are separate searches or the same search just being recorded in multiple places.
Okay. You would agree that they have separate item IDs, correct?
They do.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Oh, let's see what the jury says. I want to know, because now I just want to see if they are getting what Brian is dropping, because I'm just like, he is making it very confusing. I feel like he's trying to make it sound smarter than it needs to be. I just need him to just spit it out. I get that he's an intelligent guy, but like these people up here are looking at him like he has 3 heads. Except this guy's the nicest witness we've had so far. All the other ones, even Pimple Girl, was like, "You're wasting my time." Sorry, God, I'm being mean again. Clearly in Detroit, I mean, they have umpteen thousand people working on a case, but it's not my job. And for this case to supposedly be so high profile and to get 0 media attention, I really feel like it's because of they're just afraid to put any highlight to this because she is Jewish. And she was such a prominent member of the community. I feel like it's just like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like it's almost like taboo to show him support.
Okay, so one of these questions is outside of this witness's expertise, so, but we can ask this one. If you know, were there web or Google search history results present in the phone Safari web browser history before and after the black light sees what result that was found in the carved history?
So I would have to review the data set again to check. Off the top of my head, without refreshing my recollection, I believe so. I believe there were search results prior to that early to mid-October time or end of October when that black light sees what search was carried out. But I'm not entirely sure. I would have to review it again to be sure.
Can you sort by date and time and see what was done before and after?
Yes.
Do you want to do that?
I mean, I think we can.
Oh, I think we're good on just the black light.
Stipulate that there was search history before that.
Bamboozled means that you've had the rug pulled out from under you, or you've been blindsided. Gaslit.
Part of that has been admitted to celebrate.
See, they don't want it. They don't want to.
Well, no, but I want to make clear that for the, I guess we approach.
Yeah, they don't want to go over any additional information because they only want the jury to see that he looked up what black light picks up. Not that it was around Halloween. That makes sense. Or blue light or whatever. I have those stupid blue lights plugged in all over my house that's supposed to catch mosquitoes. They don't catch a dang thing. All they do is pick up anything that's white or bright colored or whatever in my bathroom. They don't catch a single dang bug, though. I'll tell you that. That's a waste of money. That's not out of the norm for people to look up, even if it's not Halloween. We talk about this stuff all the time. If you looked up our search histories, we'd be in trouble.
Okay, well, I'll have you ask a follow-up question, Mr.
Yeah, I think it's around.
Mr. Brown, you want to ask a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. As far as your testimony today, the only search item that you were asked about is black light, correct?
It was the black light sees what, as per my testimony today. Yes, that was the only term that I was asked about.
You were asked any other questions regarding any potential searches other than myself. You weren't asked any questions by the prosecution of any potential searches that, you know, in your mind they may have felt had any type of evidentiary value to this case, correct?
There were other search terms that were discussed between myself and prosecution, but I was only asked about that black light sees what today.
And that's the only question that you were asked today on the stand, as far as the black light sees what?
Yes, aside from the haunted house line that you're asking about.
And it'd be fair to say that some of the search terms do not have a date or time associated with it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if you were doing a sort of indexing of what order certain searches happened on the phone, you may not get an accurate analysis simply because some of the search terms don't have a date and time? Would that be fair?
If I was sorting it by chronologically, so making a sort of timeline of the internet search activity, right? Is that what you're asking? The records that don't necessarily have a date and time wouldn't necessarily accurately be able to be placed in that timeline if based solely on date and time. You would have to use possible supporting artifacts such as visit order, like we had discussed earlier.
And you were not done to generate. You were not asked to generate any report that would reflect a timeline of certain search items from the device, correct?
I actually was.
Okay. You didn't testify to that today about it.
No, I provided it, but I did not testify to it. That's correct.
Thank you. No problem.
Other questions from the jury? Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
We're already at 3:30. Is it worth putting a witness on stand for 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, they take at least 15 minutes at the rate we're going here, so.
10 minutes. Okay.
We'll call Special Agent Brian Tolsis.
Yeah, if we can approach it just briefly. Great.
I don't think we're going to get a sentencing today in Wade Wilson's.
Please state your name and spell the record.
Brian, B-R-Y-A-N, Tolsis, T-O-L-T-Z-I-S.
Good afternoon. Where do you work, sir?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And what type of work do you do for the FBI?
So I am a full-time member of our CAST unit that stands for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Oh my God.
How long have you been employed as an FBI special agent, just generally speaking?
Since January of 2018.
All right. You said you're assigned to a specific unit within the FBI field office?
That is correct. Well, not within, I'm now part of the headquarters portion of the FBI, detailed to Detroit.
And you said it was the Cellular Analyst Survey Team?
Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
I'm sorry. Can you just describe what type of work you do as a member of that team?
So we do, there's three primary functions for, I'll call it CAST, just an easy acronym for that unit. It's doing what I'm here today, providing testimony. We do analysis regarding historical call detail records, which is the portion I'm going to be here speaking about, and we teach the subject about historical call detail record analysis.
And what type of training or education have you received in order to analyze and interpret historical call detail records?
So there's numerous portions of the training. The initial part is called what's called CAST Basic. That's just a very introductory level into the analyzing of historical call detail records, the different cellular providers themselves, what they provide, and very basic mapping of those records. That is a 1 week long course. After that, you can go to what's called CAST Advanced, which takes that basic principle and expounds upon it, goes more in depth into the cellular records and the providers themselves, what is provided by the different cellular T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon cellular networks themselves, and further mapping, how we map and just kind of the procedures that we utilize. Once you graduate from CAST Advanced, you then are brought into what's called FTX, or I think they call it CIRA now, which is a critical incident readiness assessment. And what they do there is they give you a mock exigent type scenario. And they say, this is your scenario, like a missing child, or you need to fix a problem quickly, and you need to use cellular records to do so. And they kind of test us on our methods and how we go through the records to figure out the solution of these problems utilizing different record sets from these different cellular providers. That is another week-long class. If we pass all of those, we then can go to what's called certification. Certification is two week-long segments, so 4 weeks in total. The first segment, they bring in the cellular providers themselves and the cellular engineers to talk about their specific networks. We also get an introductory class into radio frequency technology and theory from instructors and professors at the Florida Institute of Technology. The second 2 week segment involves us doing a mock testimonial presentation, being graded on that, and the utilization of what's called a GAR. A GAR is a Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. It's a really fancy word for a box with a bunch of different antennas that can give you a footprint or the true layout of a tower, a cellular tower, and the coverage that it provides, so you can see it firsthand versus, we can't see RF. It's just what the true coverage footprint is. At the conclusion of that, if you pass all of those certifications, or you pass all those portions, you are then a certified CAST member.
And are you a certified CAST member?
I am, since 2021.
2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, and prior to receiving that certification and that training that you described, did you ever analyze historical call detail records prior to that?
So throughout the entire training, I had, so the training I started in 2019, so it took about 2 years to get through the entire process. So through that whole process, I was continuously looking at records. Not as frequently as I do now, but I was constantly looking at records then. So since about 2019, I would say I've been looking at records.
And can you just kind of explain to viewers, like when we talk about cell site analysis using recall detail records, what do you mean by that, those terms?
So back in the day, you used to get a paper phone bill. I know lots of electronic now, but you used to get a paper phone bill. On that paper phone bill, you would have the date, the time, and the 2 phone numbers that are in communication, right? Same thing for text messages, I think back then as well. That's how they were billed and things like that. We get an added portion, which is the tower, the specific tower, and the side of that tower that was used to facilitate that transaction in the network. So what I'm able to do is take a tower list, which is provided by the telecommunications providers themselves, that gives us the exact lat long of the tower, and marry that up with the tower and the side of the tower that was used from the call detail records, and give you a depiction of the tower and the general geographic area of the device at a specific time, such as when a phone call was made, or a text message, or in some cases tiny emails, which we'll get into soon.
So in the course of your training experience, have you ever used these records that are provided by a cellular provider to actually locate, wanted individuals or missing individuals?
I look at these records on a daily basis, and I use them extremely frequently to find people. Yes.
And has it been effective in your experience in terms of locating users of devices based on records that have been provided by these different phone companies?
Yes.
And have you ever given any trainings yourself on the use of these records and purpose behind analyzing them?
Yeah, I'm an instructor for CAS Basic. I think I've done 5 or 6 of them. I don't remember.
And have you ever testified before as an expert in the field of historical cellular site analysis?
Yes.
And how many times, if you know?
I believe it's 11 right now.
You're at this point, I move the admission of this testimony as an expert in the field of cellular historical cell site analysis.
Historical cell site analysis? Yes. Okay, because I've got cellular records location analysis, historical call detail records analysis. Which one is proper?
Historical call detail record analysis is probably the most accurate.
That's the most accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the one. He's going to be admitted as an expert in the field of historical call detail records analysis. And I think this is probably a good one to break for the day. We're going to break back before the fireworks today, so everyone needs to get out of Dodge. Parking lot line. Open up for people in it. So we will come back tomorrow morning, try for 9 o'clock start, and so we'll be here at 9. Is there anything that
Well, she's over it today.
Is about 6 a.m. now, and
Okay, so this guy's still talking. Now this guy's talking.
Substance abuse. Sure. Yeah, I've published in substance abuse. I said I was
Now we have a third doctor. So
director of addiction psychology at UF. Now, specifically as it relates to substance abuse, did you have any opportunity to treat any adolescents as it relates to substance abuse? Absolutely. And what types of things did you note when you
I can imagine.
evaluate individuals, specifically adolescents with substance abuse?
Oh my gracious day. So they're just going to keep having doctors come up here and try to make it seem like he's just poor
he's
Wade
not doing well in
Wilson.
school. He's sullen. His behavior's changing. And I say, well, have you thought about, is he using alcohol or drugs? No. We know it's not that. It's something else. I say, okay, just to be safe, let's get a drug screen. And more often than not, when you see a problem in an adolescent where they have a dramatic change in behavior, the first
So I don't want to hear about
So
Wade
we're talking about
Wilson
substance abuse. Is it common
and
for
his
the child to become reclusive? Absolutely. Paranoid?
Paranoid, argumentative. I mean, you'll get the story. He was such a
pitifulness.
nice, and then
Okay, so tomorrow we will be back.
Maybe even delusional?
yeah, depending on the substances you take, absolutely.
What about hallucinations?
We're gonna catch up. We're gonna watch some more. I'm gonna finish the preliminary hearing for Samantha Woll,
You can hallucinate.
so I can compare what they said in the preliminary hearing
Now, Dr.
and how
have
it
you
got
ever
to
been,
trial.
have you ever testified or been admitted as an expert here in the state of Florida?
Oh, sure, lots
as
of
it
times.
relates to psychology.
And then we'll be back in the morning
And what types of things have you testified in?
at 8 o'clock
Psychology,
again.
brain injury, substance
So
abuse,
maybe we can pull some
psychological
people
problems,
from Michigan over to our channel to watch
variety of things.
because this is going nowhere. The defense is going to keep this going
Requested by the state as well as.
for the rest of the week. So I'll see y'all in the morning. We got to get some more attention on Michael.
To have an impact on your findings?
See ya. Thanks, Gwen.
Does
Thanks. You guys are awesome.
retaining you have an impact on your findings?
No, I was just